on reserve currency.
Our
So why would
economy
we
is
want a
not
sovereign
based
wealth
on
fund?
selling treasury bonds. It's
You know
not.
that literally is a Ponzi scheme. It's literally a pyramid scheme at this point. That you're selling.
It's not
Selling.
It's not a
That is
pyramid scheme.
Ponzi. By
Vic,
that
Vic,
is.
why don't we talk about the African
that is.
Development Fund?
No,
It's not a
it's
pyramid
not a
scheme.
You don't know what
Ponzi
you're
scheme because the
talking about.
U.S.
It
is
is-
Because
the U.S. has been paying on their debts for as long as like the world has known.
And shouldn't
we aren't
we
defaulting on
decrease
our
the debt?
payments.
Exactly.
Shouldn't we decrease the debt, decrease the deficit, decrease all the
let me
money
ask
we
you.
owe other people?
You're never gonna pay it
Who
off.
do
Other
you think? Wait.
institutions?
Who do you think we owe this money to?
No, hold on. Do you?
Hey, no,
I'm
answer the
asking
question.
you.
Who do you think
No,
we owe
no,
this
no,
money
no.
to?
Should we pay down this kind of money?
It depends
On what?
on
who we
so
owe
many
it to?
factors.
Who
that-
you owe it to? Who you
who
guys
do you
owe it to?
I'm asking you, who do we owe this money to? We owe it to American citizens who have bought bonds. So you have invested in you, not literally invested, but you have bought bonds from the U.S. Treasury, 20-year or 30-year Treasury bonds, which you expect a return of 4.7% or 4.8%, which you will get that money when the bond comes to fruition,
Let
and
me
then the
ask
U.S.
you.
government pays it
Let me
back
ask
to
you
you.
this. Let me ask you
What's
this.
up? What's up?
Does the bond price fluctuate?
Yes, according to what the Federal Reserve sets it at.
No.
What?
It fluctuates on its own.
Goes on
Do you
the
mean in the
No, it doesn't.
secondary
Federal
market?
Reserve.
No,
Are you
it
talking about the
doesn't.
secondary
No, it
market
doesn't.
or what? Because it doesn't fluctuate like when it's being sold originally.
Bonds
no.
are sold. Yeah, it doesn't change. Look
Yes,
at. I will show my
it's
screen right
bought
here.
and sold.
Here,
And
Trolltech, hop into my
because-
stream. Hop into my stream.
No, I'm not hopping into your stream.
Well,
I'm
I'm
just
gonna look
gonna
up
talk-
what you don't understand. Dude,
Alright.
I'm gonna look up Federal
He's
Reserve
showing
bond,
you how
Treasury
you are
bonds
wrong,
right here,
Trolltech.
right
I'm
here,
looking
and you
at
can
the
buy. These are
federal-
the two
I'm
bonds
looking
that you
at the
can buy.
treasury bond market, right? And
So
The
you mean the
market is
secondary
different than
market.
the secondary
I'm
market.
telling
That's
you.
the secondary market.
Look
That's
at
the
right here.
secondary market.
Bonds at a glance,
And the-
latest
and the
rate.
thing
They are
is-
4.7 and 4.6. Look at my stream. And then
I'm
if you
not
want to
looking
buy
at
them,
your
you go to
Well,
Treasury
I will-
Direct right
Now
here.
the problem is that
my
if
God.
it can fluctuate, it can also go to zero.
The problem is if this unproven thing that I'm wrong about, then this. Like you're
When
Dude,
have
he-
bonds in any country gone to zero? Like, especially the US.
the
When have
bonds-
the
the
US
bonds-
gone
Wait a
to zero?
No,
Do you
the
The
want
bonds
US
to
will
test
go
government would have to collapse for it to
hold
go
on.
to
Exactly.
zero.
It's never
Wait,
been
The-
do
zero.
you want to test that theory? Do you want to really test that theory if it'll go to
the
zero?
bonds would go to zero if the U.S. defaults on its payments.
Yep.
Exactly.
And you don't think the way we're spending now, we're
No,
not going
we
to go to
can't.
zero?
No,
You
because
guys can't default.
The way that it
That's
works, the
thing.
way that it works is that we raise. Okay,
It is not possible.
I need to draw the
default.
paint so you understand how the U.S. economy works. Because you think that this debt is like, where do you think this debt is going?
No, do you think this? Let me ask you this: do you think this debt is meaningless?
Yes.
No, I never said it was meaningless. But what I
Do
do
you
say
think it's
is
meaningless?
that
Because
I
if
never
you
said
keep,
that.
If you keep selling bonds, if you just keep spending, do you think we can do this forever?
What country is not in debt?
dude,
Yes.
you're not understanding how it works.
No, you're not asking. You're not actually trying to answer the question.
We
Trolltech,
get
think we-
okay. Look,
I think
we
I
can
understand the
speak
problem.
forever.
You think that he thinks
Because
that,
the way
that
you're
is meaningless.
explaining it,
He
it's
understands
almost
the
like
true meaning of
we
the
can
debt.
print as much money as we want
We're-
because someone
no, we
is
can't. No,
always
we
going to
can't.
buy
No,
our
we can't. No,
treasury
we
bond.
can't. No, we can't. No, we can't. We can't print money. What we do is we print money
And
off of
this
the
is
bonds
what
that
we're
we sell.
doing now.
No,
and this is why we're
no,
trying to get the government to spend less.
No,
All right?
but that's not
No.
true. What we're spending less. We just
It's
passed a
false.
budget.
Yes.
We just passed a budget where we increased deficit spending by like $4 trillion.
Right.
But the way that it works, so if you're angry at deficit spending, you should be angry at Trump and the Republicans that have control of all
Wait a
three
minute.
branches.
Hold on. That deficit spending, was it passed before Trump came into office?
No, the bill was proposed in February 12th by Mike Johnson on the House floor
And how was it put together?
by Republicans in Congress.
It's not by Republicans only.
dude, it was put
It is.
through
They
by
have the
Mike
majority.
Johnson.
They have the majority.
and they have the majority on the
leader-
budgetary
The
committee.
majority,
They have
the majority
on the
leader,
budgetary
the
committee.
majority leader is Mike Johnson right now. Do you agree or disagree?
He disagrees with this. He disagrees. Troll
So I
Teach
tell you, if you have a
disagrees.
problem with budget, like if you have a problem with, what is it, deficit spending, you should be angry at the Republicans right now for passing the biggest deficit spending bill in history. But like, I don't even want to argue about deficit spending because deficit spending doesn't matter inherently if the economy is going up and that we're meeting the obligations of paying our bonds. Like, they've made you angry at deficit spending for some reason when it's not even that big of an issue if you've ever taken an economics class and understand how the bond market works and how we raise money by selling bonds to the American people and to other countries and other citizens in other countries.
That is good, actually.
Yes, it's good because it secures.
No, I'm being ironic. Shut up.
What? Because it
It is
secures the
good.
dollar as
You
a
don't want the
worldwide
economy
currency.
to grow.
And not only that, but
Hey,
it allows us
can
to
we,
further.
hey, can we get to the main conversation I was having with the troll tech? I was just saying, like, hey, dude, you insinuated that the leaner it is, the more efficient it is, right? That was your claim, that sizing these agencies down will make them more efficient, correct?
Yes.
And my question to you was, like, what do you think Elon's government is doing? What do you think he's doing right now? He's just cutting probationary employees.
Were probationary employees necessary?
See, that's the question, right? Do you know the answer to that?
I know because the definition of probation is that they're not
You
necessary.
you actually don't know what
that's not
probation
what
means.
a
Actually,
probationary
you
employee
don't know
means.
what promotion means. Do you know what promotion means, bro? Can you please explain to us?
Why don't you explain it to me then?
A probationary period is a period for anywhere
Don't tell me
from
what
one.
the period is. No. Hold on. Don't tell me what the period is.
Actually, don't
Tell me
know.
what probation actually means.
So probation is a period of time where your performance
Don't tell
is
me the
evaluated.
period. Don't tell me the period. Tell me exactly what it
Period of time
means.
by
Okay, a
definition.
probationary employee is someone who is in a
No.
period
I
of
want
time
Koopa. No.
known as
I want
probation.
Koopa.
Like-
Hold on. No.
No, he
I
can
want
jump in
Koopa
there.
to answer because he's the one who asked me, right?
Okay. A probation means there's a particular amount of time, a period in which the employee is being evaluated for the role that he's in
Wow, shocker.
Not for the role that he's in.
or she.
Okay. Now the thing is, if the role is no longer there, do they still need to be evaluated?
If the role is removed, then that's a different discussion. But the problem here is the role isn't being removed; is they're just being fired because of the probationary status. And probationary status can come into play even when you get a promotion. If you get a promotion, your probationary period restarts.
Like
So
the
you're
White
now
House-
a probationary employee. By the
Which
way,
is
White House
fine
record-
because as a probationary in a new level or with new responsibilities, they have to see if you're a good fit or not.
but is
if you're
that
gonna
what
be
they're
able to
is
do your
that what
job.
they're doing, or are they just firing them on the
what
basis
they're
of
doing
probationary
is that
employee?
probationary employees are like, we just brought you on, or you're in a new role, and
We
suddenly
just brought
we're
you on
not
2.5
going to need that
years
anymore.
ago. We
Yeah,
just
but what
brought
I'm
you on
asking
2.5
to you,
years
buddy,
ago.
what I'm asking to you is, are they actually evaluating that, or are they just saying because you're a probationary employee, you're fired?
No,
Is there
It's the
an
second
article
one. It's
there?
because
'cause,
you're an
like,
employee.
is the claim? Is it claim that all Musk has done so far is like fire probationary people?
Maybe upstairs.
No,
in
the
the-
problem. The
Is that the
problem.
claim?
The
That
problem
is
is
what he's done. Yes.
the problem is that he is
Well,
firing.
I'd like a citation on that.
What? No, the problem is that he's mass firing probationary employees with the reason performance. Like, that's it. Like, and it's not because
Well-
of performance.
Could I read an article somewhere about this?
It's literally, dude. This is such a big
Hold on.
news out there. Like, it's
You
just
can look at
everywhere.
Okay, well, if it is, then it
Here,
should
I
be
got
difficult
you.
to find.
Well,
I got you.
the problem is, dude. You just need to open the fucking paper or something.
Don't worry, I'll put it
It's
in the
there.
chat right now.
I mean, you don't have to be so mad when you make a claim, and I'm just asking for a
I mean,
citation.
Go look in chat, I got you.
Do you want me to show
Thank
you the
you.
proof of 2 + 2 = 4 as well? Do you need that as well?
Some
Hey
people
Eric,
need it.
for context,
I mean, you
Koopa's
don't have to be
father
so
got
fucking
fired in the
condescending,
whole
dude.
like mass firing, so he's emotionally invested, which is understandable.
It-
My mother
it-
got
it
fired by Red
appears as
Cross
if
in
so,
2008, and I
like-
fucking hate the Red Cross too. So I understand Koopa's point of view, but that's why he's very frustrated.
He's still right though.
Just for
right?
context.
I mean,
I'm not even saying
everybody
he's wrong
should be
or
emotional
anything.
when you're
I'm
seeing
simply
when you're
asking
seeing-
for a source, and he got really upset.
you should understand that people should be annoyed because what this is doing is
You should understand that we're in serious debate, and regardless of how fucking upset you are, you might be asked for a source.
You should come with
you
the
just
evidence.
you came in way too late, and also
okay,
Okay.
boss.
you,
So
you
Guys,
should probably just.
Guys,
wait a little
I send him
longer.
the source. I send him the source.
the,
So
the
regardless
other
of that,
dude, the other dude was not upset, so he actually managed to produce something. I'm gonna read
Okay.
this. Thank you.
regardless of that, like there is something in debating 101, like where you're primarily arguing in good faith. So like all this time, like I don't ever ask anybody in here for pretty much source or anything. I try to break down the argument and truth. So you get to attempt to like think the other side is arguing in good faith, unless they make such an outrageous claim. Because this whole entire thing where you get caught up on like where is the proof, like all this stuff is just like breaking down away from the argument. Because let's say if it is happening, like what if it is happening? Do you guys ever think like you're getting caught up on technicalities here? If you guys have ever debated in college whatsoever, you know that arguing in good faith is pretty much the base practice of what you do.
yeah, like earlier. I remember when I was having a discussion with another guy.
I've actually been on debate teams, and we had to present articles.
Yeah,
So-
that's what you're
When you
basing
make
on
an
flat
outrageous
evidence.
claim or you're basing your conversation around a specific argument. So I say that most times in most debates, you argue in good faith.
You should always argue.
As in you don't think the other side is
What you
inherently
said
lying
about
to you.
previously about you've done debates is all bullshit. Then
No, it's not.
What?
What? I'm saying that inherently, when you're going into debate, you're expecting the other side to argue in good faith. Yes or no? Yes. So you're not expecting to go into debate and have the other side constantly lie to you.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's agreeable by everybody.
Yeah, but also
And like something I see in this Discord server is like whenever any type of claim whatsoever is made, they literally say, "Oh, source," and it takes away from the actual brunt of the argument.
Yeah, because people lie all the
Oh
time, and
my
this is
God.
a Discord, not.
I mean, does he really need a source?
Like, there's
to
levels.
know? Does he really need a source to know that probationary employees are being fired en masse by Elon
Like,
Musk?
it's been on the news. It's
Yeah,
been on
I
the
think
news for the past like month.
Like that's ridiculous. That's
it's been
fucking
on the
ridiculous.
news for the
It's
past-
embarrassing.
it
yeah,
might be
for the past
embarrassing,
2
but you should
weeks.
still supply it.
It's on every. Well, it's
And he
such-
did.
Oh my god.
Dude, you're just uninformed. Okay, you can
Well,
you
I'm
can
just
say
saying-
you're uninformed instead of acting like you don't.
I think it's
better.
agreeable. I think it's agreeable that the headlines for the past 2 weeks have been Doge firing in mass employees from almost like dozens of different agencies.
It's fucking
Well, guys,
the biggest
before we
news.
talk about the U.S., can we like establish that the U.S. like exists? Can we like? Can someone give me a source that you guys are real?
Is America real?
Well, okay, but like honestly, like the main point is
wait a minute, Snow, do
They
you
ex-
exist?
Yo,
Okay.
you know, earlier,
Are you a real
Are you
guy?
a hard
Are
Wait,
you-
does
Earlier-
snow go away during the
Wait,
summer? Does he melt?
earlier-
Oh no!
earlier,
Dude, Snow, are
hold
you
on.
just are you ChatGPT come to life?
Hold on.
Yep.
Earlier, I made a point about climate change being the climate change research being stymied by this administration,
Definitely.
and
Good.
is that not a well accepted?
Visual upstairs, careful.
Is that not understood that this particular administration is not about climate change research, or is that something
I mean,
that needs to be?
I wouldn't call that claim because I fucking hope it is.
Why climate change is real?
But is it not understood that the Trump administration is vehemently against climate change research?
yes.
Wait, Koopa,
Upstairs.
today is 18 degrees. Tomorrow will be probably
Yeah,
35.
no, we don't
Hey,
need to debate
I
climate.
think climate
Cool.
is changing.
Is
I
it
don't know.
Hey,
I
let me-
I'm
let
not
me-
sure
I
we
also-
moved
Hey, let me
so
ask.
much research into
Hey,
it.
troll. Let
I
me ask
also
you
hate
this.
this thing.
Hey, troll.
I'm not in-
why
I'm in
is
California.
why is Mercury the closest planet, not the hottest planet in the solar system?
Source for that,
No,
please.
I don't
Provide source.
look
I
at
will
it.
if you
but,
want.
like, I
Yeah,
don't know.
Venus
It's so
is.
hard.
Venus is the hottest
I
planet,
don't
right?
know- I don't know why that
Because
question was
it's because
relevant.
No, okay,
it's because
no, you don't
Mercury
need to know.
doesn't have an atmosphere. They don't have CO2.
wow.
You know what's funny? CO2's
Wow.
in Venus,
No,
and they're the hottest
no,
planet. And now
thank
our
God-
planet's going
thank
up,
God-
and because of CO2,
No,
and you guys are
thank
denying
God
it, right?
I don't live on Mercury.
What?
Or maybe
Okay,
I
but
do.
that's not
Hey,
the point. It's
yeah,
not
wait,
demonstrating
wait,
The
Hey.
point is that
Wait,
one
wait,
the
wait.
planet has
Okay,
CO2 is the hottest one. The one without atmosphere is not, right?
Dank,
Can you
Dank,
provide me a
Dank.
source on what planet I'm on?
1 second, hold on. Dank. On that, the Earth has a carbon cycle. The carbon is sequestered in the forest,
glad they're
into the
having a
oceans.
True so
The
far.
Venus doesn't have an ocean. It doesn't have a carbon cycle.
Okay.
It doesn't even have trees.
Right.
Across
Okay,
the
so
center.
about that.
Once-
But
once
why?
you know that,
But
no,
what makes
you know that. Do you have a- do you
what
have a
makes
source?
Venus hotter
Do
than
you have a
Mercury?
source?
Wait,
Do you have a
hey,
source?
can you
Sure, I can
Venus-
if you want.
African Development Fund again, you fucking retard.
What?
Here you go.
It's fun conversation.
Here's a carbon.
Because it
Here's
just
a carbon
proves
cycle.
that fucking
Read it.
global
Go ahead,
warming's
read
true,
it.
and you guys are fucking
1 second.
anti-dummies with
Dank,
it, right?
Dank, read the carbon cycle. I've already linked it.
Well,
read
okay,
it first.
But Venus
Yeah, I
doesn't
can.
have
Okay,
trees,
you want to fucking
therefore,
okay? Hold on. You want to
well,
fucking?
Venus
you
doesn't
want
have
to-
it. Venus doesn't have it.
Okay.
Venus
I need a
doesn't have it.
source for Venus not having trees.
Yeah,
If
can we-
something
All
about
right,
that.
enough,
No.
enough, enough,
not
enough
about
talking
that.
about fucking Venus, okay?
No,
or
it
Mercury,
comes back
or
to
whatever
global
fucking
warming.
planet.
Okay, no.
Jesus Christ.
It
It-
proves
it's about
that
establishing
that we have a CO2 problem and that the CO2 is causing the global warming. It's not a cycle. It's not whatever you guys are lying about. That's what it's about.
Yep.
All right, can we go
Yeah,
back
fun
to the
fact: we
foundation
have more trees than we ever had in the history of the world. By the way, you can check.
A source for that, please.
I'm
Right, can we
sourcing.
just
Check
go
the
back-
sources. Go ahead.
No,
I'm
read
not
the sources.
is there a source for your source?
Yeah, how do we
Okay,
trust
this guy's
It's
arguing
like some
bad
random
faith. He's a
third party.
retard. Okay, let's go. on.
Obviously, dude. Obviously, I'm mocking the way this Eric guy was asking for sources for basic shit that
Oh, I
everybody
know.
knows.
Wait,
Why?
snow slipped out? Shit.
He melted. No, that's the global
No, I-
warming, guys. They melted snow. Oh my god.
So, fun fact for you guys for the fucking sources before.
Yeah,
All
one
I'm
second.
seeing
And
is-
Dank, 1 second. Dank,
okay, cool,
question for
dude.
you. 1 second. Dank, with all due respect,
No, fucking eat my ass, dude. So, all I'm seeing in these articles that y'all posted before about the whole like, yeah, he's firing probationary people. It says he's firing employees. This is nothing about probationary. It says that's one of the things he's doing. I asked specifically before these fucking sources were posted. I asked, is that all he's doing? And you guys said yes.
Well, my shit won't go in the chat for some reason. I link it to the chat, and every time it just goes away. So I
Yeah,
don't know
because
why.
you have to be a certain level to link.
Okay,
stuff,
well, that's why.
'cause-
So I mean, I do have a
Yeah,
source.
people sometimes will
I'll
join
find
and just
it. Hang
like
on.
The
I'll
Federal
find it.
News-
Just delete it, I'll
stuff,
find
so-
it.
No, it's fine. Federal News Network is the site. It was
If you
6
want to
hours
send
ago.
it to me, I can post it for you.
Who said that?
I found it.
Jeda.
That's all right.
Okay, I got you.
Jeetle did.
Yep, I got you. Message.
I just don't grasp like
I
are
said to
we
you, brother.
kindergartens at this fucking point? It's like asking for a fucking source shouldn't be like 20 fucking minutes. People doing source.
No, for sure. But you should
It's
be able to
like-
supply the good. Like honestly, it's like if you're being in good faith and you really know what you're saying, you should be able to supply
Yes,
it. Yes.
it's not like I'm sitting here asking for a fucking source if water's wet.
Mm-hmm. No, I
At
get
the
that.
end of the day, it's like sure, maybe I should have seen this in a fucking news cycle, but at the end of the day, to me, it fucking claimed that all Musk is doing, 100% of what he's doing, to which was my question, and he said yes before he posted a source, is that he's firing probationary employees, and we should feel bad for those employees, supposedly.
And I don't. So
Why not?
I mean,
though?
I can't imagine there's a single fucking person on our side that actually feels bad for him. So,
But I mean, aren't they still human beings? Don't you care about what their livelihood and shit?
yes,
yeah, they can go find
100%.
good jobs though. They were federal workers. You know how like fucking good that looks
But-
on a resume and networking.
Well, it
That shit
depends on your
sucks.
job. Let's say you work in healthcare. I
The-
mean, unless you go back to like, I mean, like, what are you gonna go work in a hospital? That's not the same kind of job. Like, you know, they're not the
To be
same.
managerial, yeah.
Let me ask you this:
How many
if I feel bad
those
for somebody, does that mean they should get a job that's redundant?
That's redundant? Not
Mhm.
necessarily. No. If it's redundant, no.
Yeah, because I mean, one can imagine he doesn't get to cut people that are running the fucking nukes.
Oh, I think you should check the news cycle.
I mean, yeah, but
Uh,
I mean,
that's
the
funny
thing
you
is,
say
you
that.
should be able to. You should be able to share. You should be able to preface like why you're fired. Like you should be like, this is like the amount they bring in, the amount they take out, like or we spend on them. This is the net negative. This is exactly why we're cutting them. Like
I
you
mean,
you should
go-
be.
I think you'll
government
find a lot of
employees
people that
don't
think-
really make money, do they? Except
think-
for the IRS.
I think you'll find a
IRS
lot of
does make money, yeah.
people think that, like, in principle, the idea of cuts is not like no way, like it can never happen. It's never a good idea. But I think a lot of people just take issue with the fact there's no way that these cuts are going through the like correct amount of rigor to actually be targeting people that are redundant. Right? It's kind of just blanket, like, got entire agencies, and you can think those agencies are stupid, but there are
I
established
understand
like,
where you're coming
legal routes for how these cuts are done.
See,
And
I
it
understand where you're coming from, I really do.
It is constitutional, or it is pretty clear
like
that
except,
it's executive overreach to
except
doing it the way they're doing it.
There's been what 4 years of Biden and like how many fucking years of government overall where any agency that should have ever done this hasn't, and nobody has been in any fucking rush to make it.
What?
Okay,
Like,
but
the only
they have a
government
trifecta. Like we
agency
don't.
that
We're in the current day. Like I can definitely look back at the past and be like, well, you know, this administration did this wrong, or this administration didn't act quickly
Yeah.
enough on this. Like
I'm not
Obama
even saying
didn't
it's
pivot to
Biden.
China
I'm saying
probably
government has
as-
gotten bloated over like
and that
ever
may
since
be,
it's
and that may
great,
be, but
it was made.
But why is the argument then do blanket ill-informed, just fucking like gut everything you can as quickly as possible instead of saying, okay, guys, it's time to actually buckle down and like let's actually take a look.
I wouldn't even
like,
say that it's that he's cutting anything he wants out of that simple claim. Ultimately, I've sat around and watched like 200 fucking government committees. Like people come in and you'll have somebody sit down and they'll be like, yeah, so what did you spend, what did you, a fucking government agency that has nothing to do with like going fucking outside, spend $50 million on firewood, and then he spent the rest of the fucking hour and a half like lambasting that fucking person. Basically it ends with like, you've been a naughty boy, now we all go our separate ways. So if you want the government to sit down and try to keep check of itself, it won't. And even if it tries to, it'll go like through various like fucking parts of the government before anything even gets done.
Yeah, but see, I don't think the solution, like, okay, yeah, real problem, like that's bad. I don't think the solution to this is executive overreach. That's like explicitly unconstitutional.
Yep.
Like, if we can go back and forth, and I can agree on some level, right? Like I've been around government projects, not that much, admittedly, but you know, some of the waste is obvious. But that doesn't mean that I suddenly want the executive branch to just be able to put their hands in everything, fuck whatever the Constitution actually says, right?
Mm-hmm. Well, see, to me, an executive order is an overreach until
The Supreme
Congress
Court
and gone
rules
and
it
made
as
a
such.
law that either
Okay, but
opposes
then
it
what do
or
you-
goes in favor of it.
What do you
That's
make of
what
the
an
executive
order is
order where he
for.
said that it's purely within the executive branch's purview and the attorney general to interpret laws?
Yeah, that's
right?
crazy.
How is that not like? If the idea
mean-
is, an executive order isn't unconstitutional until the judiciary rules it as such, well,
Yes.
how do you feel about the fact that he's saying,
He's saying,
well,
"I
I'm not
can
going to
rule
listen
it."
to the fucking judiciary?
Right.
like, you know,
Yeah, he's
your
trying to be a
enforcement
king.
mechanism is trying to be broken.
He's trying to be a king. That's what he wants. He wants all the power in the executive, and that's not the way our system's ever meant to be.
The president is literally the executive branch. What
Yeah,
do
but
you
not all
mean
the
he don't want
power is supposed to be
He
there.
has all the power.
No, he doesn't.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
No, he
Yes,
doesn't.
we
It's
have
three
all
separate
three
branches that have
layers of
three separate
government.
equal
Yeah,
powers.
Yeah, the executive branch. He is the executive branch. He
Okay,
has all
so
the power in the
now he gets to
executive
rule the
branch, which
judicial
he is
branch
the
now
executive
with
branch.
that ruling that he's talking about.
Logging.
See,
Yes,
all-
then
all the
what you said
power
earlier
isn't
is
there.
incorrect. Earlier you said he wants all the power in the executive branch. He does have.
he
the
does.
power
He's
in
trying to
the
take. He's trying to take the
No, no,
judicial
no, no,
power
you're-
from the judicial and put it in the
Yeah,
executive.
you're-
That is literally taking the power away from the other branches. Do you not think with your brain?
No. Wait.
Cool, don't
So-
care.
No, Splash. I don't.
So
I
wait.
don't think. I don't
You-
understand if you're just deliberately misunderstanding. But I
No,
think it's
because
pretty
earlier
obvious,
he
like-
said
No, and I understand
he
earlier-
wants all
okay,
the power
actually,
in
he
the
does.
executive branch. I was making
He's
sure,
taking
like,
it. Yeah, in the
Instead of
judicial right
talking
now.
over
He
her,
hasn't,
maybe
though.
let
He-
her
he-
say her
He just
thing.
did. He just
parsing-
literally tried to
you're
right
parsing-
now.
No.
Okay,
no.
Dank,
I
Dank,
think I understand the
Dank, your
misunderstanding.
wording,
I think I know the
your
misunderstanding.
wording was whack
Not
because
at all.
you said he wants all the power
Yeah, he
in
does.
the executive branch.
He does.
In
You're
a
parsing
sense,
this-
And
what
he's
it sounded
starting
like,
with the
though,
judicial,
Parsing the
correct?
sentence
No,
wrong.
but what it sounded like was you making it sound like he doesn't have the power of the executive branch.
I'm sorry, no one
but
else
he's the
interpreted it
executive.
like
Yeah,
that.
no one else
You're parsing
besides
the
dum-dums
no
like
one
you
else
said
Sorry,
that.
we
It's
had
not
an
like that.
idiot in like a chat like 2 hours ago who interpreted it that way, and it was
Well, they're
fucking
stupid too.
Okay,
What's
well,
the
Wow,
point?
now
crazy
you're the
as shit,
idiot in
Dank.
the chat
Okay,
that's
they're
interpreted
stupid
it.
too.
Wow, and I just was like, wait, war flashbacks.
Okay. Well, nobody else. I don't think anyone thought like that. But yeah, he's trying to take all the power. Do you not agree that him
No,
having
he's
an
not.
executive order?
No, he's not.
Even if he was, I wouldn't care.
I know that's the problem with you guys. You guys want a
Bit of a
king.
mask
That's
off
silly.
moment.
Why do you
I don't
want
want
a
a
king?
king.
How
I
can
just
we
don't
want
really
a
care.
king if we want less government over?
Because you want all the government
That's
to
like
be
the
into one
opposite.
person that is a king. That is exactly
no,
what
we
you
want less
No.
government in general.
Oh, and then how do you? So you
You
have
do
less. So you can have
realize-
less government around him, and the president has all the power. What do you call that?
Dank.
He's
You
literally
do
getting rid
realize
of
that
his
when we
power,
reach
but-
2028, right, a lot of us are going to vote Vance, right? I can't speak for everyone.
I
I'm
bet
going
I bet
to.
a lot of you guys will probably vote for Trump Jr. when he runs. Honestly, that'd be my guess.
No, well, only
Yep.
if he like. So I will be really frustrated with Trump if he like tries to push Trump Jr. because I think Vance is just the pick
Yeah,
for
we
the
might
next
not.
one.
I don't think another Bush or like
like how
Kennedy
the
thing will do us
conversation
some
shifted.
good.
Sure, I know it always does.
I never. I mean, I'm new to the conversation.
That's all
I
right,
don't.
me too.
It's
I don't
okay,
talk
dude.
about nerd shit, right?
Mhm.
But look, when it comes to like the Trump thing, I would only vote for him if like Trump endorses him and it seems like that's the only route we're going, right? I wouldn't be happy about it.
I mean, what about like the
At the
Tennessee
moment,
guy trying to have a
Junior's-
third term? He's trying to make the terms longer or more, adding a third and fourth term.
You mean
There's
one
governors
fucking
doing that right
senator
now.
made
So, I
some
mean,
don't agree with that
obscure
either.
fucking comment?
what?
I mean, I
One
think
fucking senator made a fucking obscure comment.
it is absurd, but I mean, Trump said in the past, that,
Yes.
like, oh, maybe I'll need 3. Like, we can go
I
back
think
and
he's
forth
just
about it. if he's
trolling. You
trolling or
do-
not.
No, I'm not
Yeah,
trolling
yeah,
at all,
yeah,
bro.
no,
he's
and I know
trolling,
that that's the
clearly.
response,
No,
but like,
he
I don't
is.
It's
think
a
I'm not trolling
non-discussion.
one bit.
I don't think it's like
You guys don't
Okay.
see a problem with the executive orders where he's literally trying to take power from other parts of the government and put it into the executive and not realize
Who cited?
what?
Which executive order?
How about the birthright
Why don't you
citizenship?
isolate
How
from my
about like
comment?
one he just mentioned? That's the big one because he's literally taking power from the judicial and saying he's the judicial, him and his AG. That is horrible.
I'd like to once again, not trying to be facetious, to send me the order you're referring to.
The last one,
I'll read it.
I
I'll
know, I
actually
got
read
you.
it.
Hold
Yeah, like
on.
what's it
Like I did
called?
with the
Like,
articles.
hold
I sat there
on.
quietly fucking read it for 20 minutes
No,
while
I
you
got
all
you.
was there going source.
Hold on, Trump executive orders today. Claims power over no. This independent agencies, right? No.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on.
I'm eating ice cream.
What kind?
Chocolate.
Like,
good choice.
it's a solid choice.
I mean,
Yeah,
I do kind of want to say one thing about though Trump's just joking. Like, I definitely think he likes to do that, but
Oh
his
yeah,
jokes
because he
have a
knows
tendency
everyone
to
is like.
but his jokes have a
leaning in.
tendency to become actual policy. So I think it's
Yeah.
it's not completely unreasonable for people to be like, is he really joking?
Dude, when
'Cause
is he ever
I think
joking?
that
And I sent it to you.
yeah,
bro.
dude, like I actually would like to see some examples of when he's been joking. 'cause
Yeah, you guys all say
I
it's
don't know.
jokes, but then it all happens, and you guys go, oh, lol, lol. Like Project 2025 was fake the whole time, except his whole cabinet's all Project 2025 people. So obviously, it was
Yeah.
he was lying the
And
whole
I
time,
He
right?
knows that, by the way.
I mean, I don't know how this is going to play, but I'm Canadian, and I think we can say pretty like easily that he's not really joking about Canada.
Yeah.
I, for one, would love him to
He
be
super is. We don't want Canada.
No,
you guys
dude,
would vote
dude,
blue.
dude,
We'd
no,
never
that's
win
not
an
You
the
guys
election
keep
sources.
with Tim
again.
Hortons in your hockey.
Trust
it's
me,
okay.
trust me.
You're
Trust me, he is
actually
not
delusional
fucking
if you,
joking.
if you
Okay.
think we actually want Canada.
So is he
Listen,
lying
just
about
don't
Greenland and
boo our
Panama?
national
Is he
anthem
lying about
again, and
Gaza?
you'll
Yeah.
be cool. Otherwise, we'll kick your ass again in a
Is he
fucking
lying
game.
about Gaza?
True.
Is he
And in
lying
the first
about
9
Gaza?
seconds of the game with 3 fights.
Real quick, we did get sidetracked. Dank, are you still looking for your source?
No,
Yeah, he
I
sent
sent
it
it
to Eric, I
to
think.
dude. I can't go in the chat or in the main, so I sent it to the cat dude,
Eric.
Okay.
Eric. Yeah,
What?
I sent you my evidence
Just
for
let
the
me
Trump signing up,
because I mean,
declaring only
I
president and
couldn't
AG
find
can
it. If
interpret
it goes
U.S.
on the survey,
laws.
gets the lead. I can still find it.
He says he direct messaged it.
Yeah, DM
Okay, I
you.
can.
Sounds like it.
I'll read it. Hang on.
Yeah, because I'm saying
I'll
I can't.
just sit
do
there
it.
quietly and read it.
No, I got you. I'm just saying, like, and you guys act like it's not a big deal that he's trying to make it where he interprets the law. Isn't it weird that like, he's the first president to have presidential? Oh, I guess Biden technically did too, but no. But presidential immunity, that was never a thing. Because if it was, then why the fuck did
Biden
Ford
started it.
What?
Biden started it.
Is that a
Next
defense for
topic.
it?
How the yeah?
Next topic.
Like, is that? Do you think it's good then? Like, or do you think it's bad? Like, what does that mean?
I'm indifferent to
Biden
it.
isn't
I don't like
God,
how
like-
Biden
like-
did it, but he set the precedent, so now Trump can do whatever he likes with
How
it.
did Biden?
Yeah, what do
it?
you think about that? What do you think about that? Like, do you think that's a good thing?
I just answered you. I'm not repeating myself.
Damn, he ain't repeating himself. Is this the Skybox guy?
Hey, dude, what's up?
I
Wait,
wouldn't-
Jadal. I'm doing good. Your accent went away for a second there.
Yes, I can do a American accent.
Neat. Well, anyway.
I used to
How
live
did
in
Biden
America.
do it? Anyways, that makes no goddamn sense. It was Trump in his fucking January 6th
Were
and his
you,
Mar-a-Lago
like,
cases that
taking that
did that wasn't had nothing to do with Biden.
Well,
so
I mean,
how are you blaming
you
Biden?
see-
Were you
see,
taking a
Biden
nap
had
the
complete
last
control
days
over
of
the
his
judiciary, so he
presidency?
just
What about
declared
his
the
last
law
days
that-
of his presidency?
Never
Tell
mind.
me about it, sir.
You know how I don't remember the exact number, but the unprecedented number of people he pardoned at a federal
Are we
level.
gonna really
Talking
bring up
about the
fucking
pardon
pardons,
power.
bro?
We're talking about presidential immunity.
I know, right? Even if we can go
Oh
down
my
that
God.
road too, but either way, how did Biden make presidential immunity? Tell me, explain to me, sir. Give me the details.
Well, if there's a difference, can you clarify that?
I did. Trump versus Trump's Mar-a-Lago
Do it
case
again.
and Trump's fucking January 6th case. He says, I can't be charged for crimes. You can either give me presidential immunity, and the fucking whatever Supreme Court gave it to him. He started it all. He's the guy that did
Okay.
it.
It
So
was
now he has
literally,
presidential
like,
immunity,
Supreme
right?
Court
That's kingship, right? Like all these things that he does are literally just
Is
for
it?
him. Yeah.
I think it's relatively reasonable. Hold on. I think it's pretty well. Okay. I'm genuinely curious. How much do you actually know about monarchies, right? Because you guys bring up the king thing a lot. Like, if you're referencing
studied
a
some,
very
European
specific,
history.
yeah, hold on. If you're referencing a very specific political framework, like you need to relate to me how this is king-like. Secondly, I think it makes complete sense for an executive branch of the government to not be charged for petty crimes, especially
Petty
from
crimes?
our point of view. Obviously, you guys are going to disagree with this.
Mhm.
A state or the other side of the aisle are able to do like a two-tier justice system and pick apart like, ooh, you took these documents no one gives a shit about and brought them to Mar-a-Lago. Ooh, you're a monster, whatever. And all these other cases.
Those are nuclear plans. He was talking about plans to go to war with Iran in those fucking plans. So no, they weren't just fucking willy-nilly any plans.
Yeah.
So A,
I don't
B,
care.
the other one's January
It doesn't
6th,
like you
which
robbed
is one of the fucking
7-Eleven.
biggest things in the world, and you act like it's no big deal.
No, it wasn't.
Oh,
January
okay.
6th was pretty
What about
based,
seven
so I
fake
don't
slates
care.
of electors?
What?
What about 7 fake slates of electors and people hiding in fucking closets till they close the capitals so they can
7.
sign illegal papers? What about that? Is that no big deal?
I don't even know what you're
Exactly.
I
You don't know
even what
shit, and you're trying to make a
It's
big
part of the
fucking deal. That's the
issue.
point. You're a retard, and you act like you know shit, especially about
And
January
guess what?
6th.
I'm the electorate. So what are you going to do
Yeah.
about it?
You're an electorate. I bet you are, buddy.
I am. I'm a citizen of the United States.
Okay.
Cry about it.
And you're a retard. What's the point? Retards can vote. Yeah, cool.
And this retard voted for the guy that you're seething
Exactly. Guess what? You know who else votes for him? All the flat earthers. Congratulations. Have fun with that.
My
Every
political
flat
beliefs
earther
are
votes
what
for him
make you
too.
angry. I don't care
about. You
about.
do
like,
realize
anything,
that
actually.
I don't mind flat earthers. I don't
I know
subscribe
you do,
to
'cause you're
that
one of 'em,
belief
probably.
system, but I literally don't give a shit. If you believe the earth is flat, go ham.
Uh-huh.
It's a free country.
Exactly, but you guys are retards, right?
I mean, everyone is to some extent.
Sure. Are flat earthers the worst? The dumbest of the dumb, right?
How is it any different from Christianity or Islam or
That's
any
pretty
other belief
fucking close. Yeah,
system?
they're up there. They are retarded too. I'm not saying they
I
aren't.
think a lot of Christians.
So then
would
why
probably
did you
take
bring it
issue
to
with,
flat Earth? Hold on. Why
Because
did you bring
flat
it to
Earth
flat
literally
Earth
have to believe in
instead of
every
theism?
Is the moon landing fake too?
Sorry, I made the discussion retarded, Eric.
So,
Did you
No.
want to?
It's because you fucking act like January 6th no big deal, and you know nothing about it.
It's not.
You know nothing about it. How can you say it's not a big deal when you know nothing about it? How can you have such high conviction for something you don't know?
It seemed cool. It seemed cinematic.
No.
I truly don't
How can you
care.
have such high conviction about something you know nothing about?
I know enough that
You
like,
know nothing,
some
sir.
police
You know
officers were
nothing. You
attacked,
don't know
and
about the 7 fake slates of electors, so you know nothing. You know
I
nothing.
can't be bothered to care, dude.
You know nothing about this, and you have high convictions. And I'm asking you why you have high convictions about something you know nothing about.
If you didn't
Once
feel that,
again,
No, I'm asking why do you have
I
high
hope you guys
convictions for
started
something you know nothing
125.
about? That is a question.
I don't know.
Exactly, you don't know because
I mean, I don't know how to answer it.
because there is no answer because you're just bullshitting.
What's up, Eric? No, I'm not.
I
I'm
Yes,
just
do like the
talking.
notion that the left would go, so you guys voted for this guy, so you're all retarded, because they'll just keep winning its elections.
Sure. No, my problem
That's
is
not
is
a
that
good
no, my
attitude
problem
to
is that you have
have.
high convictions for something you know nothing about. That is the issue.
You
That
keep
is
saying
literally
high
the issue.
convictions. What are-
If I say that I
what
know 100% sure of
convictions do I
something
have?
and I literally know nothing about it, that is a fucking lie and a scummiest thing you could do.
I know how I feel about it. Though.
I don't care about feelings. I'm asking you what you know.
I do.
Fuck your feelings. What happened to the people that said facts over feelings? Why do you guys always feelings over facts now? What the fuck happened to y'all?
I don't know.
Exactly. You don't know. My point exactly.
Well-
My point exactly. You know nothing.
Are you okay, bro?
he's really not. Like, he's really coping hard.
Oh, yeah.
I feel bad.
No, because
It's
it's silly
fine.
that you guys have 100% conviction for shit you don't know, and that bothers me.
Dude,
It should bother
anytime
everybody.
someone
Whoa, whoa,
disagrees with
whoa,
you, you
whoa,
just
whoa,
call
whoa,
them
No, because-
retarded, and like
because
that's
I
just-
actually come
To be
facts.
fair,
just
like
ain't
no, he
cool, bro.
didn't. He
You
only
wait,
did that
hold
to
on,
Pixie.
really quick,
Dude,
guys.
It's real
I am
bad.
really quick. I am the only person who has made the arguments that I have made. Eric is probably pissed at me because I've taken it in a retarded direction. I'm not speaking for
I
Splash
don't
here.
really care.
I am speaking for myself here
I
right
am,
now.
and I'm only talking to you.
I'm
I'm
the
not talking to everyone
delusional
else.
monkey who doesn't know anything. I'm not your typical Trump supporter, or maybe I am. But at the end of the day, I am.
Yeah, you vote and
These are
know
my set of
nothing,
beliefs.
and you have high convictions. You are exactly most typical Trump supporters.
Dude, I'm sure that in your ideal reality, I would be lined up to a wall and
No,
shot.
I
Like,
wouldn't.
I
I
get
don't
it.
want to
I
violence
get
to
that
nobody,
makes
bro.
you
I'm
really
not
mad.
stupid like that, dude. I'm not one of those people. I'm not a far left fucking retard either. No. But I do want you
Okay.
to fucking start having high convictions for things you actually know, and have low convictions for things you don't know. You should start thinking like that.
Or literally any conviction whatsoever.
Yes, that's the,
After
whole
the
po- that's the idea.
justice system that
A
we've
little bit
had
of
for the
integrity
past
would be
8 years,
go a long
I'm
way.
not.
It goes back
my
to when he was
principles
talking
have gone
about
out the
when
window.
dude was talking about having good faith. How are you going to be talking in good faith when you don't know the topic and then you act like that you know what you're doing?
When
And
did
you're
I-
lying to
when
people.
did I
If
demand
anyone's
you be good
listening in the
faith?
world, they hear you lying.
He's not talking about you. He's talking about in general.
my
Like,
bad.
If you're not,
Yeah.
if you're not committed to like any aspect of truth or learning or anything like that, like you're just
I'm not.
a very serious person.
Yeah, it's just then why are you in here talking about stuff you don't know nothing about? That's the whole idea. Like, why don't you let the grown-ups talk?
It's more like a social thing.
Yeah, I understand that.
Than like a,
Either way.
That's totally fine. But there's probably other chat rooms where it's
So,
not.
pardons.
Yeah, you can just go to like a gaming server, like a normal person.
or I can be here.
You can, of course.
True.
Nobody's saying you can't, but I'm
So-
saying that you should be clowned if you have if you have high
Let's-
convictions for
Let's
stuff
let
you don't
Eric
know.
back into the discussion.
People should not be allowed to fucking have high convictions for no knowledge. You should have the
Cool.
high.
Not
You
be
should,
allowed
you should
to
match
talk
your,
about the pardons
it
or
should
no?
match your knowledge.
Eric, what's up?
We wanted to talk about the pardons.
It's actually not what we were
Oh,
talking
the
about.
part I
originally.
could
We
talk
were
about the.
talking
You're gonna,
presidential
I'm
power.
saying you brought no. He brought the.
Hang the fuck on.
Yep.
All you guys have been able to say for like the last fucking 15 minutes is like, yeah, you don't have any fucking conviction. Okay, cool.
Mhm.
So if that's all you want to talk about, then I'm moving on to fucking pardons. How about that?
Good.
Okay, but how if I have any influence on the topic, how about we talk about what we were originally talking about, presidential immunity?
Well, then you
Before-
had
before the-
fucking
before the
15 minutes to
conversation.
do so, but you just want to
No,
fucking
no.
on
I
tonight.
think no, dude. Like the reason that we're talking about pardons is because Pigsy thought that pardons and presidential immunity were the same topic.
I thought
That's
you
the
just
only
literally
reason
said
this even
15
came up.
seconds ago that you weren't talking about pardons.
Yeah, we weren't. We weren't talking about pardons until Pigsy thought that pardons were presidential immunity. We were talking about presidential immunity. That was the topic.
That was originally topic.
Okay.
I should maybe change my username.
Yeah, why did you change your username, Skybox?
Yeah, I
it
actually
was
had to
like a
click on it
meme.
and figure out who you were.
I was pressured into doing it.
By who?
Don't be pressured by nobody.
It's
Hold on.
Skybox.
Yeah, just call me Skybox. Pigsy's a different guy. Anyway,
That's the evil twin.
continue.
It's Pigsy.
Presidential immunity. Is it bad? Anyone?
I mean,
I think it's horrible.
it's been
I think it's pretty bad too.
no, it's been understood by all sides for how fucking long that you just don't go after a fucking president criminal because once that door is swung open, then yeah, you're gonna be having people doing that all the time.
But should they be liable?
Basically.
Like should they be like in theory, right? Let's say hypothetically a
I mean,
president
just
had.
answered
Let's
like
say
the
let's say
Supreme-
hypothetically. Let me lay out the
Okay.
hypothetical. Let's say
There's
hypothetically.
no hypothetical where it'd be okay though.
What?
Like fundamentally.
Let's say
much
that
like the
hypothetically
Supreme Court
a
stated,
former
okay,
president
well, whatever, I
kept
guess.
classified documents in an unsecured location, was asked for them back, and then refused to comply with that.
So you didn't actually
Why
want
should
to
I
like
care?
you just wanted to claim that the fucking immunity is blanket immunity, and then you just wanted to move on.
Well, no, but that immunity was
'Cause
used
it's
to
not.
dismiss a federal case on that topic. So should a president have immunity in that case, in your opinion? Because I actually like agree on some level that
I'm
president
not
should
a
have immunity
fucking
for certain
legal
acts.
scholar, but at the end of the day, if you're coming along and saying that he's got a president's got blanket immunity, that's just straight up false.
And I don't believe that because the precedent set was that for official acts. But the thing is, when you say official acts and then you don't define what an official act is, you're just kicking the can down the road, right?
It's broad.
It is broad, and it's deliberately so. Like that is an intentional decision to keep it that way, right? Like that they didn't do that unintentionally.
In that case, you're free to have somebody fucking try to charge him for it, and then you can see if the fucking attorney's going to narrow out that is something that's covered or not.
Right, but realize that one of
What's
the
the problem with
official, at least my understanding, I mean, maybe correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding is that precedent of presidential immunity in the case of official acts was used to dismiss the federal case against him with relation to the classified documents he was keeping at Mar-a-Lago, right? So apparently keeping
I do not
classified
documents,
documents.
but I'll look into it. Hang on.
Yeah, but what I guess what I'm saying is like my understanding of the situation is that, well, in principle, I like the idea that the president should be immune for official acts. The precedent is such that an official act is interpreted as keeping classified documents at Mar-a-Lago, which in my opinion is definitely not something I would want the president to be covered for, right?
I mean, to my knowledge, they were declassified before they went there as well. So
They were never declassified.
I guess that is kind of a crux of the debate, but I don't think him just saying they were declassified is really good enough evidence, especially if the FBI clearly believed that they were not and requested them back. Like, had he just requested, or had he just complied?
I just find it really convenient that you just go out of your way to trust the FBI.
Why wouldn't you?
Let me put it this.
Why
Let me put
would you?
Eric's point that he just made a different way. Why should I care that some declassified information that I have nothing to do with, and we're already seeing that, like, information that's been classified, right? There's no real reason for it to be classified a lot of the times. And in fact, it actually covers corruption a good amount of the time. Why should I care? Why is this the hill you guys
But
are
these
dying
ones
on?
were about Iran. These
exactly.
documents were about Iran and going to
Those
war
are
with them.
defense documents.
Those are
Yeah,
not the
those-
same
those
as
are-
fucking
those are-
what you're talking about.
Like,
Apples
like
and oranges.
I can in principle concede that maybe some things are overclassified. Like, I'm sure that's a thing, right? Because at the end of the day, at least how it works in the Canadian government is it's a bureaucrat who is designating the classification of a document. They can say it's like this level of classification, and I'm sure at sometimes that people are probably classifying things a little higher than they need to, right? So in principle, I can agree that yeah, sure, but the documents that we're talking about were like defense documents and war plans, and you think that that's just like, oh well, you know,
no big deal.
Why does national security
once
affect me?
again-
It's like you're lucky national security.
By the way,
doesn't
not
affect
to
you.
play the
but shit like this is
whataboutism.
why it doesn't, right? Like
Not to play
having
about.
these- Go ahead.
Not to play a whataboutism, but I just wanted to interject real quick. This exact same issue happened with Biden as well, with the whole Corvette garage.
You want to know the big
ordeal.
differences?
So it's-
You want to know what the big
Well,
difference
hold
is?
on a sec. I wasn't done.
No, I got you. No, you let him finish.
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, the same thing happened with Biden with the whole garage and Corvette issue. It becomes a contentious talking point that's weaponized politically.
Okay,
That's essentially what it is.
You ready for the difference? When the
there we
FBI and everybody told Biden about them, he gave them up within like the next month. Trump moved his boxes around for a year and hid them and hid them and hid them and hid them until they fucking went into his fucking house and broke down the door. There's a big difference, correct?
Wait,
I don't think either. Here's the thing.
No. I want to know: is there a difference between those two stories?
I'm asking you, where
you provide
is
the source?
them part coming from?
What?
Dank.
What up?
I'll
You
let
said
Eric
hid
go.
them.
My bad.
You're asking for a source for what I just said?
For hiding them, yes.
From Trump hiding
You
them?
can claim that he moved them around, but you said he was hiding them.
Why would you move them around every time they call you? Say, hey man, you should bring these around, and then you
Do
move
you
the
have a
boxes
source
again.
or not?
Move
you have a
them
source or
every-
not?
Okay,
now you're just moving from one
Doesn't he
unclaimed
have
point to
2
another one.
homes or more than that? He lives in Trump Tower, but then he also lives in Mar-a-Lago.
I mean, I would argue, why does he have to
And
bring
he
the
moved
now
during
you're-
his
if he's
4 years
moving
of
them,
in
but
between.
To be clear,
I know
my
you're the source,
claim
big boy.
is-
Hey, no. How about this? Why is it that all of his people are getting fired or getting charged for all of his employees at his work for moving the boxes
What?
around? All of his people that
Literally
work there.
irrelevant. Do you have a source or not?
Yes, I do, motherfucker. Jeez, you think I don't
Get
come
it.
with the goods? Dude, unlike you guys, I can source my shit.
We've gone from like he's
I've
hiding
been pretty
them to
transparent
he's
that I
moving
don't know what I'm
anytime
talking
he picks
about.
up
I
the
know,
phone.
so I don't know why you're talking. Then shut the fuck up. Let the big kids talk. Let the
Okay.
adults talk that actually know what they're talking about. You can sit back and
Are
listen.
you getting your source?
I
or-
sent it to Eric
He's
again,
just
bro. I can't do it in chat. Remember, bro? We talked
How
about
about
this.
you post it to the side chat? Why are you posting it just to Eric? Why are you leaving all of us out?
I can make it so you can post it inside chat.
I'm saying I
Yeah,
can't.
give him the level.
I'm saying if I
I'll do
could, I
that.
would. I
I'll
tried
do
to. I
that.
already
Hang on.
told you, but you weren't around. I'm assuming.
My bad.
No, you're
I'll
all
be good
good.
faith and
I'll
actually
fix it.
concede that point. I'm sorry about that.
No, it's all good. I'm saying like
There
we
you go.
already talked
Now
about
you can
this.
post it inside chat.
I got you.
Should be able to.
Well, I'll tell you right now.
Notice how Skybox does that without
There you
calling
go.
you a fucking
you
retard. You
go.
should like learn from him.
Sure, but the difference is every time you guys ask me for shit, I know what my source is, and you guys fucking don't. He doesn't. He
Washington
can sit back and
Post
listen. If you
shit.
don't know something, then
I've
don't talk.
No, this
I
is
wasn't
football.
talking about sources. I was talking about your attitude towards him. It's
I
very,
understand,
like,
but
bad,
guess
and
what?
you
I
should
also
chill
know
out.
when people are talking and I don't know nothing about it. I know to be
sadly
quiet.
can't
I
read
think
this.
I think it's pretty obvious that Skybox was the one that established that kind of like dynamic.
Did
Like,
I? I don't
No,
think so.
Skybox
Suspicious,
joined
but
way late.
I think
cannot
he
read
was.
his article.
Look, I'm not that bothered about decorum. It's fine. We can keep moving. So
Look,
okay,
all I'm
let's
saying
look at
is I appreciate you. I appreciate you providing the source if you have it. I think that's great. I think that's honest. But what I'm getting at, the crux of my argument here is both parties throughout history have had this ordeal. This isn't the first time, it won't be the last time that we see this from both sides. It's weaponized as a political it's just political rhetoric. It's just an argumentative, contentious talking point that's weaponized against each other. It's stupid. Most of the time they're declassified. Most of the time there's a context of why that person has those things. It's not just him just hoarding documents for no reason, whether it's Biden or Trump or
But his
whoever
was.
it is. There's
His
Yeah,
was.
he-
I'm
like,
saying he got asked by the DOJ and these people for a year. I'm saying that's the
If I
difference.
can briefly add on to what
Biden
Alex was
asked. They asked
saying.
Biden, and he gave him the goods. You don't see a difference between these two interactions. Are these exactly the same to you? Exactly one for
Right.
one.
Hold on.
No,
If
I'm
I
not saying
may.
that they're the same, bro. But what I am saying is that there's
Well,
similarities
CNN
where
article,
they
let's
both
go.
have the documents where really shouldn't be keeping them at their homes.
Yeah, most
True,
time
and one, when asked, gave them back. The other,
What I will
didn't.
say though
that's
is
that adds
that-
intense. That's mens rea.
I would like to see Biden, like, not even charged, but I don't know. I'd like to see him accountable to some things that he's done, right? But not this particular thing that he apparently did similar to or not as bad. Like, if this were flipped and this was Biden being held accountable for this, I wouldn't give a shit about that either. And I'd just be like, look, just drop it. Like, it's fine. It's not that big of a deal.
Yeah, but that's a problem. We shouldn't think
And I
that
hate
way.
Biden. I am not a big fan of him.
I mean, I don't think that the president should also just be able to tell people to not prosecute something, but that's
Yeah.
I guess a separate discussion.
Okay,
Like,
but
if-
I don't
If
care
Biden
about
was being
the.
prosecuted, if Biden was being prosecuted for something he did, I don't think it would be a good thing if Trump was just like, well, actually, don't do that.
Like,
But
Mayor
if
Adams.
Biden had declassified documents at his house that he had already declassified or whatever the story is, right? I would not care that much and I wouldn't want to see that prosecuted. That's our tax dollars going to that waste. I wouldn't
Now,
care.
if there were nuclear
Not even
plans,
a
would
little.
you?
Yeah, I guess
No.
it really depends on the content of the document.
That's what I'm saying. If there are nuclear plans, would you want Biden or whoever, President Bush, you want plans that he has in his office? Nuclear plans?
How do I put this? Again, I think Alex put it best where like this is like a very politically emotionally charged like language that you guys are using, it being nuclear codes or whatever.
But his was.
I don't know
His
even
was
what
a plan
nuclear
with
codes
Iran.
are, right?
Like, yeah, we're trying to establish like a
What
principle.
okay,
Like,
what's the
if you say like
significance
it's just
of hold on.
I'm-
What's the significance of it being Iran? Like what who does that endanger? Like what
Because
is
that's
this
our
about?
whole Middle East policy. Do you think that's not a big deal? If we go to war with Iran or plan to do anything with them?
What
okay,
could
Dank,
that okay,
Dank,
so
have you ever held a secret clearance? Have you ever had a job that you've had to hold a secret clearance?
Oh my
No.
Lord.
Okay, so there's a thing called a need to know,
Mhm.
right? So when we talk about like the commander in chief, who's at the highest level of governance,
Yep.
and he just so happens to have documents in his home or his domicile, whatever you want to call it,
Mhm.
and these could be declassified or they could be a combination of declassified or classified documents.
Mhm.
Sometimes things happen, right?
Yep.
All I'm saying is like these conversations are so beyond dumb for everyday Americans to be talking about. They mean almost nothing because there's typically always a context as to why he had those documents, and it's almost impossible to not there be some sort of contamination. You look at Hillary Clinton. Remember the emails, the scrubbing, the 30,000 fucking classified emails. I mean, they threw that under the fucking rug. So I'm just saying, it's like,
yeah, that's corrupt. I would call that corrupt too. I would mean,
there's just so many there's so many events that this has happened that it's almost like silly to talk about it. Like it's bound to happen. It's part of the.
It's two-tiered.
I understand that, but this all leads to him being presidentially immune. This is the case this and Jan 6 are the reasons why he got presidential. He was so guilty that he had to ask for presidential immunity, which is a made-up thing just for him. Because if it was never made up, then why did President Ford pardon motherfucking Nixon? If it was always known that presidents are immune, there's a reason why he had to be pardoned. Correct?
Everyone assumed everyone assumed that the president was liable for crimes. That's why they pardoned him.
Exactly. I'm saying, like, you guys act like this has always been the precedent. It's never been the precedent. It's literally never been the precedent in American history until 2022.
Yeah, and that was Biden.
It wasn't Biden. What do you mean Biden? Biden was it Biden versus the United States of America or this? No, it was Trump versus the United States of America. It was Trump's problem, not Biden. I don't know how you keep blaming Biden.
Separation of powers, judiciary.
Exactly.
Is your claim that January 6th would have gone somewhere?
January 6th is the worst thing ever in
it's
recent
not.
history. Yeah, no, you don't know nothing. So stop talking, please. Let the adults talk.
It's worse than the Holocaust.
No, I said recent. No.
Yeah, I think he's being.
No, you didn't say recent. But
I did say recent.
He did.
Like I said, 7 fake slates of electors. Do you think that having 7 fake slates of electors?
Hey, how about we take it away from literally the worst thing and say pretty bad? Can we can you concede that it's pretty bad?
It's like not Gucci, bro.
Yeah,
not Gucci.
I can concede it's pretty bad. That's fine. I don't care about that. I don't necessarily think Trump is responsible for it, but yeah, January 6th was not ideal.
What about 7 fake slates of electors?
Again, I'm not familiar with what that was.
Need to prove that Trump is responsible for it.
Who? What do you mean? How do you gotta? Oh my god.
Yes. You can't just respond
really
to
want
this.
fucking
Okay, actually, I would just say that was kind of the topic of the case, and clearly they thought he was responsible, which is why he needed the immunity.
I mean, who thought he was responsible?
Him.
January
That's why he
6th.
seeked the immunity.
Exactly.
If January 6th was as bad as it was, hold on.
His argument wasn't
My
I
bad.
didn't do it. His argument was
I need presidential
I'm
immunity.
not liable for it.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. He doesn't even contest these things, and you guys are arguing for him. How do you argue for something that doesn't contest it?
January 6th is like, it's the result of Trump and the way he speaks, in the sort of rhetoric and his cadence and the way he speaks, where it's like I caught up with him
from him.
And
lying.
I'm not saying he necessarily. So here's the thing, right? It's like there's a fine line between inciting a resurrection and just being absolutely fucking careless with your words. Where he said, what was that moment where he was like, stand down and stand by?
Yeah, the
that
Proud
type
Boys?
of shit
Yeah.
is so fucking dangerous to say that, like
to a Nazi group.
He just
And
just
then-
lets it roll off his tongue. And like, here's the thing: it's like I can deal. I'm not a Trump guy. I'm a moderate conservative.
No, that's cool.
But I did vote for him for my own reasons. But I can deal with someone who's crass. I can deal with someone who's a little bit loosey goosey with the way they talk. Maybe he's a little bit cocky or whatever. But he is just so careless with his wording that. And the ironic thing is, Trump can be. I believe he can be an effective leader, and he can have good foreign policy. He can perhaps have economic policies that can better people. But the issue with it is he's not a diplomat. He's not a good representation of who America or what America is. And unfortunately, that's part of the job too, right? You have to be a diplomat. You have to be a statesman. And those two things he's not.
I completely disagree with that. Like, wait, okay. What if I may,
you think
Alex?
Trump
and we
is
are
a diplomat and statesman?
Yeah, I think that he's fine at those. So really quick, in your mind, what is a good diplomat, right? Can you articulate that? What values do you have for that role?
Well, I've never really thought about that. I would say that a good diplomat is someone who is able to represent their country in a way that is respectable and shows that he's acting in goodwill of his country and isn't acting out of self-interest.
Let me ask you something quick though. You said the stand back, stand by is really bad, right? Or whatever you want to say. Do you know who the first people to break into the Capitol were? Do you know who the first person was and who the first people were?
You tell me.
Dominic Pizzola, one of the leaders of the Proud Boys, the people they said stand back and stand by. Isn't it ironic that that happened, right? And that means nothing, right?
Well, that's what I'm saying, man. It's like this guy is completely careless with his wording, and
I think
like
no.
I don't understand how at this point you can still attribute it to carelessness, though.
That's what I'm saying. Like that's
I
my whole point.
Fundamental disconnect. Like this is the disconnect.
Okay.
Like, I'm sorry, but how?
So you're saying it's
that?
malicious and is intentional?
Well,
like I mean, I'm not gonna say everything he does is intentional because obviously he does play like pretty fast and loose. Like, but I think like he kind of knew what he was doing, right? Like maybe he didn't specifically know like every single detail, but he had an idea in his mind that I'm gonna embolden these protesters, and he did that.
Yeah, he riled them up, and what was he
lie,
riling them up
I'll
for?
concede that.
What was?
I do think that
what
there
were
is
they
some
protesting?
element of him doing that. I won't even lie, but I don't care.
Okay, I don't care about you. You don't know nothing, bro. The other guy.
Too bad. I'm in serious
what were
debate,
they there
so
to
you gotta
protest?
acknowledge me.
What were they there to protest?
The results of the election.
So they're there
If I'm not
to they were there to protest an official act. Trump called them there 3 weeks before, riling them up, said it's gonna be wild as hell, all this shit. 3 weeks for every day. He lied for the last week, saying Mike Pence can do all these things for us that he knew was a lie. Giuliani admitted a lie. Fucking Sidney Powell admitted it was all a lie. And you're gonna say that he had no clue what the fuck was gonna happen?
No, I didn't say that. I didn't say that. Give me the courtesi.
No, that's fine. What are you saying then? No, I'm asking them. What do you? What?
I'm saying that I'm saying that he is continuously showing that he's careless with his words, and he knows how to basically make ambiguity work in his favor.
You don't think
That's
what I
I'm
just
really
explained?
saying.
You don't think what I just explained was malicious? Him calling
What
people
I'm
there.
saying is, what I'm saying is him playing the ambiguity role and him.
Yeah, that's
basically
just for
being
legal
careless
terms,
with
so
his
you can get
words.
out of it like he did. That's all it is. It's one of those fucking mobsters fucking
Alex,
towing
if I can help you out, really quick, Dank, you're getting mad at him that he's not following the same interpretation not interpretation. He's not reading it into the same way that you are, and frankly, you don't have evidence.
I do have evidence for
your
everything I
point of
fucking
view.
said, bro. You think I don't have evidence, dude? Shut up, dude. I'm talking to dude. I don't need to talk to you. But yes, I'm asking him because I want to know the why. It's the why.
Hold on. My point, right, is that Alex.
I have evidence,
interprets it
bro.
his
Everybody has
one
evidence.
way, and
Have you ever? You
interpret
know who
it a
Eric
different
Hirschman
way.
is? You ever
It
read a
just
deposition?
doesn't make
Have
sense.
you ever read his
It just
deposition?
doesn't
No,
make sense.
You know who Eric
It
Hirschman is?
just
Do you
doesn't
know
make
Pat
sense for you to get
Cifaloni
mad at
is?
him
Do you know Sidney
over
Powell
him
is?
not
Do you
interpreting
know
it
Rudy
the exact same
Giuliani is?
way.
Do you know any of these motherfuckers?
Yeah,
You know any of the players?
Kind of Skybox. He literally said the evidence as he was making the argument. Like.
I can tell you all the key players in the game.
But he like cited specific.
So I didn't hear any evidence, but what was that?
Of course,
evidence?
because you
so
don't
that
know,
we can-
bro. That's why I'm not talking to you. I'm
Just
talking
say
to
it, so
Alex.
just say it. So just say it. If he really said it during the thing, what did you say? Remind me
Sky,
one more
okay,
time.
Sky, you don't have to be my attorney, bro. It's all good. Like,
Okay, then shut the fuck up and let me ask my question. What was the evidence?
Everybody I just named. Do you know any of those players? Do you know who Pat Cifaloni is? Do you
You
know who
kinda
Eric
listed
Hirschman is?
them-
Do
you
you know
literally
Sidney
listed
Powell is?
them
Do you
off
know
as I
Rudy
was
Giuliani
asking you a
is?
question.
Do you know who fucking what's his name? Eastman? Do you know who John Eastman is?
So you're listing off a bunch of people.
No, these
Is
are the
this your
players in the
evidence
game.
for-
These are the players in the game. So if you don't know the players in the game, you
Well,
don't know how
what
to
is-
play the game.
how
That's
is
why I don't
this
need to talk to
evidence?
you about this because you don't know the game.
But how is this evidence? Really quick, how is this evidence? You're just listing names.
Because
I don't
you
know
can
who these people
Google
are.
these names and you'll find out what the evidence is. How about that? Because they're all players in the game.
How about you just tell me what the evidence is?
Why would I
You-
explain if I know how to play
Poorly
chess
cut
and you don't know how to play
just
chess?
told
Why would I
me-
talk to you?
Hold on. PCF literally just told me, because it's serious debate and you can't mute me, so you're gonna have to
I'm
put
not
up with
muting.
me,
I
right?
don't give a fuck.
So PCF literally just said that you outlined your evidence as I was talking and acted like I was an idiot for asking my question, right? But now you're telling me, oh wait, no, you never did that.
I have the
need to
whole
look
time.
these names up myself. So what are you talking about?
Dude, I've been naming these names the whole time I was talking to Alex. The whole time.
But what's the significance of these names? What is the
Because
evidence?
Mayor Giuliani said that he fucking lied in court. Sidney Powell said that no reasonable person would fucking believe the story I'm making up. Ruby Friedman, she got paid by Giuliani, right? All these things. Fox News had to pay $787 million for lying about it. All these things are fucking known. All these things. And it's been 4 years and you don't know it. That is on you, not me.
So now you said the evidence. Was that so hard? Why didn't you just say that to Alex?
Because why don't you know this? I did say to him. I'm just giving you more evidence.
I don't know these things because I don't care that much. Anyway, sorry, Alex.
Then that's what I'm saying. Why are you talking? Let me talk to the dude who was actually having a good conversation with.
I think between you and me, Dank, I think you're right. Ultimately, I think that his intent, he knew what he was doing. But what my argument, my devil's advocate, is I think that he is the king of ambiguity.
He is.
And he basically knows a way of speaking that gives him plausible deniability. And he's on that tightrope of ambiguity where it's like, did I incite it? Did I not? You know, and then didn't he tweet something out where he was like, we're doing a peaceful protest, or like,
one time.
I gotta pull that up.
One time in 3 hours. Yes, I know. Yeah.
Right. It's like it was after the fact as well. So you're probably right, man. I think that there was some ill intent there.
I will agree with you that he does keep it ambiguity wise, so he can try to wiggle his way out. So you are correct. He is very he tries to walk the fine line. But I'm saying honestly, these people here, if Biden did the exact same thing in 2020, or if Biden would have done this in 2016 for Hillary Clinton, you guys would have fucking lost your shit. And do not fucking lie.
Rightfully so.
And rightfully so. Honestly, it would have been right. But the thing is, then when your guy does it, you guys go, oh, you guys are going to try to make up lies and fucking, A, you don't know anything. And B, the other people, they're just going to lie and fucking say, it was no big deal. It's nothing. Come on.
Yeah, no, I don't.
I'm glad
know
you
how you could
specified
defend.
2016 and not 24, because honestly, I don't think Joe Biden will be able to muster.
Well, no, because
do that in
2016 Biden was the vice president, and if he would have said, "Oh fuck Trump," and I'm putting Hillary Clinton in, because you guys like to throw that in the face. Hillary Clinton said he was illegitimate. Hillary Clinton gave up her fucking job right away, and Biden fucking is the one that certified it.
According to Trump's interpretation of the law, Joe Biden would have been able to just coronate Hillary Clinton in 2016. Had he had the four.
And again, that's more part of the insurrection bullshit that happened. I'm saying all these things,
which is obviously absurd. It is kind of obviously fucking bullshit.
It's totally bullshit.
It's so clear that it's not how it works.
So here's the thing, though. None of what you've said really bugs me, and here's why. I completely agree with you. That probably... So, okay, let me put it this way, right? So, for starters, if we're, treating this like it's pretty bad, right? We changed it from the worst thing ever, which is ridiculous, to pretty bad. Yeah, it's pretty bad. Shouldn't Nancy Pelosi be held somewhat accountable for, calling off the... what was it? Not the National Guard for,
I've done this 1,000 times.
She knew that this was going to happen. Just kind of interesting.
Who's the leader of the National Guard on federal property? Not Nancy Pelosi.
So really quick, that was a side point. We can get into that, but let me just kind of say this point, right? Which is that I hear all of what you're saying, and I do agree with you that Trump probably in a subtle little way did this. That's good communication. That's masterful manipulation. I want a president that can masterfully manipulate in that way.
Why?
That guy is fighting for me.
So
why should I care? Why should I remote?
So you want
Hitler?
Why
should I care?
Okay. Just because
Why
Hitler was
should
good at manipulating?
I care that he masterfully escaped all of this judgment and all of these different things?
We can't make you value democracy.
Right. You want a king. Just admit it, bro. This is what I'm talking about. When you say you want a king, this is what I'm talking about. You can't say you don't want a king and then you just admitted it.
You keep saying king. You don't actually.
Okay, you want a dictator? You want a what? You want a monarchy?
We need to fucking hash out the details of monarchy to disagree with you.
Then if you don't want to hash out the details of monarchy, stop saying I want a king. I literally will vote.
You want an authoritarian?
I will vote for
you want an authoritarian?
You
want an authoritarian?
I will vote for Vance.
No, that's fine. You want an authoritarian? I got it. If you want me to be technical, you want an authoritarian.
I am unironically an authoritarian.
I know.
So yes, that would be me.
Of course.
Here's the thing, though. I think we're past the honeymoon stage with democracy. This is going to be a hot fucking take. I think that we're at the point where we're actually, in order to compete with Russia and China, we have to at least play the cult of personality game a little bit. Because we have to understand, a lot of these countries like Iran, Russia, China, some of these big names, they only respect strongmen leaders. And
man,
they don't respect a leader like Biden. They don't respect a leader like Kamala Harris. Let's just be honest with ourselves.
I
don't mean like
feminists
I don't mean like a strongman. I don't mean
Like-
I don't mean like a strongman like a totalitarian system. I mean like someone who is going to be firm and have like no nonsense policies, and someone who actually has
Okay.
a backbone. Is
Dude, oh my god. Okay, like okay, I yes, you want someone respectable, right? You do, but
That's
at the end
what
of the
I'm
day, the fucking temperament of the national leader has very little to do with like diplomatic outcomes. You know what does?
Or
Soft
yeah.
power, hard power, right? Like the actual fucking sheer military strength of the U.S. government. You think,
But brother,
people
that's the
don't give it-
presidency anyway, though.
dude,
It's
but
the
pe-
fucking
people aren't
front
gonna be
man.
like, oh, like I'm fucking intimidated by Joe Biden. You know what they're intimidating by? They're intimidated by the 9 fucking aircraft
The
carriers.
naval carriers.
But with that
Yeah,
same
like-
logic, bro, you're saying
they're
that
not- they're not
basically the president
intimidated
doesn't
because
need
Joe-
any.
Let's
like,
let Alex
they're
finish
not-
his thought.
They're
I'm
not
just-
intimidated
with that
by
same
like
logic, poorly.
Donald Trump being mean to like Justin Trudeau. Like this isn't a fucking schoolyard play game where it's like, oh, if you just like are mean enough to someone, they're gonna like back down. It's like, no, you can
Correct, you're
you know,
right.
speak softly,
Poorly, you're right.
speak
But listen
softly,
to what I'm
carry a
saying.
big stick and all that. Okay, go ahead. Yeah.
You're essentially saying by implying that is that the president doesn't matter at all, and that you should basically look past that and look at the look at the power behind him. What I'm saying is he's a statesman and a diplomat, and that the face of the democracy that's behind him. The face of the president matters, and the way he conducts himself matters. And of course, he doesn't make all the fucking decisions, right?
I think
he's a statesman, but I'm saying you can't have someone like Biden who,
Well, no,
let's
okay,
be honest
I
with
realize
ourselves,
I'm not-
he was.
I'm not saying he makes the
He had early onset dementia, and the world's fucking watching, and we look like a fucking clown, bro. Don't you think there's a big
See,
difference?
but this is the thing, though. It's all about aesthetics, right? Like, I don't think. Don't take what I'm saying to mean like, oh, I think Trump is like the decision thing is not really what I mean. I'm talking about the power of the presidency and the power of the United States is not because Joe Biden takes a certain tone when he talks to Putin on the phone, right? Like that's not how. That's not why Russia would like think U.S. deterrence is credible. Is the tone of a phone conversation. The reason Russia thinks the U.S. deterrence is credible is because the U.S. has a massive fucking military,
Of course,
a
man.
NATO
Of
alliance,
course.
and all that. So we can go back and forth and say, yeah, Joe Biden, you know, aesthetically he wasn't a very strong leader, but at the end of the day, he was able to do a lot in
Bipartisan.
deterring Russia against further action and like diplomatically isolating Russia. And like we can say like, oh well, he aesthetically wasn't good, but he still did a lot of fucking harm to Russia, right? And I don't think that Donald Trump just saying publicly being a little bit meaner would actually lead to better outcomes, especially when it might lead to alienating allies, right? Like
That I agree with. I think Trump is definitely alienating our allies. That's without a doubt. But I was just gonna. My point is like, the face of the country does mean something. It's not just completely
but
irrelevant.
I think a vanishingly small portion, because at the end of the day, we're talking about aesthetics here, not actual hard power.
But we're also talking about the cabinet behind him.
True, but do you really think fucking Trump's cabinet is intimidating anyone? I'm sorry, like these are a bunch of like
If it wasn't intimidating anyone, why would it take a? If it's
the
not
entire point-
intimidating,
the entire-
why is your side like as
If it's
insufferable as
not-
they are
dude,
about the topic?
Dude, if it's not intimidating, we're talking about the reason it's intimidating is because the fundamental backing is
So
still
you
there,
agree it's
right?
they're
the
intimidating.
the face doesn't fucking matter, right? Hegseth can be whoever he is, right? But at the end of the day, how intimidating or not intimidating Hegseth is, or I can't remember the Secretary of Defense under Biden, but the personal intimidation of these people doesn't matter. What matters
Word salad.
is the U.S. fucking military.
Dude, you just said a whole bunch of a word salad. Makes no
so
sense.
I'll break it down further. Hegseth being like an alpha male or whatever the fuck Doesn't matter. What matters is he carries the weight of the U.S.
We're not
military
even
as the
talking
Secretary
about
of
that.
Defense.
Like
That's what
you,
he's
you
talking
made the
about.
claim.
You were trying to change the subject. Let them
You,
talk.
I was in the middle of talking. Thanks, side. Do you
Because
wanna...
you're
So,
talking about
anyway,
irrelevant shit. Because these two are having a conversation for real, and you jump in and make it dumb again. Let them talk.
because it's a public dude. If they want to have a conversation, they can go to a two-way chat, right? Like this is a group discussion. So anyway,
Yeah, okay.
So what was I saying? Because I lost track because someone interrupted me, which was very rude. So I'm not talking about Hegseth's aesthetics, right? You made the claim. Who are we really going to argue that like his cabinet is what was the word? Intimidating. They literally are in terms of what they are bringing to the table, their experience, what they plan to do, all these different things. I'm not talking about like fucking Hegseth's like cross tattoo or how buff he is or how he gels his hair. That's not what I'm talking about. You're making it about that. I'm not talking about that. And by that same token, that's also what I'm talking about with Trump and his diplomacy with other world leaders. By the way, Alex, Alex is deafened,
I mean,
but I
guess
kind of wanted to
I guess
address
what I was
something he said.
what I was really getting at isn't like the thing that gives these people weight. The weight is the same thing that gave Biden's people weight, and it's not their experience. And we can see that because a lot of Trump's appointees are not qualified, like at all, right?
What do you mean by not qualified? They don't have like 20 plus years of a bureaucracy experience in order to do like whatever bullshit the bureaucracy hasn't been able to do for the past 20 years.
Secretary was like a 4-star general, and Trump's defense secretary was like a second lieutenant in a National Guard. Like there's very different levels here.
So let's break this down, right? From what I understand, the argument is that you want someone a little bit lower, not general status, because they're kind of removed from the daily struggles of your typical infantrymen, whatever. Like, I don't know the military terms, right? You want someone like Hegseth, who's like a major. He's kind of in that in between. He's seen combat. He knows.
Hey man, here's
and this is
because we're talking about managerial position.
PCF, really quick. And thanks, Ed. I'll let you get in on this. That's where the American electorate disagrees with you.
Okay.
And I'm not a military expert, but that's just where we differ on that.
Okay, you're the CEO of a Fortune 500 company, right? Okay, hypothetically, right?
I know what a Fortune 500 company is.
A big company.
Okay,
You're
CEO of Amazon. You're Jeff Bezos, okay? Right?
Okay.
A board member quits, okay? One of your top 8 people that you pay
I know
and
what
trust.
board members do, but okay.
Okay. One of your top 8 people quit that you pay the most and have whatever, right? Are you going to go hire a fucking bum on the street that has no experience with it because they have no experience? Or are you going to hire somebody who's been in the field and knows what they're doing for that job?
So this is in this scenario that you've set up, right? If I have a bunch of different people in my head on who I think could do a great job, and one of them happens to be a bum with good common sense and good ideas, he might be on the table.
Yeah, but that's not smart thinking, honestly. I don't know why you would think like that.
But I'm a Fortune 500 CEO. Like, maybe I have the expertise to make that call.
Sure. In this hypothetical, I'm using your brain, but yeah, sure. Your brain says that you would trust a bum on the street over somebody with actual.
You do realize that, like, just because you have the status of quote bum, that doesn't make you inherently retarded, right? Like,
Sure.
you can be a bum but have a good brain.
Okay,
or
yeah,
good
But would you
experience
would you
in
trust a
other-
homeless guy to fucking build rockets that go to Neptune?
So really quick, before we kind of go down what you're talking about, right? And also, you're
Should
changing
we
it
hire
now.
qualified candidates? If I
That's the whole point. Qualified candidates.
Dude, fucking
That's
There's
literally the whole
multiple
point.
things going on, and you're filibustering me.
No,
I'm being
it's literally the
filibustered
same point.
right
I'm just
now.
doing
I'm being
hypotheticals to make you
filibustered,
understand that it's all about
filibustering.
qualified people.
I'm not listening to a
you-
single thing you say until I'm
doesn't
able
matter.
to,
You don't listen to
clarify
anything.
what you just did.
That's fine.
Dude, if I
want
just
to
hand you
make
2
this
resumes,
clear.
one is
I
qualified,
want to
one
make this
is
clear.
just
Dude, I'm not
not.
listening. You guys are going to keep filibustering me because
Okay,
you
go.
kind of
Just
did
talk.
something.
Just talk.
You readjusted, right? What is it called? You changed the goalpost, right? You started with Fortune 500 company.
No, it's all the
Amazon,
same
right?
thing. It's all the same thing.
It is all the same.
So, wait,
I know because
so
your
Amazon
small
and building
brain
rockets,
cannot
those are the two-
comprehend what hypotheticals and analogies do. I know your brain can't.
Okay. Let me break this down. The point of the hypothetical is not to answer the hypothetical. The point of the hypothetical is to get at the base of the problem, the base of the disagreement.
It's to stretch out your thought process to see how fallacious it is.
Yes. Thank you.
Can you please stop filibustering
It's
what
not
I'm
about
trying to say?
filibustering. I'm talking to other dudes
Yes
because
or
we
no?
make sense. Because
Yes
you
or
don't.
no?
Skybox, we
Yes or
need
no?
you to understand this before we go forward. The
No,
point of the
dude, I'm literally
hypothetical-
not listening to another point you make because I know what you're trying to
Dude.
do. You're trying to make more points, so I forget the thing I'm trying to say right now.
No,
I'm-
That is
we're
not
talking
what
about the
I'm trying
same
to do.
point
I'm trying to
over and over.
If that's not what you're trying to do, then let me say what I want to say. Okay?
Okay, dude, I'm fine. Finish.
Thank you. Took long enough. Here's the deal, right? You are changing the goalposts. You went from Fortune 500 company Amazon, right? That is one element. That is one expertise. And then I said, sure, I would maybe hire a bum in this instance. And by the way, another thing I wanted to point out, you're doing a lot of dehumanizing or trivializing of what bums or homeless people bring to the table, right?
But you guys
also,
still
I
say
imagine
fucking
in
people are
another
eating dogs
debate-
and cats,
in another
right?
debate, you're going to really humanize them and use them as an emotional argument. So just keep that
Okay.
in mind.
Okay.
Right now, it's convenient for you to dehumanize the bum.
Gone.
You're gonna the homeless people. So that aside, you then took Amazon and then okay, no wait, you would hire a bum. I'm gonna change it now. I'm gonna change it to
Discord.
rocket science. I'm gonna change it to rocket science now. So that's what you did. That is what you did. I'm gonna point it out. You can be delusional on whether that's honest or not, but that's what happened.
Please.
And again,
Was that
it's
so
all
hard?
Guys, why are
Just
we
hear
why
me
are we
out.
getting argumentative?
Okay,
Well,
look. The
because-
point.
Who runs serious debate?
because a guy doesn't know how to fucking understand an analogy. That's the problem.
Skybox. The point of a hypothetical, in the way we were using it, it has very little to do with the exact context of the hypothetical. The point of the
Exactly.
hypothetical is to understand your
But
thought
stay
process.
consistent with the hypothetical you put
No,
forward.
no, but you're way misunderstanding the point of how
Exactly.
hypotheticals are used in
I'm gonna
argument.
misunderstand if you change the
Okay.
goalposts. Yeah.
Okay, but so here, let me take it. I don't want to take it to abortion, but I think it can make a good example, right? When
It's
someone,
gonna derail.
but I don't want it to derail, so let's really try and stay on topic. But if we're talking about abortion and I ask you, when does life start, right? The reason I'm asking you that is because I'm trying to understand your thought process of how you're approaching the problem. When I ask you, how would you pick like a board member if you're the CEO of Amazon? It's not because I care about who you'd actually fucking pick. It's because I want to understand your thought process and how you assess whether or not someone is
Qualified or not.
for a position, right?
You do realize that sometimes CEOs pick their family members, right?
Yes, and that's bad. But
Yeah,
but
nepotism is not good.
It's bad. What do you mean by that? If they get the job done and they
Are you a
become
fan of
really
nepotism
successful
now,
company,
too?
how is that bad?
Are you
Okay,
a fan of
okay.
nepotism?
Okay, but dude,
What's
if I
wrong with
hand you
nepotism? I'm so
two
confused.
resumes, you are hiring for literally any job, and I hand you two resumes, and one of them has 10 years of experience in the industry that you're hiring for, and the other has worked at McDonald's for the last 5 years. Which resume are you taking?
So, I mean, it's kind of like a dishonest question because
No,
I'm given
it's not.
Dude,
it kind of is.
You are
Do
being
want me to
dishonest as
explain
shit.
why?
It's you that's a dishonest
Assume
piece of
that
Do
shit.
you want me
Honestly,
to
it's
explain
you.
why? Again,
I can give you more
filibustering.
context.
Dude, it's
Assume
you.
that
Why
interview-
do
You.
quality.
Why
Their
do
interviews-
liberals have
they
this
both
thing
interview
where, like,
great.
when I'm
Oh
going to
my
answer a
God.
question, I'm not
Because you're not
answering
answering
the
in good
exact-
faith. You're doing it in bad faith. That's why.
I'm literally trying
We already
to.
talked about this. You're answering everything in bad faith.
How am I answering in bad faith?
Because we all know, everyone here can hear
Because
it.
you say, gotcha. So,
Okay.
I'm not going to answer the way you guys are going to want me to, but this is my answer, right?
All right, here's your lie. Go for it.
The hypothetical you put forward, I can attest that I would do pretty good and not all jobs, but I could do pretty decent at a job that's kind of like in between, but I don't really have the experience to show that, and it's kind of hard to achieve that, right?
Sure.
So here's the deal, right? I would need the context of the full interview with the both people, because at the end of that day, someone can be work in for 10 years in a company and not get a whole lot done, but because of bureaucracy, because of all these different things, they can have that on their docket. Meanwhile, the guy at McDonald's, maybe he was given a shit hand, or her were given a shit hand in life. Parents didn't support them, and they just kind of end up in a low income situation. They might not even be a genius, but they have promise, they have potential,
Okay.
they are
So
coachable and
you need
trainable.
a more developed hypothetical to answer. You need more
so,
context.
So this is the interesting part. This is the third hypothetical you guys have put forward, and I have answered in a way that you don't like. At the
Okay,
end of the
here,
day,
let me-
you need to
let me give
understand
you-
it's
let me
not
give
the
you another one.
hypothetical.
Dude,
It
let me
is
give you
just
another one.
I fundamentally don't agree with what you guys are putting forward.
Let me
Sometimes people
humor me, please, humor me.
Sometimes
let me
the
do one
person
more.
that's
Come
the
on,
best
come on.
for the
Love
job
of
is
the
not
game.
going to be
Let
the
me do one more.
person on paper that is good for the job, right?
Love of the game. Let me do one more. Okay.
Why? We're
let's say
wasting
you're-
time. I'd rather move on to
let's
whatever
say-
was
let's
going to happen
say
after this.
You are hiring for a translator position, right? You're hiring for an English-Spanish translator.
Huh.
You get two candidates. One grew up in Mexico and spent some time in Texas growing up too. So they speak fluent Spanish and English. And they've been
Language
assessed-
isn't military strategy.
No. But it's
That's
again,
hypothetical,
again,
bro. They don't have.
No, it's
let's-
not. And here is why. Here is why this is being dishonest.
You're
Language
dishonest,
is
bro.
very
You're a
specific.
liar.
You can't.
You're a liar.
It is.
You're a
Yes.
liar.
Yes,
You're a
language is
liar. You're a
specific because
fucking.
it's a
You're a
hard
bad.
quantity-
You're a bad faith.
It's
You
a
fucking.
hard skill. It is like a hard,
You're
like
just
tangible
skipping
skill.
out. So
Y'all
I'm
are
actually-
really obsessed with hypotheticals. I liked the conversation before y'all started hypothesizing.
Oh
so
well,
go back to
because
that.
somebody doesn't know how to fucking
Yeah,
answer
it was-
one.
It's getting ridiculous. But if they're gonna insist on this hypothetical, let me spell out.
Because
what
you're
my
saying
answer
because you're
is.
saying you would hire
Here's the deal.
unqualified people for fucking jobs that are important. That is
You do
not
realize
that is
that something like
fallacious
th-
thinking.
You do okay again, filibustering, talking over me when I'm about to say my thing.
I mean, I
right?
haven't finished. I haven't actually finished. To be fair,
But
like,
you
I
don't
didn't
need
finish
to
saying
because
that.
I know where you're going with this, and I'm
Well,
not going to address this hypothetical. Here is
if
why.
I said I knew you were going,
Language
you would be like,
learning
"Oh, you're
is
filibustering."
not a subjective thing. It is an objective thing. You can approach business starting in whatever way you want to. It is actually a very creative endeavor, right? Language learning is specific. Same with math. Same with anything that is more objective, right?
It's a
So
hard
yes,
skill.
I'm
You're right.
going
It's a
to pick. So hold on. Yes, in that instance, I'm going to pick the person with more experience, whether that be interpersonally with their family or whether that be professionally.
Yeah. So you would take a person
it is a
that
different
speaks Spanish,
situation.
and so you have two people. One speaks English and Spanish, interviews well. The other only speaks English, interviews well, right? Or yeah. So one is
You're
monolingual.
still
one is
going
bi-
forward with this when I already answered you. I'm going to
So-
go with the
but
other
you would take the
person.
more. You would
It's
take the more
not
qualified
related
candidate. You would
to the
take the
discussion.
candidate. It is.
It's
Because
not.
you
No,
have one
if you
person that
want to
meets
be-
the requirements of
if
the
you
job,
want
and
to
one
be-
person that
what's the
just
word?
doesn't. Right.
It's not
And
relevant
you don't take the
at
one
all.
that just doesn't meet the qualifications for the job. You would not hire someone if they don't have the skills necessary to do the job.
So
And I'm sorry, I
you're-
think it's a hard
It's
sell
almost
for
as
me
if
when
you
I
didn't
look at
listen to a single thing I said, which is fine because that's typical of like liberals like you. So totally makes sense
I
that
bet.
that's what you're going for here.
Uh-huh. You're saying that you would hire
I literally
unqualified
said
people,
from the
bro.
beginning that this is a flawed point of view because
your
business
your
building
thinking
is
is flawed.
more
You're correct.
subjective and this is objective.
Yeah, I mean,
they are
we're not
different. They are
talking about
fully
business
different.
building. We're talking about like cabinet ministers, right? We're talking about cabinet appointees.
Mm-hmm.
So
Cabinet appointees can execute strategy in a more subjective way. It's not like a language where the means
I
the and the
Yeah,
doesn't.
that's why I went with the
mean
CEO
anything.
analogy because the CEO doesn't hire a fucking homeless guy on the road. They don't even hire the
They
guy
hire
from
someone with
McDonald's.
business
They hire people inside the job that they work.
Once
Exactly.
again, it is a strategic
No, they do.
position
Tell
where
me.
subjective calls
No,
can be
you guys kept
made.
asking for all this shit. Show me one time
But
where a
I'm
fucking
sorry,
where a
this
Fortune
is
500
ridiculous.
company hired a dude that had no experience in, like literally none. Show me one.
Your analogy is shit.
No, it's
Get
not.
over
It's
it.
one for one.
Move on.
It's one for one.
Move on.
The
on.
CEO
It's
is the
not one for
president.
one.
The
If you
cabinet
think it's
is the
one for one,
fucking
you're
is the
delusional.
board
Move on.
members. It's one for one. It's literally one for one. It's one for
does
one.
anyone like
Tell yourself that, but
I
it's not.
did. A CEO is the president, right? The same as the board members would be the cabinet members. Exactly the same, right? So it's one for one, right?
like I really really just don't see how you're okay just hiring like a blatantly unqualified candidate in the face of more qualified candidates. You can say that these skills are subjective, but well, like it's harder to quantify these skills. Whereas language, you can say you either speak it or you don't, or we can quantify to what level you speak it. Right?
Exactly.
Day one, day
Yeah,
two.
but
like, and I agree. Like it is like a thing, but like you mentioned math as one of like the hard skills you were talking about. You either know math or you don't, and that's a good one. But if let's say let's say I'm hiring like a mathematician. I won't make it too complex. Let's say I'm just hiring a mathematician. Am I going to hire the guy with the math degree, or am I going to hire the guy that graduated high school? The guy that graduated high school knows math to a level that
He
is
knows math
deemed
and he knows
good
math.
enough.
Maybe you'd go with that guy.
There's
he-
different levels of qualification.
Yeah,
though.
dude. Like
Exactly.
so.
So
but
what
but
are you
like,
arguing
what
here?
are you talking about, dude? Like
Exactly.
you would always like.
What?
if-
What? Okay, hold on.
The thing is, okay, you're saying like
You do realize
before
that
you continue, you're saying that the high school guy might also know math, and you're right. He might also know math, but the thing is, to prove that he knows math, he would need qualifications. Now, if you don't want to say, oh, you need a degree, that's fine. But I would still expect to say, okay, like, show me some of your math tests about these high-level math concepts you're going to be handling as a mathematician. I wouldn't need like oh, you have to have a degree, but I need equivalency, right? Like I need to know that you know the things that you're going to be doing in the job. Otherwise, I'm not going to hire
So
you.
earlier when we were talking about the bum, though, why couldn't the bum do basically the same thing with the CEO or whatever position, right? Why are we adjusting?
Well,
And also,
because he doesn't know the
Because you're
job.
taking a low.
Hold on.
You're
Let's bring
taking
this back
someone
to
low on the
making him
totem
dumb.
pole and putting them
Real
at the
quick.
top. They have zero. Do they have
Ski,
experience as a
one second.
CEO?
Yeah.
Ski, just really quick. So let's bring this back to the original topic, which was Pete Hegseth. Who is to say that Pete Hegseth hasn't done the math to show the people that have elected him or whatever that he is just as good for the job as the 4-star general you guys are masturbating over, right?
Well, what do you like?
what?
We know his qualifications, like we know his job history. There's
Right.
hearing, like
Right.
There's
this is the job of the
literal
Senate.
proof.
What
This
the
is
fuck
literally
do
the
any
job
of
of the
you idiots
Senate.
know about the qualifications to be Secretary of Defense?
I mean, you're right. I mean, I think it
Sorry,
is
I didn't
supposed.
hear what
There's
you
a few
said.
issues with Biden.
I said, what do you idiots
I
know
don't know
about
that.
anything about qualifications to be SecDef?
Goose, you just joined, but like we're talking about qualifications for in general.
Yeah, it's
like
a general topic.
What are the
So Goose,
qualifications?
these two knuckleheads are claiming that because if you're a 4-star general or whatever, you are a better candidate for
Than a National
SecDef
Guardsman,
than a
yes.
major who might be able to better relate to his troops and better
Yeah,
strategize.
that's like purely your opinion.
Okay, Goose, then take it here, right? Let's pose the same hypothetical to you that we gave Skybox.
Goose is a
second ago.
veteran, by the way, guys.
Okay.
Okay, let's give the exact same hypothetical, right? About a mathematician. You're hiring a mathematician to do fucking whatever, who knows, something that you need a mathematician to. And you have two like resumes on your desk, and one of them has a degree respected. Can you hear me? Or a degree in mathematics from a respected university, and the other one has a high school GED. Which one are you taking? Assume they both interview well, right? Like they both came off really well in the interview. Which one are you taking?
This is a stupid question because being a mathematician has an objective criteria, whereas SecDef doesn't.
Weird,
No,
isn't it weird how he
and-
didn't hear
and-
my
and-
argument, but he literally came up with the exact same one I put forward to you, and you still deny it?
Yeah.
Look,
that's not
and I
smart.
get that some of these qualifications are a little harder to quantify, but I'm sorry, you're literally telling me that a guy that was like a National Guardsman is more qualified to run the entire military than a 4-star general.
I'm not telling you anything. I'm just saying that you don't know shit
Well,
about
okay,
the
I guess
qualifications.
that's to Skybox. That's the context of this conversation. Like,
No, I mean, my
like that-
comment is that you don't know shit about the qualifications, dude. Like you're not anywhere
well,
near
okay, and yeah,
knowing
and
what
you're
they're
right.
talking
I
about.
don't. But you know who?
Goose, am I
who's
wrong?
supposed to?
Haven't
The fucking
SecDefs
Senate.
been civilians
That's
before
their
with no
job.
military
Yeah, I mean
experience?
Robert McNamara was a civilian. He wasn't anything in the army when he was.
Well, I mean, to be fair,
Then he
this
should
is
be
another
Oh,
qualified.
thing.
to be fair, like I need to
The
adjust my
Secretary of
worldview
Defense
now
is actually
because it
supposed to
goes
be an
against
explicitly
everything I've been
civilian
debating
position.
up to now.
That's one thing that is kind of important to note. The Secretary of Defense is supposed to be an explicitly civilian position, and over the years, a lot of presidents have picked retired military, which is kind of against the spirit of it, and they usually like get waivers and do all these things. So maybe Secretary of Defense isn't like the perfect example for this because I do kind of like agree that maybe it shouldn't be a 4-star general, but that's kind of for separate reasons than qualifications. Realize that's why I didn't make that argument.
You're only readjusting because now we've brought up. Oh wait, no, it's meant to be a civilian role. So this entire. So if you were
Yeah, like,
being
I don't-
that
I
up.
don't
I
know
brought
entire
that up.
argument,
Therefore,
In the
I
end, it's
brought
all
it
about
up.
because you would have meant to
It is,
realize
but it's
that.
still about qualification.
Like Robert McNamara is considered one of the best SecDefs of all time. I wouldn't really know what his qualifications were before becoming SecDef.
And I'm not saying that someone that like isn't like on paper the best qualified can't necessarily do a better job, but we're talking about such different levels here. Like they are so far removed from each other. Right? Like if you're a project manager and you're retiring, are you going to pick your deputy project manager that's been with you since the start
Yeah,
to
but
take
I don't.
over? Or
I
are you going
wouldn't
to
say
take
the
the fucking
SecDef is a
IT guy?
project
Right?
manager.
Like
The SecDef is supposed to arbitrate what the president wants to the military. It's not supposed to be like a, I know everything. This is what we're doing. It's supposed to be like more of a political position.
Yeah, I definitely think Goose is right on that. I think you're looking at qualifications way too much. I think it's like more about
Also, it's like a
having
title,
the.
like general's a title, and I grew up with a Navy
No,
admiral.
it's about having like the same like viewpoint on the world, and and like
Common sense.
beliefs and.
I mean, I'm sorry, but you really think that Trump couldn't have found like a general that shares his viewpoint? Like,
We literally just
Well,
said
he
that
likes
it's
this guy,
usually a
like-
civilian
I mean,
role,
like,
and
I
you
don't-
conceded that
that
too.
Trump
But
was
then
just
now
looking
you're
for somebody
going back
who
to the
shared his
general.
viewpoint.
That's
Again,
The
a rank
most,
is just a
right.
rank. Like, okay, cool, they're a general.
Do you
But I
think they
grew
just
up with a
gave him up for
Navy
no
admiral as a
reason?
neighbor, and he straight up told
Yeah.
me 2/3 of the people who are in positions of
No,
admiralship and
I think
generals are
Trump
fucking
picked-
morons.
I think Trump picked Pete Hegseth because Pete Hegseth is ideologically aligned with Trump. That's the qualification.
Exactly.
No,
Yeah.
absolutely.
yeah, but that's a
Yeah,
bad
well,
thing. Like, you
not
realize
gonna
That's
lie.
not a
like
bad
we
thing,
can
dude. That's
we
what
can
the
talk about
cabinet's
Matt.
supposed to do.
We can
Yeah.
talk
The
about
whole
like
point of
Matt
a
Gaetz
cabinet.
or someone, right? Like
The cabinet.
for
the
Well, I
attorney
mean that's a
general.
bad thing because
Technically,
you don't
the
align
cabinet
with
doesn't
his views.
constitutionally
Sure.
exist. Like you can't go find the Secretary of Defense in the Constitution, right? It's a political position. It's supposed to be the executor of the president's will.
He
But he still
handles
has qualifications. It's like,
yeah,
oh,
he's still
military.
supposed to be. Like
doesn't
you
even
know what he's
that,
got
that
to
person
be
is still
there.
supposed to be qualified. Like
Well,
According to whom?
is.
Like,
He
the
is.
Senate.
where-
That's their job is to
Where
assess
can I find them?
qualifications.
Yeah,
Yeah,
where can I find them?
Find what?
Maybe the
okay,
SecDef website.
Can you,
There's a website
can you
for
point
the
to me to
Secretary of
the?
Defense.
Can you like you go find like the SecDef job posting on like
Let me
Indeed.com?
go find it. Hold on, they have a
and show me the
website. They got a
qualifications?
website.
No. Because PCF has said multiple times that Pete Hegseth is not qualified, so he should be able
He said
to
he's
cite
underqualified.
those-
compared
Yeah,
to
I
himself.
didn't say he has literally no
that's pure
qualifications. He's
opinion.
obviously still poor. Like
It's pure opinion because there's no
military.
qualifications to be SecDef.
And by the way, they're lying. They did
Okay.
straight up say earlier he is not
you're
qualified
more
for it. They
welcome
didn't
to
say
go
he's
find this.
underqualified. They
Can
said
you
he's
please go
not
find me the
qualified.
Secretary of Defense
I
job
back
posting on
Skybox on this.
Indeed.com and put it up there so I can see what the qualifications are?
And even if you were saying he's
I
un-
found the U.S. Department of Defense website. Let me see.
qualifications also.
Hold on, maybe I got some.
Okay, well, we
would
can take it
love
away
to
from
see it.
Secretary of Defense,
Yeah,
but like, you're not going to
he's
find a
not
job
just
because these aren't
blaming
regular
that.
jobs.
Concerns do you have to
So
be a
PTF,
part of
do you
that?
know what the qualifications for it are though? Since he's underqualified, you should be able to cite them like offhand, right?
He's not qualified. Why should anybody tell him what he needs?
What?
I can't
This guy
spell
drunk?
qualification.
I was wondering the
Yeah,
same
send
thing.
this
Is
guy
this
downstairs.
what?
Yeah,
Like,
I am.
if you're making the claim that Pete Hegseth is unqualified, can
I'm
you
not
post the
talking
qualifications?
bullshit though.
The Secretary of Defense is a civilian position intended to be independent of active duty leadership. A secretary is required to have been retired from service for at least 7 years. Originally, it was 10 years unless a waiver is approved by Congress.
They usually, and that's what I was
Right.
saying about
Pete
like
Hegseth
it's
meets that
explicitly supposed to be a
qualification.
civilian.
Exactly.
No, but
It's
he's gonna
explicitly
change
supposed
things
to be a
now.
civilian position, and
There's people
most
more
presidents-
qualified than him.
Except
That's
for
all.
Yeah,
Yeah,
once you
you're
retire from the
advocating
military,
for
you're a
four-star generals,
civilian.
too, in the same breath.
Okay.
Prior.
If you want to take this to like qualifications, like obviously, like someone said earlier, and I
You
conceded the
took it to
point,
qualifications. What
Yeah.
are you talking about?
if
I
you want
came
to
in
take
at
it
the
there,
wrong time. I got confused.
You good? Don't worry.
dude, if you
Steve,
if
it's
you
all
took-
good.
if you want to take it there and say, oh well, if you
You
should be
took
able
it
to
there.
name the qualifications, it's like, frankly, yeah, you're right, and I conceded earlier that I am not good at assessing the qualifications for these levels of position, right? You know whose job it is to do this? The Senate, right? And that's if you
He
want
got
to look at like
Wow.
Well, yeah,
Yeah,
I think the Senate's
he did.
qualification is to be confirmed, right?
The youngest
but
Secretary
if we
of Defense
want to
apparently was
look at
42.
okay, who is qualified for a position, I can concede that I don't have like an objective set of qualifications like a
Well, there aren't
translator in the hypothetical earlier, because yeah, you're
Well,
right.
I just read
they
the one
don't exist.
qualification that exists, and
but
Pete Hegseth meets it. So.
what is a cabinet minister for? Or I don't know what you guys call them there explicitly, if they're ministers or not.
The
But-
secretary.
yeah,
Cabinet
what is a
secretary,
yeah,
cabinet position.
Cabinet position.
yeah, exactly. What
Yeah.
is a cabinet person supposed to do for the president, right?
Like
They are
literally like
supposed
be
to-
an arm of the president, like essentially be a mediator.
But they part of, like, from what I understand,
I need to
right?
get Schoolhouse Rock again. I can
They
do
are
it.
supposed to advise the president on their area of expertise.
I've done it 3 times now.
Is that not the case? Like they
4
they
times
are
a
supposed to
term.
be an extension of.
I
the
wouldn't say
That's
that's true.
true.
I think what the secretaries of each cabinet position are supposed to do is be a filter of what reaches the president, be the
Okay.
mediator of what's important to reach the president.
The cabinet of the United States is the principal
have
official advisory body of the president
members.
of the United States. I'm going to try and look for exactly where this is like written in the law, but my understanding of cabinet ministers
There's
has
no law
always
on it.
been that they
Established Article 2, Section 2. Oh, that's funny. Of the
Holy
Constitution. The cabinet's role is to advise the president of any subject he may require. I can't read. He may require relating to the duties of each member's respective office. They're just advisors.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah.
His top advisor.
And if you're picking an advisor, you would presumably want someone that is like if you're picking what are some examples other than Secretary of Defense?
Secretary of State.
Secretary
Secretary of Interior, Transportation.
For what it's worth, PCF, I don't know either.
There's
Okay,
a lot.
so
There's
Secretary of
There's
Interior is
16
one I
Treasury, Justice, Agricultural, Labor, Health and Human Services.
Yeah, I mean, we don't need all of them.
Energy, Education, Vet Affair.
But
just say
do you guys not
transportation.
agree-
Everyone knows about roads.
I'm running out.
Just say transportation.
Yeah,
Everyone knows
transportation's
roads.
one.
I mean, the last Secretary of Transportation was Pete Buttigieg, and like, I don't.
Yeah, he had
That's
nothing
all I
to
can
do with
remember.
it.
and I can agree with you. And I
Yeah,
can agree
he
with
was
you
probably
that he probably
underqualified,
wasn't this. Yeah, but
I don't really care. I mean, it's like it's not the job of the secretary to be qualified. It's the job
It
to
is.
execute the will of
You
the
should
president.
be
Like,
in the
that's
job
their
that you're getting hired
No.
for, though, right?
you should be qualified.
Well,
You
but
should
there is a
literally go up to the
qualification.
topic.
But Pete Hegseth meets that qualification. The qualification is you are a citizen that was in the military, but you have been retired for 7, used to be 10, but 7 years. Pete
Yeah, but, like,
Hegseth
here's the
meets
thing,
that
like
single
we
qualification.
don't know what Pete Hegseth knows, right? Like he could be super qualified on certain topics. and
You're
some-
absolutely
Maybe,
right. We
yeah.
do not know what Pete Hegseth knows, but what you guys are trying to make me believe is that Pete Hegseth is more qualified or more knowledgeable than everyone else. Like he is the best guy for the
Not
job.
I don't think anybody made
necessarily.
this claim.
Like,
Yeah, yeah, I don't think we're trying
No.
to say that. I don't think anybody made this claim. No one says he's more
You're-
knowledgeable.
But is there really
what Pete
no one
most
else that
likely
you
is-
guys think
is
would
more-
have been more
No,
qualified?
Pete
for
Hegseth
the
is
job?
more. You're missing.
Do you, let me ask you, do you
more
have one?
ideologically congruent.
No,
Do you
because
have
I'm not
someone
the
in mind?
president. It's not my job, and not only
Well,
am I
why
not
you
the
asking
president,
us?
I don't
I'm
have
not
an
president.
entire.
If you want
like,
an answer, I'll
team
give you an
behind me.
answer. But it doesn't. I don't feel like you want an answer right now.
Well, I mean, I was answering someone else, so you'll have to forgive me for
Because
responding.
like you're making this whole like a knowledge and qualified thing. What it comes down to is Pete Hegseth is more ideologically congruent to Trump Correct. than pretty much Correct. anybody else.
And I
That's
agree.
why
And
he's
that's
in
why
the
he was picked. And that's why he was picked.
Yes.
And you're right.
And you said that's a bad thing, though.
There's
Yes.
also an aspect that we're not talking about, which
I mean,
is
that's
he's
the
also
opinion,
the lead.
and I reject your opinion.
Dude, how
Okay.
how is how
That's
is Biden any different? You think Biden didn't pick
Oh, well.
people that were aligned ideologically?
Yeah,
to
I
him?
mean, yeah, he picked
every- yeah, I already-
Buttigieg to be Secretary of Transportation.
I feel
don't
like
really
I
know what
already
he did prior
conceded
to
that,
that
like-
to deserve that, but I mean, he picked him because he
I
was
didn't know he
ideologically
did.
congruent, right? Like that's
Yes.
why I picked him.
What did I say about? Someone remind me. What did I say about him?
I don't remember. You probably didn't say it and are just trying to weasel your way out
No,
of it.
no, no. Wait, what did I say about Pete?
I said
Hegseth?
something about like Pete Buttigieg was probably not qualified.
Or, yeah,
but I don't.
sorry, yeah.
But there's
Pete
no qualification.
You said
They don't
Buttigieg.
exist.
Yeah,
Like it's
sorry.
just whoever you want,
And
whoever you think is most fit.
and both me and Dank said, yeah, he probably was unqualified.
Okay,
and he
well,
was- and that's a bad thing.
Oh, wait,
I
you're
would say he's
you're-
unqualified. For
Yeah,
that
no,
job.
he's
Qualified
president.
versus qualifications.
Okay,
Like,
well,
what
when
are the
you're, I
qualifications?
don't know how Canada works.
Not-
When you're
not
Prime Minister of
unqualified.
Canada, you can pick your own
Like
cabinets, and
everyone
you can
keeps
decide
saying
who's
he's
qualified.
unqualified. What, like,
Underqualified.
even Pete Buttigieg.
Under-
What are the
Underqualified.
qualifications? Okay, what are the qualifications?
The qualification is
should
you
work-
have to
you
be
should
a
work in the job
citizen
that
who has
you're
been
that you're
retired from the
working in.
military for 7 years. That's
Can you
the
can you like
not
go
the-
find that qualification for Secretary of Transportation for me, please?
I'm gonna do
Okay,
that.
can
Hold
I-
on.
can I actually-
I'll
can
do
I
it the same way. It's called Google.
Here, Splash.
What?
Don't
I'm
don't
saying
give
it's
them
a
an
more
out.
it's a better way of
They
running a
should be
government
able-
in general.
Yeah.
If you have people
So-
that know what
so-
they're
Okay.
doing in that
Yeah,
field.
that's fine.
Can you go find me the
Part of my
Secretary
point.
of Transportation
Here's
required
actually a
qualifications?
good example, like a real practical life example of my point, right? When I was looking for jobs in the summer, a
I'm not
lot
gonna
of
trust
these
that
jobs had
link.
GPA requirements on it, right? They had a minimum GPA
Gee.
requirement. Now, I can
Yeah.
apply to the job if I meet that GPA requirement, and then my resume will hopefully be reviewed.
Wow.
Now, realistically, if I barely
shit's
meet
already
the
enough.
minimum requirement, that doesn't mean I'm qualified for the job, and it doesn't mean they're going to hire me.
Yeah,
They're
it
gonna
does. It
hire the-
literally means you're qualified for the
like
job.
it means I'm allowed to apply.
No,
right?
it means you're qualified.
It's the same thing with
But are there
like
more
you can take
people better
presidency
qualified?
itself. Let's say the
Yeah,
presidency
there's people
itself.
with better qualifications, but you're still qualified.
Let's say the presidency itself is a position. You're interviewing for who you're going to make the president of the United States, right? And your only on-paper qualification is that they need to be 35 years old and a natural-born citizen, right? And your argument is, well, I mean, you can just pluck any fucking guy off the street and say, well, you're qualified.
That's kind of
No.
what we do. That's literally what happens in
But the
elections.
thing is, you wouldn't want that. That
That's
isn't
exactly
what
what
happens.
happens, dude.
Oh,
Right?
we pick random
can talk
people.
about
Who was the
Trump
last
being
random person to be president?
Yeah,
Donald Trump.
literally.
Oh, he's a
Yeah,
random
because
person.
Trump wasn't
He wasn't a
random, though.
celebrity and a businessman. He was random as fuck,
You guys
right?
show me where Trump
Yeah,
was,
he was just some
anywhere
random
involved
fucking.
in
Yeah,
politics.
no, we're talking about random
Anywhere.
people. I'm talking about 35, like a 36-year-old random person off the street. Who was the last president to be like that?
Oh, you mean like literally random? Like
Yes,
by
I'm
random,
talking
you
about
mean
literally
unheard of.
because that's his
So
whole
you're-
point.
you're
His
just
point is that the law by law you have to be 35 and
Dang.
born here. So you're saying that
Yes,
anybody's
so your
qualified.
definition of random means no
Dang.
one's ever heard of them ever.
Correct.
So really quick, Goose, let me take this really quick. Dang,
that's kind of
literally, if the electorate votes for you and you win, you are qualified. There you go.
Okay, we're not talking
You
about
have
elections
met
here.
the
This
qualifications
is
of
what
becoming
I
the
mean, though.
president.
We're talking
Congratulations.
about on paper
No, 'cause by
qualifications.
random, what I mean is somebody who is not involved in politics. They came in and they won. Right.
I'm not
That's
talking
what
about
random
that's not
means.
random.
But random to
That's
you
not
means, like,
random.
I guess
random to you means
this
no one's
is.
ever
I'm
heard
talking
of
about
them
a
ever.
random dude.
They're
Like,
like,
fucking, like I said, the qualifications
this
is
is the
35 and
disagreement.
born here. So I'm saying a 36-year-old dude in Michigan that no one's ever heard of. He runs for president. Is he as qualified as a person
why
who's
does
been?
no one ever have to hear of them mean that that's random?
Okay,
Why
okay,
is that?
take-
That's
take
not
it
what
Because have you heard of the
random
random?
is.
There's a 36-year-old dude that lives in Dearborn, Michigan. You heard of him? He's running for president. You gonna vote for him?
I mean, Trump is a pretty random guy.
No, he's
He was
not. He's been a celebrity since the 80s.
He was a
He's been a
That's not
celebrity
what
since the
random
80s.
means, dude.
All right,
Where do you get the idea that
this
random
is kind of
means
a dumb
known?
argument. Let's
Goose
get
is being
back.
intellectually dishonest. Let's
Yeah,
get
dude.
back intellectually dishonest.
Random doesn't mean that you're
I don't
known
believe
or
you.
unknown.
Random doesn't mean that you've had The Apprentice for a decade.
We're arguing over a definition of a word.
Okay, guys.
All right.
We're confusing requirements and qualifications, and this is the point I'm making.
That is
the
a point.
requirements to be president are
Here's
that
the
you
problem.
be
You
35
going back
and
to
a natural born
qualifications,
citizen.
and it's
The
about
qualifications
ideology.
Yeah,
Like
Yeah,
you keep
exactly.
going back to that. Like he picked
This
him
is
because
ultimately
ideology.
right.
Like,
Yeah,
and he
ultimately
is
he's a political
qualified. He is qualified. I understand your argument. He's probably not the absolute best out there. No, but he is aligned with Trump, and he is qualified. So that is why he picked him, and he obviously
good
likes the guy.
he meets the requirement. That's the
Yep,
thing. He
he's
is
good enough.
qualified. He
And that's
meets
all
Meeting
you
the
need.
requirements, meeting the requirements means qualified. That's the objective material.
Okay,
Be
guys
qualified.
keep
it
ignoring
I read
the ideology point, like of this whole thing.
But what do
You guys keep
look
going back
for?
to qualifications. That's not it.
What do you
It's-
guys?
Yeah,
that's
you guys
just
are
not.
adding
in,
subjective
what do you guys
criteria
look
to
for in a
qualifications.
cabinet minister, right? Like when you're looking at a
Hey,
cabinet minister
Mr.
and you look at their
Click I have
constitutional
a
duties
question
to
for you.
advise.
Hey,
to, like,
does Pete Hegseth meet the objective qualifications to be Secretary of Defense?
he meets the requirements, the legal requirements.
So the objective qualifications.
This
You
is the
can't
entire
just
point
change
I'm
words,
making.
right?
The entire
Like,
point
he
I'm
does-
making is that
he-
we're
Okay,
having
dude,
a
do
disagreement.
you know
of
what
words.
objective means?
I do know what objective means, dude. Do you know
Okay,
what
do you know what
requirement
qualifications
means?
mean?
That's the fucking topic, dude. We're talking
So
about what
does Pete
qualifications.
Hegseth meet the objective qualifications to be SecDef?
Yes or no? Don't change words.
I mean, the answer has to be yes because he is a SecDef.
Yeah, he did get.
If you
he
answer anything
got
other than
so-
yes, then you're just lost in the sauce, dude.
He meets the requirements to be
Why?
Secretary
Yes, he-
of Defense.
Requirements,
objective
qualifications, those are the same thing in this context. Just say yes. Don't change words.
It's the thing is, in the context, they're not the same thing. Did they get back to
Because
the
you're
top
using the
analogy I
word
was using
qualifications
earlier?
subjectively.
Fact is, you
3.0
don't think
GPA.
Pete Hegseth should be like Secretary of Defense, and like that's cool. That's your opinion, but like he's
Yeah,
the
that's
Secretary
an opinion,
of Defense.
and
so.
you're using
Requirements
Also, I
and
read Title
qualifications
49.
in this
The
context do
Secretary
mean
of
the same thing.
Transport. The Secretary
They
of
do
Transport
truly mean
actually
the same
doesn't
thing
have
in
like
this specific
requirements
context.
apparently, according to
Yeah, I
49.
mean, like if you get a driver's license,
So
does
that's
that mean you're
interesting.
qualified to drive on the roads? Yeah, of course it does, right? Doesn't mean you're the most qualified.
And you've
person,
also
but
met
you're
the
qualified.
requirements to drive on the road.
Yeah, okay, but if you're asking, if you're trying to hire someone to drive you across the country, are you going to take the guy that has a license? Or are you
Guys,
gonna
I don't
take
know
the
why
guy
we're
that-
arguing
Yeah,
about
but Pete
we're
Hegseth
being
does
told we can
have
argue about this
a
for
license in the sense he meets the
100
objective
hours.
qualification, which is he is a civilian and
be-
he has been retired from the
that would
army.
Look,
be
at the
for
end of the
7
day,
years.
these two losers are going to maul because the person that they hate got into presidency. It's fine. Like, you guys can, like, schizo
Yeah, that's
somewhere else.
fine.
Or here,
chill.
you guys, I don't care.
Can I ask a more specific question?
I mean, I get that
What-
skybox,
can,
but you
can
still
you
can
can
let
you
them.
provide a cogent answer for why you think Pete Hegseth is not qualified?
No, their whole point here is
because he's like a second lieutenant, and Biden had a 4-star general.
They're
That's
only
why
going
it
to give you
crashed.
subjective opinions on why he's not qualified.
Officerial ranks.
Well,
pretty much.
first of all, his highest rank was major.
Yep.
Oh, was it major? Okay.
I pulled the rank out of
that's pretty high in the military world. Most people
Not
don't
only
major
was he a
fucks.
major, but he was deployed. You know, he did
I
time
mean-
at Guantanamo Bay. He
Oh, let me
did
look
a
it up.
deployment
Major is
in
real
Iraq.
Yeah, most people.
I know he
most
joined up in
officers don't
03.
even hit like a lieutenant,
Hang on,
or
let me look
first
it up.
lieutenant.
I know he went to school in 03.
And really quick, I mean, the guy, okay, was in the 3rd
Military
Battalion,
service.
187th Infantry Regiment of the 101st Airborne. Okay, this guy was strategically utilizing military assets in country, making tactical decisions.
We got a
on
Bronze
his
Star
own.
medal.
Yeah, he got not just 1 Bronze Star, 2 Bronze Star medals.
He served
This
in
is a-
3rd
this is
Battalion,
a-
187th, 101st.
Yeah, this is a dude
Uh,
who like has plenty of
Baghdad.
qualifications
Ooh, wow.
to be
Yeah.
in
I
the
mean,
military.
like,
And I'll tell you what.
That
If
sucks.
you let me make one more point. Higher rank doesn't necessarily mean more qualified, because if you talk
Yeah,
to anyone
right.
in the military, what they'll tell you is that a lot of the times, the higher up in rank you get, you become less of a soldier, less of a war fighter, and more of a fucking politician.
Yeah, rank
Yeah,
rank
and
just
I
means how
actually-
long you
Crash,
have
the
in
thing is,
the
Crash,
military.
I brought this up from
rank
the
is-
very beginning, and they're
rank,
still
rank
in
is basically
denial
tied
of
to
it.
how long you've been somewhere, and most people don't
If-
even.
if Crash,
Yeah,
if
most
Crash-
people don't even make the
Crash is
captain
gonna say
rank.
something. I kind of need to be able to respond to it right before you guys just pile on. I agree that the higher up you get in the military, it's definitely more of a political position, right? I've worked with members of the military.
Then why didn't you acknowledge it when I first brought it up an hour ago?
No, you fucking didn't.
Is he finally got some sense?
Yes, I did. Don't
Dude,
gaslight
you
me. I
weren't-
did. That was the
trust
very
me, you
first thing I
weren't.
He
brought up.
did. I remember.
So, look, I can agree.
So are you
that the
going to
higher up
acknowledge
in the-
that or not?
the higher up in the military you
Okay, I
get,
guess not.
I can understand that. Yeah, it's more of a political position at a certain point. It's more of a. I would maybe not even phrase it as political. I would phrase it as managerial, right?
No, it's
I work with-
political.
Political.
That's the
I
correct
work.
term.
no,
It's
no,
political,
but-
100%.
we're talking
Trust
about-
me, the officers down there are definitely the ones
wait,
managing
what's your
it.
source on that? That it's more
No.
managerial than political,
Yeah,
right? Like,
it's-
do you have
No,
first-hand
really
experience in
quick.
this?
So
Yeah,
I mean, yes,
it's
yes,
a rigorous.
quick,
It's
really
a
yes.
quick.
You want me to
rigorous time
share?
curve,
You want me to share?
obviously,
I can
Oh,
share.
fucking
Really
Yeah,
quick.
I would love it.
Okay.
Really quick,
So
if I could add one more thing, you know, the reason why I like Pete Hegseth is, again, I view the DoD and Secretary of State, I view all of the branches of our military, they exist for one thing and one thing only, right? That is to kick ass, right? That's to
Yeah, that
fuck
was completely
people up,
unneeded. So anyway,
right? No,
what's
excuse
your
me, no.
Skybox.
Don't be rude.
Skybox, I'm talking.
Okay, so again, people, other secretaries of defense have tried to politicize the military. Dude, there is no such thing as a politically correct war. I feel much more comfortable with having a war fighter, a guy that's not a politician, who can just be honest. Wars, that's what they're designed to do, is to put boot to ass. And
Yeah, I
Pete
mean, the
Hegseth can
fact
do
that recruiting numbers have gone up since Hegseth was appointed
okay,
tells you
I mean,
he's better
so-
than Lloyd Austin was.
I think
What I was-
Pete
what I was gonna
Hegseth could
say-
literally throat punch everyone like in the world.
And
I
I'm
appreciate
I'm
that.
gonna put a massive asterisk on my own argument before it starts. Okay, I'm Canadian, so I'm working with the Canadian military.
Yeah,
But our-
Because
our-
then your
our
idea is
general- our-
completely irrelevant.
No,
Oh, there you go.
guys. The general structure is still the same. We have the same rank, senior officers. The biggest difference is we say lieutenant, right? Like instead of lieutenant. So
what's your backup on your claim from earlier?
what I was going to say is, when I work with members of the military, the higher up they get, the higher managerial positions are, right? When I work under a lieutenant colonel, that person is in a managerial position. They're not on the fucking
What's your
ground.
position?
I'm a civilian.
Okay.
Yeah. Like a second lieutenant is, you know, the lowest officer, right? I think that it's probably the same for you guys. You have all these different levels, and the higher you go, the more managerial it is, right? A lieutenant colonel runs the team I work under.
I'm not saying
right?
they don't do anything.
Further up,
I
right?
think that's
you have
where you're-
colonel, you have colonels, you have all these different people that are members of the bureaucracy, and you're right, they're not on the ground like running missions because that isn't their job. Now, those managerial positions are very, very important though. And when I look at the Secretary of Defense, I'm sorry, that doesn't look to me like a ground combat.
Well, wait, hold on.
Correct
But
me
it
if
doesn't
I'm
matter.
wrong.
Hold on. First of all,
right, in the field.
Everyone knows that the Secretary of Defense isn't the guy that's going to be making calls in
Yes.
specific combat zones.
And I know
But
you know
again,
that.
Hold on, but right. But the point, dude, is that the SecDef gets to determine policy over the entire operational readiness of every branch of our military. And
Yeah.
I don't want a dude who's a goddamn pencil pusher doing that. And guess what?
Exactly.
Lloyd Austin was a goddamn pencil pusher. When he made the priority of our Navy, our Army, our Marine Corps, the whole 9 yards to be, dude, they literally put out fucking recruitment videos being like, I'm in the Army and I have 2 daddies. I'm in the Army and I
My
have
mothers
2 mommies.
both were.
Yeah, dude, both of my mothers were in the. It's like, dude,
let's not do
you
that.
are prioritizing bullshit.
PCF, what's up?
And we need a guy who is going to institute policy that will make our war fighters war ready, prepared right now. We're focusing on literally obliterating the enemy. That should be your policy and priority. Pete Hegseth can do that. The last guy clearly had his head off into the clouds.
Is your issue really with like the fact that Lloyd Austin was a pencil pusher, or is your issue with the fact that Lloyd Austin had all those weird fucking stupid recruitment videos?
Both.
Okay,
Probably.
All of it.
Dude, the point is that when you have clearly that was not a guy who was fulfilling the obligations of what a SecDef is supposed to do. They're in charge of the overall strategy to make all of the branches of our military ready for war, like right now. Get ready to go through the meat grinder.
And
you don't do that. You don't do that. You don't do that.
I'm not signing off on your
You don't
way
do
of
that
thinking
by
either.
prioritizing fucking.
You think they were
Vatican
I can tell you that
classes
I agree.
for the members
Lloyd
of our
Austin-
military.
Real quick,
And I agree,
Lloyd
but you
Austin was not
really
a good
think-
pick because recruitment numbers fell through the fucking floor under Austin's tenureship.
Dude, okay, so yeah, sure. If like Lloyd Austin did some shitty recruitment videos as Secretary of Defense, and you need a guy that's like,
You're missing the point. It's
The number
the
one
recruitment
issue for every
videos-
branch of the military is recruitment right now because of him.
Bro, and it's not about the recruitment video. The recruitment video
why
is
couldn't
just
you
a
find-
symptom
not
of a
about the
larger
recruitment video,
problem.
why you bring
Is
it up?
that he was not the main problem. Is
you
that
gotta let me
look,
finish.
the
You gotta let me
recruitment video is just a symptom of a larger problem that this dude's priorities and policies were not congruent with the job of what a SecDef needs to be doing. He was less concerned about being ready and our military readiness and capabilities, and more concerned with fucking DEI.
See, the
Wrong,
Hegseth
it's
pick
backwards.
to me doesn't read as a guy that, I need the best guy for the job that's going to get our military to like a position of readiness as soon as possible. The Pete Hegseth pick to me is, I need a guy that's going to do that eventually, but also is loyal to me, right? If you want a military, you want to get better military readiness,
I
right?
mean, you say that like it's a bad thing.
Well, you say that like you know somebody better.
No.
PCF, actually, I think I have a really good counter argument to what you just said. If you want to
But what
finish
I'm-
your
what I'm
thought,
saying-
you can,
what I'm
but I do
basically
want to.
saying is like
I want to get a chance.
Trump's pick was not based off who he thought could do that job the best. Trump's
No
pick was
shit.
based off someone who is going to
Well,
be loyal.
really,
you're just making
can
that up.
I,
Hold
really
on.
quick, can I,
If you're
guys,
that
can I
sure
try?
about it, then who is the glaringly obvious choice?
No, hold on,
that he
hold on.
overlooked?
I don't have one.
And
No,
I-
you're right. I don't have one.
Okay,
Actually,
then you
how
don't
do you
have a
know
choice.
that? You're just
So,
making
since
shit
you
up.
don't have
How
one,
could
hold
you
on, hold on.
possibly
We can
know
take
that
it-
that's what he did?
We can
Guys,
take
can I
it
take
to
a crack
a
at this,
different-
please?
No.
Can I take a crack at this?
It's your preference. Isn't it?
If we're gonna, let's take it away from Secretary of Defense and look at Attorney General. Do you really think that Matt Gaetz was a qualified candidate, or was he
Dude,
someone?
I
that was
actually
gonna
know
be
why he.
loyal?
No, dude, you're dumb. I know.
Yes.
I actually know people that
Explain to
are
him.
really, really close to Trump, and that whole thing, dude, was a smokescreen.
Hmm.
They did that with Matt
Yeah,
Gaetz
obviously.
to get you guys so riled up and so rattled, like the Democrats, right? Thinking that they would go with someone who they would view as radical as Matt Gaetz. So that way, whoever he brought in second, they would be like, "Oh my God, we're dodging a bullet with Matt Gaetz. Let's just go ahead and confirm whoever's next."
Yeah,
that
and
was why they did that.
congratulations. You still didn't get a single Democrat except for what's the
We
one?
didn't need it.
John
He
Fetterman.
still got
Exactly.
confirmed.
That's the
Like, what
point.
are you talking
didn't
about?
fucking need them. You did all this work to scare the Democrats. Meanwhile, you never needed.
No,
their
it was to
fucking
scare
vote.
the neocons in the conservative party too,
Yeah, no,
dude.
because there were
Yeah.
definitely conservatives who were going to vote no.
Right.
That's
The
exactly
only-
why they did it. It was not.
the
It was
only
primarily the
thing-
conservatives because you had. Oh my God, I'm blanking on his
There
name.
were
But
so many
there were
of
a
them.
handful of conservatives.
Mitch McConnell.
Mitch McConnell was one of
Yeah,
them,
Mitch
and there's
McConnell.
another guy too. I'm blanking on
I
his name.
think
He's a
I
piece
think
of
Mitch
shit.
And
McConnell
also
voted
the
for
Alaska lady.
Bondi.
See, the thing is with a lot of these people though, they fall in line matters in all 3-seat majority with
No,
the
dude, Mitch
tiebreaker.
McConnell voted
So,
against
guys,
Cash
really
Patel,
quick, I did
Robert
want to
Yeah,
address
yeah,
this.
yeah.
Dude,
hang
we
on.
fucking Mitch McConnell's hated by everyone
spoke
now.
to Bragg,
PCF.
yeah.
Mitch McConnell's a
PCF,
Democrat,
PCF.
dude. He's a fucking Democrat.
Mitch
Mitch
McConnell
is a plutocrat.
But the
So
point is, like,
PCF, if I may.
I mean, it's a pretty standard
because he doesn't
practice
fall
for
under Trump.
it's a pretty standard practice for like Senate majority leaders or like even House majority leaders to allow members to vote against certain things when they know they have enough votes to pass, right? So when you have Lisa Murkowski like voting against confirming, like McConnell's doing his own thing, I agree, but when you have people like Lisa Murkowski voting against confirmation, that's really just Senate majority leaders being like, well, we have enough votes, so you can kind of save face and keep your bipartisan streak, right? Like it's purely political. At the end of the day, if they needed that vote, that guy would fall in line, right? Or that woman would fall in line. You know what I mean? And so with the 3-seat majority, you don't. I have trouble.
I don't think it's like that with this administration. I must say that
like,
people that like they would just throw their vote because they know they don't need it.
I mean.
Because I think a lot of these people are getting like judged by the way they like vote on these. Like I think this is the most viewed.
Well, yeah, that's exactly why they would.
Yeah, like confirmation all the time.
Coming from a swing state, they vote against it so they can.
I mean, Pam Bondi was confirmed 54 to 46, and Murkowski voted yes, and she was one of the fears against voting for Gates.
Yeah,
there's another thing too. There was a bit of a purge in the military. Like you want to talk about like policy, man. Like the Biden administration did damage to our military, right? We forget how many servicemen and women were involuntarily separated from the military over COVID stuff. And like these are the kind of people you want in the military. You don't want guys that are going to just do everything exactly by the numbers. The type of person who's like, you know what, I'm not going to bend my knee. I'm not letting you jab me with an experimental vaccine. Fuck you. That's the kind of person you want in the military, and they effectively purge.
You don't want people to be free thinkers. You want people to fall in line. You want people to take orders in the military. That's the opposite of what you want.
Experience?
But I talk to military people all the fucking time.
No, that's
you're talking to two veterans right now, not to do an appeal to authority.
That's what the Arab armies want, dude. The American and Western armies want people who are independent thinkers, because whenever you're an officer leading in the field, making independent decisions, you don't want a guy who's a yes man.
And there are notable, like
what?
I can't.
So
even
you're saying if
Trump
Trump and Pete Hegseth said do something, you want people to not do it?
There are notable examples where we see this happen on the battlefield with like really famous cases. You ever hear the old 666?
Yeah,
this is like one of the most decorated B-17 bombing crews of all of World War II, who were grounded by the military brass because they didn't like the fact that they were thinking on their feet. And, they were asked to bomb a hotel. When they realized it was full of civilians, they were like, well, we're already deep over enemy territory, so let's not kill a bunch of civilians. But look, there's a gigantic fuel and ammo depot over here. They blew it to Kingdom Come, crippling that area of German military. The brass grounds this crew. So what do they do while they're grounded, while they took their wings? They build their own B-17 out of a scrapped B-17 in the scrapyard, replace all the outer panels. They make all these modifications to it. They become one of the most decorated crews of all of World War II, and they did it by thinking on their feet. Man.
Is that the norm? Is that the norm? Is that what normally happens? Yes,
I could rattle off to you 50 other examples.
Well,
and
the most recent
following orders is important,
was,
but you need to they
crash
also
over.
train these guys to
you know Dakota Meyer is? Dakota Meyer was given the Medal of Honor, and he was told to wait at the Valley Pass while his team took Gonjagal, and in the middle of the firefight, like fuck this, and he rode in and pulled them all out. Right, that was absolutely not what he was told to do, but he was given Medal of Honor by Obama.
The Dirty Dozen, dude. The Dirty Dozen is another example. You got Jake McNeil McNasty, this group of 101st Airborne guys. They all shaved mohawks into their head before jumping into Germany. These guys got on the battlefield, and by the way, during the lead up to World War II. These dudes were like faced court-martials multiple times for just doing their own thing. But that is what paid off in spades when they actually got on the battlefield.
Well,
they didn't need some officer to tie their shoes for them and like order them to go do something. This group, this is where you got the movie The Dirty Dozen. It's literally based on this real life unit of these guys that like just.
Well, there's a famous video titled "Why Do Arab Armies Always Lose Wars?" And it basically comes down to they
No
have no
technology.
autonomous independence in the field. It's just full of yes men. They
I
have
don't
to
think so.
relay
They have no
everything back to
technology.
the
Dude, if you gave them
tower.
technology like us, I think they would be just fine. They don't have no technology.
No, it's a cultural problem. In
They're
the
making
Arab
bombs
armies
out
that
of
the
fucking
reason-
sugar, bro. Like they don't have the
Yeah,
same
and they're
technology.
still fucking losing, dude. You
That's
think
the
when
point.
Iran
They
fought
have the
Iraq-
technology. That's my point.
I actually feel like
Yeah,
that's
but
more
if
of a
they're
problem
smart
with
enough, they would have the
Eastern.
technology. Is his fucking point.
I actually feel like that's more of a problem with
so
the
money
Eastern
and nothing.
Soviet
So
bloc
they
era
dude.
thinking.
No, Arab armies have a cultural problem. That's why they lose
They do
wars.
partially. Yeah, I agree with that. But I'm saying, but you act like
if
they
we're gonna
have
say
no
this-
money and no
Whenever you
power
have-
is no big
whenever
deal.
you have Iran and Iraq going at it for 12 years and there's no change in flow of victory, it's because they're both culturally rotted.
Yeah, I agree.
So okay, if we're gonna say that yes men is bad, then why do you guys value political loyalty in your cabinet appointees?
It's a different position entirely.
loyalty does not
like
mean
they're
being a yes
talking about warfare, dude. Like this is different. Like, I mean, it's warfare in a way, and in
He
this
said
particular
cabinet
topic,
positions.
Yeah,
but
no,
it's
but this is kind of what I mean, right? Like I can actually, I don't want to get into the weeds of the specifics of what you said with COVID and all that because I don't want to get into that. But I can aesthetically, like I see your point, right? Like that you don't want people that are just yes men because you don't want people that are just following orders. I actually completely agree in theory with that. But when we're talking about cabinet ministers, like these people, part of their job, as outlined by like the 13th Amendment, is to take out the president if he's been incapacitated or like rendered incompetent in some way.
13th.
Like, there are
That 13th abolished slavery.
sorry, I'm not American, but you know the one I'm talking about, the 25th.
The 25th.
Yeah, but you understand my point, right? I don't think blind political loyalty is a good thing, just like you don't think blind loyalty to the chain of command is a good thing in the military. Because
I
think
didn't
it
say
leads-
loyalty.
If it hasn't
Or
become
blind
obvious,
following
if it
orders,
hasn't
right?
become obvious,
But you
like,
guys keep saying the reason why he got hired was because of loyalty. Like we're.
But
Yeah,
look,
hold on,
look,
TC.
Yeah,
If
no, I'm
you
not
know,
saying the
let
army
me
example.
address
No.
this
That's a
really
fucking
quick. So
straw
here's
man
the
and a
deal,
half. You
right?
get hired because of ideological congruency, not because of
Look,
loyalty.
Look,
Yes.
and not only that, like
Yes, that is what I said.
Okay,
If you look at what Trump has been doing right out of the gate, one of the biggest things in his crosshairs is woke DEI bullshit. I mean, on day one, he came out slashing federal funding to schools that are pushing it. The
I wonder
NCAA,
why.
it took a week before the NCAA caved and literally said, yep, no more Leah Thomas is on the team. You got to be a biological woman. Okay, so that's in his crosshairs. Now, particularly when we look at this in the context of the military, that is a very good and healthy thing. If I were the president, I would hold on. It doesn't matter.
It's
The whole thing has been so ramped up.
80% of people don't
Think
want
of it
this,
like
no.
this: 0.002% of the military became the fucking slogan of the entire military.
Yeah,
through
that-
their recruiting
I get that.
shit,
Sure.
through memos that are coming out. Not only that, dude, they
Dude, remember
instituted
the CIA
hold on, I'm not
lesbian
finished.
chick?
The military
Should be.
instituted DEI policies with regard to like tactics and who's getting promoted. That is not how you run a fucking military.
Is there
Dude, the
Period.
is there a
CIA had a
0%
fat
chance that these
lesbian
people just
chick
got hired because
for
they
a
actually
video.
Okay,
get a
so
job?
actually, I have a question on the DEI
Why
stuff. Are
don't you
saying that
ask the
qualifications matter?
pilot, the female pilot of the Delta flight that like landed?
Why is it
and
that?
ripped the
Why is it
wings
we had
off and flipped
DEI for all these
upside down?
years and we had
She
no
literally-
plane
she
crashes? Now we have like
literally
10
thought
in
she was a
fucking a month.
DEI
What are you
hire,
talking
dude.
about?
Crash
She was
is
literally a
10
DEI
fucking crashes in
not
a month,
helping this
bro. And you're gonna really bring it up?
conversation. Which is fine.
talking
It's
about.
What a
retarded.
bad time.
So like
Seriously.
DEI hires don't work, dude. Especially
what part of
is-
it doesn't
He
work?
never
I'm
made a
saying.
claim
No,
that
no,
it
I
did.
really
Completely
wanna
irrelevant to
zero
the
in on
discussion.
this.
What is-
I really
what
want
is-
to
what is
zero
two
in.
No,
crashes
it is
in a month,
relevant
dude?
because if that is
No,
the
it's
reason
not.
why you
It's
want
not even
someone
remotely
loyal to you,
relevant.
if your policy
No, that's
is
a
I
silly
want a
reason to
guy
have loyalty.
who's
I
going to
agree.
remove DEI out of the military, then yeah, I want
Dog,
someone who's
the dude
aligned with me
literally saying he doesn't
ideologically.
agree with loyalty to a fault. You're not addressing any of that by going on about DEI. You're preaching to the choir. I agree with you,
No,
but it's
he's not
completely
preaching to the
irrelevant to
choir.
the discussion.
Okay,
No,
but
He's definitely not-
this
he's
is
definitely not
exactly
preaching to
it.
the choir.
Trump wants a
Yeah,
guy
definitely.
who wants to put DEI in the crosshairs as much as he does. That's why Hegseth is the guy.
Okay, you know what? If you want to
PCF, can I take a crack at this really quick?
No,
There are two
please.
things. Yeah, okay. So
Please,
for-
if
this
we
is-
want to
this is
talk, if
something
we
you
want to
said-
change, come on, dude. If we want to change the topic to talk about DEI, I feel like
I
a lot
agree.
of
He's
the
retarded. Like, let's not worry about
dude,
that.
No. if we want to talk about DEI,
Dude, Skybox, you suck at debating.
Dude, did you not hear
No,
my
it's fine.
point? I didn't make a point that was to bring up
Sorry.
DEI.
No. I keep getting interrupted. No. But if you want to talk about DEI, I think the
We're
reason
talking about being
DEI
politically aligned
Yes, and if DEI
as SecDef.
yes, dude.
Yeah.
Do we want to let him finish?
Okay. Why
Yep,
is DEI
go
bad?
ahead.
DEI is bad because it leads to unqualified candidates being hired. Okay. Qualifications matter, right? The qualifications of
He
people
meets the
in these positions-
qualifications.
He meets the
So would a
requirements.
DEI hire most likely too, right?
Requirements,
by law.
qualifications
That's
mean
another
the same
thing.
thing in
That's
this
another thing.
context. We already
That's what
went
he's
over
getting
that.
into.
Yeah, the DEI hires that you
Why
guys
don't-
complain about also meet the requirements. Like the requirement for the presidency is 35 and a natural born citizen. Guess what Kamala Harris was? 35, above 35.
So
and,
again,
a natural
if
born
you're,
citizen.
if you're going
right?
to say that Hegseth is
It's-
not qualified, then why don't you
Can't
give us
believe
the
this.
fucking qualifications? What's the criteria of
retarded.
someone qualified for SecDef? Because you haven't said that yet.
I
So
Slash
brought
what
it
does
up
meet the
earlier.
criteria?
So the
Why don't you
one
explain
single,
to us what is the criteria?
the one single qualification in
No, he's
writing.
saying that's a requirement.
You have
She's
to be a
correct.
civilian and you've been
I'm not
retired
talking.
from the
No,
military
I'm not
for the
talking about
past 7
I'm not
years.
talking about base requirements. I'm
No, I
talking
know, I
about
know.
if
I'm
he's going to
talking
be
to her. She's like,
claiming all
screw
over the
him.
place that Hegseth isn't qualified. What are the proper qualifications? What is the
Yeah.
criteria someone
We already
should
went
have?
over this.
Fact is, he
As-
just doesn't
as
like
stated,
Pete
the only
Hegseth.
requirements are what Splash said.
I'm not
It's just
asking
the-
requirements, dude. I
It's
didn't
not
say
talking about the
requirements.
legal requirements. We're
And
talking
if you meet
about
the
actual
requirements, you
qualifications.
lose.
And
you
like we
yourself,
have
you
established,
yourself made the claim he's not qualified. So you're not you aren't making a point.
I guess
about requirements
if,
either.
if
so
you allow
if
me
he
to
is not
slightly modify my
qualified,
wording,
what is the criteria that
wording,
makes someone qualified?
okay, if you would allow me, you know, because in a debate, people's beliefs can change. If you allow me to slightly modify my wording, I would change what I said to he is not the most. I think there are candidates with better qualifications.
Cool. Who?
And can I address
Yeah,
that?
name
I've
'em.
been wanting to address
Who?
that particular claim for a minute now.
No,
Is that
hold on,
possible?
hold on. What other candidates are more qualified, and why are they more
He doesn't
qualified?
know. He's already said that.
He doesn't
yeah,
know,
exactly.
and he
That-
already
He just,
answered
like,
that.
he just believes that that is
also,
the case.
But also, I
How
don't
can you
think
make that claim?
I don't think
That
it's
sounds
like
like religion.
I don't think it's
Okay.
very reasonable to expect someone to be able to like name off the top of their head who would
Okay,
Yes,
dude,
I agree
okay,
with
but
you.
dude,
So can I
Well,
quickly,
affirmative claim
can I
is
take
not
this in a
known
different
law.
direction?
Hold on,
Crash,
if you
literally.
don't have an individual
If you're
in
gonna make the claim
mind,
that someone's more
right?
qualified, tell us who it is.
Yeah, and if you don't know the individual, then you at least
He
bare
said
minimum
he doesn't
must
know.
have your mind wrapped around at least
No,
a
that's fucking
criteria
horseshit,
of
though, dude. That's
qualification
absolute horseshit.
that you would want
Again,
someone
if
to
you're
have,
making
right?
a claim that someone's more qualified, then fucking name them.
Yeah,
And
I
if
mean,
you
I do
can't
agree
name
with
them,
that.
No,
hold on.
okay,
If
so
you,
but,
hold
but,
on,
but
hold
I
on.
guess
If
this
you
is
can't name them, then at the very least you should be able
DCF,
to
they're
list
being
off,
retarded. I don't
at
know what
least
to
you
tell
should be
you.
able to list off the qualifications that
I'm
someone
tired of
should have.
Skybox.
So what are they?
Cry about it. I don't know, dude.
look, like I've said, I agree that there are not like qualifications explicitly written for Secretary of Defense. Unlike most jobs where they might have like
Dude, you're the one making the claim. Just list
No,
out the
but-
qualifications you think someone should have. It's not that hard.
Dude, you're asking me to define a position that I am not like.
Well-
Okay, actually, if you want to talk about qualifications, I'm
Okay,
not
if
qualified
you
to define that
can't,
position.
then you have no business saying anyone is not qualified. Then, if you can't list
But
off a set of criteria that
So
someone
we were
would
talking-
be,
we were
that
talking
these are
earlier
the qualifications
about-
that would make a good SecDef. If you can't do that, then you can't say someone's not qualified because you don't even know what is qualified.
We were talking earlier about Transportation Secretary and Pete Buttigieg.
We're
and how-
talking about SecDef right now.
yeah,
Stay on
and-
topic.
dude. So, right, you're right. I'm not qualified to define the requirements.
Okay,
or
then you're not
qualifications
qualified to make an opinion that says he's not qualified for SecDef. If you don't know what is,
Well, he's never
the
never ran a
qualification
major
for
anything. He's
then
only
you
ran
can't say
he's never
someone
ran a
isn't.
small profit. He's never ran anything large. So I mean, why would you assume that guy that's never ran anything
Oh,
larger
right,
than
right.
like 500 people now is his
for
run?
running a
He's going to run like
nonprofit,
100,000
that's your
people.
qualification?
What?
That's your qualification for Secretary of Defense is, well, they ran a nonprofit?
No, I'm saying they've
Okay,
never
no, no,
they
no.
never ran anything that's a big. They never ran any big organization. Now you're going to make them run the largest organization.
Dude, the military's an organization.
Yes, the military's an organization. He's never
He
ran
was a
anything.
He was a major.
No, a major of a unit. But I'm saying that's not the whole fucking military. He's only ran maybe like
Yeah,
100
a
people.
major is not a high rank.
I mean,
I'm saying-
you think that him being a major and commanding 1,000 people is not as good as like running a nonprofit with 10 people.
No, I'm saying
Yeah, dude,
something
running
even
the
like
military-
something with like
this shows you-
50,000
this
people,
shows you-
20,000 people, something.
Guys, Guys, first of all, running an
So what-
organization, the
Not
military is not like any organization.
Okay, but
that you
he
think
quit
of.
the military
They're not
and went to
no,
talk
they're not
on
building
Fox News.
product. They're not providing goods and services.
He didn't
okay?
quit, he
The
retired,
guys
dude.
that are
Yeah,
going to run the
whatever you wanna call it,
military
yes.
don't need
And you
organizational
obviously would do the same
CEO
thing if it
type
paid
level
full-
knowledge. These are
Yeah.
guys that are going to be making decisions about military readiness, about destroying the enemy.
How about
and using
advocating for
military
losing accountability
assets
for war
in a
crimes?
tactical way? And guess what? Pete Hegseth's whole career, he did exactly that. He utilized military assets from multiple different branches of the military all together as one cohesive force. That's what a Secretary of Defense does as
Okay,
well.
he
just
did it
from
at a
larger
small
scale,
scale.
making sure
A small
all the
scale.
branches
Military
are
for a lot of
prepared for
A
war.
super small scale. How about, like I said, he advocated for losing accountability for war crimes. How about that? Are you a fan of that for convicted war criminals? You cool with that too?
Yes, 1,000%.
Of course he would be.
O-
Of course.
Only gays like you.
War crimes according
think
to-
that there's
Hold on, I didn't
politically
hear what you
correct
said. He-
warfare.
Well,
There is no
let me read the article
politically
if you
correct
want.
warfare, you dumbass.
Yeah,
What-
war
what-
crimes
everybody
according to
killed
whom?
me, dude.
Jesus
These fucking
fucking
liberals
Christ, calling war
sip their
criminals
fucking soy
politically
lattes.
Wait, Crash,
You
Crash, you gotta ask
Because you don't want to answer it. Okay.
Dude,
I got
you don't even know what war is, so you should shut the fuck
Yeah, but
up.
the
Okay.
war crimes
No
according
clue.
to whom? Because
I'm about
we
to
don't
read the
we don't
article,
write
don't
Bill
worry.
Hague
Shit,
committee, dude.
niggers.
Okay, that's
Okay.
that's an instant mute.
Watch the gamer words.
Hold
Like,
on,
we
I
don't
didn't
read-
hear
let me
what
read
he
this
said
Eddie-
that he
Eddie-
advocated
like,
for.
hold
The
on.
Can you
U.S.
repeat
doesn't
that?
recognize war crimes from The Hague. We actually had a law saying we would invade The Hague if a U.S. soldier was prosecuted in there for war crimes. We don't recognize them.
I mean, you're talking about the International Criminal Court. I think
No, that's not the same
is
thing
that
as
the
The
same
Hague.
thing as the Geneva Convention? I mean, I'm not saying the U.S. is like a party to either treaty, but I think those are two different things.
Yeah, The Hague is what prosecutes war crimes, and we
Yes,
have, we
the
have straight
International
up said
Criminal Court that
if a U.S. soldier is prosecuted for war crimes in The Hague, we will invade the Netherlands to free them.
Do you think that Navy SEAL people should start posing pictures, selfies with fucking dead corpses that they killed? That should be
That's
like
fine.
That's fine. Oh, okay.
That's fine.
It's against the law, but okay, it's fine to you guys. Cool.
It's unprofessional.
I don't care.
I know,
It's
of
not a
course.
big deal.
Okay.
Dude,
Like, it's
you
such a-
clearly just
it's
don't
such a-
have
it's
a
one of those
mind
laws,
for
like, it's like a
what it takes
formality.
for men to
Okay.
go into war.
Well, because these are
Crash.
against the law, so it's funny that you guys hate them. But you
Oh,
know.
no.
Okay, I know.
I mean, turning in slaves or the Fugitive Slave Act was against the law too. I mean, it's the law, right, bro?
Mm-hmm.
Crash. If
Gotta
you
turn in
if
them
you
slaves.
if you want to like say that we're not qualified to like speak on military matters, then let's take it to what I tried to take it to earlier about other cabinet positions, and talk about how a lot of Ts just kind of don't meet like basic, like what I would expect, what I think it's reasonable to expect. from these positions.
That's cool and all, but once we get into what you expect when you don't have a fucking objective standard, then it's like we're just arguing with your fucking opinion.
Well, okay, but take what we were talking about earlier about like housing and urban development or transportation secretary and like Pete Buttigieg's role in Biden's cabinet, right? Like he wasn't really qualified to be transportation secretary. He had no experience in the like. I don't think being the mayor of
What
South
are the
Bend-
qualifications to be Secretary of Transportation?
Well, I mean, I don't know.
You should probably
Like
build,
that-
you should probably be part of people that
Again,
plan
it's the same
city
fucking
roads
thing.
and shit,
You
right?
said he's not qualified, and we asked you the
but-
qualifications, and you
but the
don't know.
thing-
But I'm
thing
saying,
is, if-
I'm saying this should be somebody that fucking works at building city roads and stuff, or like bridges and
Yeah.
stuff. You know, like
mean,
actual city
Pete-
planners.
I mean, Pete Buttigieg technically set up the busing for his small town in Indiana.
So then he has some, but he's still probably not the most
this is-
qualified.
this is part of the point. He has
So
a qualification.
again, but who
just like
makes?
Texas has a
Where are these
qualification.
qualifications? You post me the Indeed.com
But
job.
this is
I mean, like,
exactly what I'm getting at, right? Like transportation secretary, it would probably make sense to have someone in that position that has some experience with
That's
transportation.
cool and all, but you're coming out with a fucking argument blanket saying that person's not
you're
qualified.
saying he's not qualified.
I'm saying
but you
underqualified.
don't know the qualifications.
Yeah, like we
Dank,
do
you're-
keep repeating
You're not the
underqualified.
one making the argument. This dude is
you're- again,
fucking
you're
saying
saying
that
he's
he's
I think we've been
underqualified,
both making the same
but you don't know the
argument for a while. I
qualifications.
think we kind of been.
Like it's like the goalposts have remained the same for this entire debate. You're saying he's underqualified, while simultaneously not knowing the qualifications.
Which is
Well,
absurd.
what we established is that there aren't like objective qualifications.
So then, how can
What's
you make the
the
claim that he's
argument?
underqualified?
Underqualified.
Underqualified.
How can you make the claim that he's underqualified when you acknowledge there aren't objective?
Well, because if a
qualifications?
guy builds a city bus thing and a guy builds like all the bridges and the streets in like L.A. or New York, do you think they're the same qualified, or one doesn't know more about the job than the other?
I'll tell you what, Dank. You're not qualified.
The
to be in
level
this
of
course.
qualification doesn't
okay.
make someone not or
I mean,
qualified. Like
could
there
be
is an
wrong.
objective, like basic baseline level of qualified, right?
Correct.
What is that?
Whatever the law is, but we're saying there's people that are more qualified and
Right.
No,
underqualified.
dude. No.
Okay,
When he
but
says baseline qualified,
Mhm.
he doesn't mean baseline what is required.
That is what he's asking.
Yeah,
I don't
but
think
if
so.
if you guys
Sounds
okay,
No, like
take the
you're saying he's
presidency, like we were
underqualified,
talking
and
about
there's
earlier.
obviously a baseline for someone who like meets
Yeah,
the
I gave you the
cutoff.
base. Oh, I said I just gave you the analogy. If he only
What
worked
is
on
it?
buses, I'm saying if a guy only worked on buses in a city and a guy built all the city bridges and everything, which one do you think is more qualified?
There
don't
you
care about
go.
more
I
qualified. I'm asking
I
about
actually
the
like
minimum
that, right?
qualification.
Well, that's what I said.
Actually,
Whatever
no,
the law
I
is.
like what he
That's
just
what we've been
said.
trying to
No,
say the
So
entire
let's
no,
time.
take a guy. So again, let's apply to what you just said to the SecDef, right?
Sure.
So if you take a guy like, and I'll use a real example, right? Let's talk about Louis A. Johnson, and he's real far removed, right? But this is a guy. He lacked military experience. He was primarily a fundraiser
Mhm.
for politics. Okay,
Mhm.
he was very much just a political guy. He didn't have really any military experience. Or how about Robert McNamara in
Yep,
the
same
60s?
thing.
McNamara is my
Right?
example.
Yep.
He had no military experience
Yeah,
whatsoever. So
stupid.
who do you
Shouldn't
think
been
more
hired.
qualified?
Shouldn't
A
have been
guy
hired.
that's never been in the military, or
Dude,
a guy
Robert
who got
McNamara is
I
one
would
of the best
agree, though.
militarists of all time.
I'm saying, but I wouldn't want him as my secretary if he's
wait, you said he
underqualified.
was one of the best of all time during Vietnam?
Robert McNamara.
Seriously?
He
Yeah.
was great. Yeah,
Re-
he handled the
during
Cuban crisis
Vietnam? Is
amazingly.
this-
Yeah. No, McNamara was for JFK. I think he was out before his
This
time.
fucking conversation is brain dead because now we've gone from like what are the requirements to what do we think the requirements are.
No, not
Well,
requirements,
I mean,
dumbass,
see,
dude. There's
we're-
a distinction
We're,
between requirements.
we're talking
and
about qualifications per se.
And I'm
agree,
just,
and
I'm just
actually-
saying,
oh,
a guy
that's
who's
We
in the
covered the
military,
qualifications a while ago.
a guy who
though.
has a robust military record where he's served every position, he's been in the infantry, he's worked his way up the ladder, he knows the military inside and out. That is an obvious better choice than a guy who just has no idea. He's never been in the military.
Correct.
before.
I would agree.
Yeah,
We
that,
can
and
at
that's
least
what-
agree
that's
on
what
that.
I do.
Skybox
I'm saying
was
I
just
agree,
agreeing
correct.
with this earlier. That's what we've been saying for a while.
Mhm.
That there are degrees of qualification that, while there are not explicitly written out, oh, you need 20 years as a 4-star general or something to be Secretary of Defense, the baseline requirements for the position are like, are you constitutionally eligible for the position? Just
Right,
like the
I'll be right back.
presidency, right? Like we were talking
I
about
love
the
how
presidency
your
earlier, where
definition of qualifications has changed
the,
to
the
requirements
baseline
too.
requirements
It
to
has.
be president are 35 years old and a natural born citizen, right?
Nobody
obviously-
cares about requirements.
But no, but what I'm saying is like the baseline requirements are you constitutionally
We're not talking. We're not
eligible?
asking questions about baseline requirements. No one is talking about that. The requirements are the requirements. No, there's
Yes,
not a
yes,
debate
yes,
on the
I
table.
agree. But
Nobody debates about that.
so but what I'm saying is when you're picking a president, you're obviously not looking at those requirements. So I think it's kind of dumb to ask someone like, oh well, what are your requirements for this position? Because it's like, well, there aren't requirements for the presidency beyond like or qualifications for the presidency beyond the most basic, are
So-
you eligible, right?
All
So-
it comes down to is
that's
you
not how
didn't
we-
fucking vote for me, you don't like him. That's it then.
I mean, I'm Canadian, like I said. I couldn't have voted. But
Because you're basically, hey, we skipped past, and now we got a fucking president we don't like, and I'm going to compare it up against this fucking secretary that I don't like, and I don't like any of them, so
okay, what
can
I'm
we
saying
just like
is
skip
pe-
past
people
all of this then?
Crash. I think I don't think it's a good thing to ask, like me to define the qualifications for the position because there are.
It is if you're saying they're unqualified.
I'm speaking to Crash. You're right. I don't have. There's no qualifications written anywhere for this position. I don't have the expertise to define those qualifications, but I think I can reasonably say that a major in the National Guard is probably less qualified than some of the candidates that would have been willing to do the job. Just like I can say, I don't have on a piece
Can I
of
address
paper-
that?
No.
Did you
I
see
don't
my-
have on a piece of paper?
Shut the fuck
Yeah,
up.
but
He's not
here's
done
here's the
yet.
thing. Like less qualified
sorry, I'm
according
almost-
to
I'm almost done. I'm
less
really
qualified according to whom?
So when I look at like Secretary of State, right? I don't have written anywhere what are the requirements for Secretary of State other than like are you constitutionally allowed to be in the line of succession, right? I know that's one of the requirements. But I don't have a list of qualifications, and frankly, I don't know enough about the State Department to define what I would look for in a Secretary of Defense. And that's why we have elected leaders, because their job is to define those requirements and look for people that are qualified. That's why we pick them, because we trust their judgment. We're offloading
So
that
PCF, did you
So your argument
did you happen to
is that
see the
Hegseth-
message I sent you?
But
So
your argument
when
is
you
that
have
Hegseth is
Secretary of
qualified
Defense,
because
I
Trump
can't
appointed him and the
define
Senate
the
confirmed him.
qualifications I would look for in a Secretary of State.
But
But I can
wait.
say Rubio probably
Holy
qualified.
fuck!
Like,
You
that's
just
a
keep on
reasonable
going,
one.
don't you?
Yeah, he's monologuing.
But
So
And I've been trying to address what he's said for a minute
I
now.
want to address the part where you
No.
said we got elected leaders that
Why-
we trust to
why
make
am I
the
being-
fucking informed
I'm being
decision to hire
defamed.
the fucking best people. But apparently you don't have that.
What?
I mean, what? So by your argument, you think that Hegseth must be qualified because he was appointed and confirmed
Yes.
by elected leaders. So he must,
He is
by your
qualified.
definition, be
He is
qualified.
qualified.
Then
Well, no,
mean,
according to him,
and-
he's underqualified.
Yeah, I think he would be. I think there's probably more people
Yeah,
more
yeah,
qualified.
Paul thinks he's
Yeah, and
underqualified.
that's
I
a
wish he was more
fundamental
convincing.
argument. I don't
Right,
have
and
a
then-
specific person
well,
in
then
mind.
we
but
asked.
Like, are you
couldn't
really
get
going to
one
tell me that
example of
there
who
is
would be
no one
better
higher
qualified.
than a major international star that would
It
have
has
been
never
willing
ran
to be the
any,
Secretary
never
of
ran
Defense?
an organization higher than like 100 maybe people. 1,000
PCF,
people?
I've
Majors usually command about
you know what
1,000?
tells me
Alright.
more? You know what tells me more
Still,
is if you
scale.
look at the bronze stars that Hegseth got compared to like the silver star that Austin got. Austin got an award that is higher than a bronze star, and he did it for quote unquote leadership. This is a
Thank
dude
you.
who was not in combat, right? Like it was a political dog and pony show, whereas Hegseth, to my knowledge, actually earned his. So that
I
that
guess,
to
I guess
me
my main thing
tells
is
me
not
a
hiring
lot more
combat
about
position here,
about those
right?
two individuals.
Politics.
When you look at guys who get awards for politics versus guys that get awards for what they do on the battlefield, I would rather have the dude who's been on that battlefield. I would rather have him be my sec def than a guy who's a fucking desk jockey. Period.
Yeah, but I think that's all.
That is
like,
the, that is the
you're
job,
not.
though. The job is to be a desk junkie.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
that's what I mean. You're not hiring a guy that's going to be
That is
on
such a
the front, you're
retarded take.
hiring a guy to
No,
run
the SecDef is definitely not a desk jockey.
What do you mean? They're
To the-
never
let me put it to you this way. The reason why I would actually agree. I think SecDef is somewhat of a desk jockey position, but in my mind, it takes a guy who knows what's going on that battlefield to be able to make policy decisions that are going to be force multipliers
That
when
could
we
be
are
true.
in combat. In other words, he's going to make policies because of his battlefield experience. I trust that guy to make policies from the top that are going to be better for the guy that's on that front line. That's what I care about.
so
Make
how
policies
long-
that are better at making our warfighters more deadly, more effective, having the things that they need. Whereas if a guy's just a pencil pusher desk jockey, what does he know about, like, you know what, this body armor, yeah, it stopped bullets, but our guys can't move because they're carrying 20 pounds just in body armor alone. A guy who's not out there humping it over mountains doesn't know that.
But so I guess my main contention would be, and this goes back to how I don't have a specific person in mind, but how long was Hegseth? Does anyone know?
Active?
How long?
Like how long
8
has he been
years,
out?
Maybe. Well, no,
Okay.
I don't know. Yeah.
So, okay, but let's say 5. Like, you know, put a number to it.
Oh,
Doesn't
7
matter.
at least.
Point
So
is, he's
7.
been out for years.
Yeah, 7's a requirement.
I guess my main thing would be the U.S. military is a massive machine. There are a lot of fucking people in it, and you're telling me that you couldn't find a guy that has similar qualifications to him but stayed
addressed
in and has
this.
more? Right? Like
I literally
They-
addressed this in the comment. Did you not?
You can't be active duty. You have to be out for at least 7 years to be SecDef.
We talked about this earlier about how, and this is what I was saying about civilian, supposed to be a civilian position.
They have to be out for
that
10
is,
years
that has been
or
waived
7 years of
many
the waiver.
times. That has been waived many times. Most presidents get a guy, or most recent presidents picked a guy that doesn't meet that requirement, and then they get it waived by Congress.
So,
So I don't think
so
that's-
wouldn't
PCF.
people
So
more
this is
qualified
what
than
I
just
said in
on
response to
waiver?
that, which was that. Hold on, let me grab it really quick. Apparently, you didn't see it. the qualifications thing, which I know we've already addressed, right? But in a way, sure, there are other people who could do a similar job to him. That's fine. But you need to realize that when you have a quote loyalist or someone that is ideologically aligned with Trump, you're going to have, in a way, that person that makes the person more qualified. You don't want someone that's going to like challenge Trump on every single thing he's
'cause
going to
then you
do.
get absolutely nothing done.
But you don't want a
Exactly.
sycophant.
So
Like you don't want like a blind loyalty. And I guess I can't
it's
say.
I mean,
not
in a
blind
way
loyalty,
you
though.
do, because the people that like voted for Trump obviously want somebody in there that's aligned with him. Like that's the kind of the goal here.
Yep.
This is
You-
the
you
point
can
I was
like that
muted
when
over,
you
by
pick
the
a
way.
we don't see eye
line
to eye.
that isn't that
I mean, it
isn't
is though, because if it's the
investigated.
opposite, again, you
There's a
get
balance.
nothing done. Like
There's
that is
absolutely a
kind of
balance.
the goal here.
Yeah, and I think I agree that there is a balance, but I feel like with a
Yeah,
lot
no,
of
like
Trump
I do see your
people
point, but like at the same time, like that's just not how it works. I don't think.
yeah, it's a political position, of course, and this is what I was saying about Pete Buttigieg not being a good pick, right? Like he was a good speaker in the opinion of the Democratic Party, so they wanted to elevate
You
him
have to
to a
use his
position
official
of,
name. It's Pete Booty Gay Gay.
yeah. They had to give him a position that would give him some. In their opinion, he was
vague power.
Black power. I mean, I think Pete Buttigieg was not qualified because he vanished for 3 months on paternity leave and nobody even knew he did.
Yeah, like I
Who
said,
did?
I
No, I
agree.
mean,
I agree.
Austin,
He's probably
Lloyd
underqualified.
Austin did. Who are you saying did that? Was it
Pete
Lloyd
Buttigieg.
Austin?
That was Pete Buttigieg.
Well, Lloyd
Yeah, he
Austin
and his-
did the same thing too.
Well,
Biden
Pete
said that.
Buttigieg and his husband adopted like a kid, and then he vanished for 3 months on paternity leave, and nobody knew that he left.
Yeah.
Well, as somebody, I just looked up randomly a couple of generals that are retired. This Joseph Dunford, he would have probably been a good SecDef because he was in like Iraq and a bunch of shit, and he's I think he's a 1 or 2 star
He
general.
was a Marine Commandant.
What
I think he was a Marine Commandant, but go on.
is he? I don't know.
I think he was. I think he was.
I was just
Okay,
reading
is
slowly.
he ideologically aligned with Trump?
I don't know. Probably not. I haven't looked. I'm just reading his.
Well, he's not gonna
military
get
career.
but I mean, part of the point
know
is
he
that I
would.
really feel like there are like the U.S. military is it's like a big enough organization that you probably could have found someone higher that would have been aligned with Trump. Like,
Why does that matter?
We're talking
probably
about
right.
Yeah,
There are
we're
probably
talking
other
about
people that could have done a good
two-party
job.
system. Like,
You're kind of reaching with that statement, to be honest. Like,
I'm reaching.
I mean,
that
if
there
he
might have been
likes
someone more
that guy, then
qualified than a major.
Yeah, like he's gonna pick the guy he likes the most.
Mhm.
Why does he
Yeah.
have to have a certain rank to do this?
I'm not putting a specific rank requirement on
You
it.
kind
I'm
of
just
are.
saying
You did earlier. Don't
You
be
said, why
disingenuous.
can't he pick somebody?
What do you mean I
higher?
did earlier? What fucking rank requirement did I
Dude,
put?
You
just
literally said 4-star general was the ideal. That was
Yeah,
what
I
you
was
started with.
describing what fucking Lloyd Austin was, dude. Wasn't he a 4-star
No,
general?
no. You're
No,
changing
you,
it.
not a
dude,
4-star
you've been
general.
ping ponging all over the place. You said that you want somebody higher. A 4-star is ideal. Like,
No, I didn't say a 4-star is ideal. No, I definitely
Yes,
did
you
not say a
I heard
did.
you
4-star
say
is
that.
In the
ideal.
very
That is
beginning,
not
that
a
was
fucking
your claim.
chance. I
I
said.
heard you say that.
I said that. You know,
You can
Biden
try to
picked a
change
4-star
history, but we
general
have ears and eyes and
Trump picked
minds.
I mean, I'll take the
Dude,
stance.
okay,
I'll say that there should probably be at least like a colonel or a bird grade general. They should be 4th on the ring. There's what 4? There's like 10
Okay,
rungs.
I got a question. Why?
I'm sorry. I definitely
Why? Because you're
did
probably
not
more
say-
qualified. Because you know.
Sorry, dog.
Because we
You
were talking
did.
about earlier. Because it's about fucking
Experience.
The experience, A, and
The-
B.
the
They're the ones that you're talking about.
qualifications-
They're talking about desk jobs and shit.
No,
They're the ones that have been doing it.
qualifications are to be ideologically congruent with
That
Trump
is
and
the-
execute what he wants.
Yeah, I mean that's if you're gonna say that, that's fine.
yeah.
Like anything that you're slapping on this is purely subjective.
It's all
And
pretty
again,
subjective, really.
remember that civilians have had this role as well too in the past.
Yeah,
So,
Robert
like-
McNamara is
Civilians
like
are
the
supposed
good
to have
example of that. The dude literally didn't serve a day in the military, and he was SecDef.
But yeah, but none of
under
us are here
Kennedy.
defending it. If we were defending it, that'd be a point to make up. But you keep saying it, but none of us here are saying that was a good pick.
Yeah, and also, okay, Skybox, I do really want to address what you said. Like, I actually did not say that because I was the
You
one
did.
that brought up it's supposed to be a civilian position, and that's why it should be a 4-star
No,
general.
no,
For
no,
you to
no.
tell me that
I brought that up,
said
I
it should be a
believe.
4-star general.
again, you're trying to take credit for things that
You
like
didn't
other
bring it
people have
up.
said.
I brought that up. I was like, oh,
No,
actually,
I was literally the one to
here's a
bring it up,
question.
and then
What?
you
So who was
changed
the good
your
Secretary
point
of
of
Defense
view
crazy?
to
Has
adjust
anyone
to
else
that.
been here long
Hey,
enough?
all the liberals in the room. Who actually was a good Sec Def pick then?
Like I said, I
This
would
is
have
so
gone with this guy maybe.
stupid. Oh my god, I've been listening to
I
this
don't
for
really
like
understand.
so.
Goose, I get that you're mad at me or whatever. I don't
Listen,
understand the argumentation.
it's
They're not going to be able
very
to pull something out of the hat.
it's very very simple. Okay, I've been listening.
Who was a good Sec Def? Who was the best one? I mean,
I gave
It's
one
very,
maybe.
very simple.
Let's see here. Is this guy
You're
still
gonna
alive?
go to Google to
General
figure it out?
Babbitt? Well, yeah, dude. I don't fucking know.
who was the Sec Def under Bush? I mean, I can tell you it was Donald Rumsfeld.
Yeah, I knew that one.
Here's
Oh,
the
you're
thing,
talking
though.
about
It's
who's a
very
good?
very
Oh.
simple. It's
Honestly,
very
I don't
very
know.
simple.
Who's a good Sec Def?
Can I tell you my personal favorite?
Who is
No,
it?
because you aren't a liberal.
James Mad Dog Mattis.
Mattis.
Dude, Mad
Mattis.
No,
Marine
the
Mattis.
the liberals near have this like this ideal example of who's the best Sec Def should be, and why Hageth is not it. But
Hey, it's Mattis, man. Fucking Marine.
We've asked them.
Mad
We've asked them
Dog
who's better.
Mattis,
They have
dude. That
nobody.
is the
We've asked
ultimate
them who's.
Sec
We've asked them who's the best.
He was
They
in
have
charge
nobody.
of the fucking
That is
Operation
pretty
Iraqi
solid,
Freedom.
actually.
Let me
It
really
would
quick,
be-
since his name came up, I think this shows, at least for me, like this is what I like to see in a Sec Def. This dude has some banger quotes. Okay, here's one from Mad Dog Mattis. Quote: "Be polite, be professional, but have a plan to kill everybody that you meet."
Fuck yeah.
Like, dude, this guy is just like such an absolute savage.
Hey, Crash, I really
fucking
love your example.
professional to the
Okay,
but
so-
unfortunately, you were not a liberal.
Goose, like I was saying, like I'm not
I'm for
qualified.
Mattis,
I'm not qualified
110%.
to pick Secretary of Defense.
He's
Okay,
like
I'm
a
not- so
modern
I'm
day
not gonna
Pat.
No,
tell
but you
which
are
is my-
qualified to tell us that he's not qualified.
No, I was just saying that I think it's a hard sell to me that the most qualified guy you could find was a major.
Okay, so you're
And
qualified
then,
enough to tell us that he's a major and that he's not the right fit.
Nobody's saying he's qualified.
Like
He has to
I
convince
don't-
us. Ultimately, he has to convince us. The president and Hageth has to convince us that they made the right decision with his placement. That's it. Ultimately, it's it.
I mean, look, if he's not a good pick, they'll just get rid of him. Whatever, we'll wait and see.
Yeah. It's
They
gonna take
change
time.
the-
Hopefully,
they
no
change
mistakes are
people
made.
administration all the time.
Yeah, it's not. It's not like it's not marriage.
Yeah,
It's not,
Trump's
you know,
had 1,
supposed to be
2,
permanent.
3, 4, 5. He had 6 of them his first time in presidency. So yeah, he's the only one that's had like more than 2 or 3 in their whole presidency. Fucking crazy.
And you know, with Austin, when you read his commendation for the Silver Star, it just reeks of political gobbledygook because you can read other people's Silver Stars and it's like it's honestly like kind of embarrassing. Like if I were Austin, I would be like, nope, I don't.
You get a
deserve
Silver Star from
Well,
fighting in
it's like
battle.
all the Medal of Honors like given during the Civil War just for fighting in it. You know.
Yeah.
You can tell. I'm just saying you can tell by reading the commendation. You can tell which ones were political, like just political dog whistles, and which ones were like, holy shit.
I don't think
Like,
dog
it's
whistles is the right word.
Well, I don't know what the right word would be. I'm
A handout.
blanking for one. Yeah, like a political handout. There you go. And Austin's, in my opinion, political
participation
handout
trophy.
because when you read it compared to other ones, it's like, eesh. It's embarrassing.
Yeah, like it's like how every kid gets a trophy nowadays.
Exactly. Like literally, dude. I think one of the quotes
Are you
was
saying it's
something that-
political?
Yeah, like dude, quote
Oh, wow.
with
I can't
initiative
imagine
coupled with
that.
confidence and tempered by tactical savvy,
Are
Austin's
you trying-
guidance and leadership enabled commanders to command with never a doubt that the battlefield operating systems would be there on time and in the right location. It's like this dude was a desk jockey, pencil pusher who was never on the front lines. It's embarrassing compared to other people's Silver Star stories.
Not
So
Mattis.
PCF, do you sign off on that particular fella? What's his name? Lloyd Irving, Austin? I don't know.
Lloyd Austin was Biden's.
Look, I like
Yeah.
I've said, and
What's
like
your
like
opinion
I've
of him?
okay, Skybox. I think you're a little upset because no one's been treating you seriously, but
Too bad.
I'll just say like I've
Hot meat
and I think
kettle.
okay, this has kind of convinced me, right? I'm not qualified to pick, or even like assess the
I
qualifications.
don't think you're qualified
of
to breathe
Secretary
air,
of
dude.
Defense. Like, good job, guys. Lloyd Austin, I don't know enough about him. but I would say that aesthetically he seems to have decent qualifications, but I don't know the details of his service. I don't know the
Aesthetics
details.
are
Well,
king.
well, I mean,
Not
you probably
understanding
heard
that argumentation.
you probably heard of some of his.
Aesthetics, like,
You
one
probably
of the
heard of
pillars
some of his military career just through the news. Do you? What was your take
I'm
on
Canadian.
the?
I'm Canadian.
Well, I know, but
I
you
like-
probably still heard about this because the Afghanistan withdrawal. Like you probably saw the Afghanistan withdrawal on the news. That was Austin.
Who set the deal
He
up
was
though?
the one in charge of all that.
Who set the deal up though?
What do you mean?
Who set up the Doha agreement?
America did.
Oh, okay.
Well, technically, the agreement was with Biden because the Trump agreement wasn't executed.
Yes, it was.
Yeah.
It was his
No,
pull-up
it wasn't.
plan.
Yes, it was.
No, it was a contingent withdrawal, and the contingencies weren't met.
Uh-huh.
And the withdrawal was horrible, dude.
Yeah, the
We left-
contingencies were. Yeah, one of the contingencies was that the Taliban doesn't attack U.S. soldiers, and they didn't meet the contingency. So
He made a
but
deal without
under
the
Trump,
Taliban or whatever. So like he only made one-sided deals.
And we gave him literally during the withdrawal.
Yeah, but like again,
our
like
our
Trump's
military
withdrawal was
literally left them
contingent,
like high
and
tech
the
night vision,
contingencies.
AT-4s, heavy machine
But
guns, heavy
anyone
weapons,
who says that
vehicles.
that the Afghan withdrawal was Trump's plan is just lost. They don't know what they're talking about. Because Trump had a contingent plan, and the contingencies were not met. That's why what didn't happen under his leadership.
So PCF, why do you go for aesthetics first? At least with this particular guy.
Like I
I mean,
said, I'm not gonna.
aesthetics are like one of the biggest tenets of fascism. Honestly.
Are you PCF?
Not even a joke.
Dude, okay. I'm not going to assess the qualifications of a Secretary of Defense I know nothing about except literally like the cover of the book kind of thing. You know what I mean? Like I said, I don't know anything about
Well, he
what-
better have some medals on his
on
chest.
Trump.
He
like,
he
do
nominated
you
his
want,
rank.
do you want me to just take a like strongly like a very
What-
strong
what color
position
is
in
the cover
favor
of
of
the book?
fucking Lloyd Austin when the only thing I know about him is that he was a general and
But
was
how come
Secretary
you're
of
an expert on Pete Hegseth, but you have no strong opinion on this Lloyd guy?
I mean, we all ultimately know why that's the case, but
Yeah.
in the news.
And I mean, if you compare
Well, let's hear it.
even when you compare the two,
because he's
I'm
just
a bad debater, by the way.
Heg said that here's the crazy part is that if you are in favor of Lloyd Austin, you know, even just with your own by the book sort of look, I mean, if you dig into Hegseth,
Looks don't
his
mean
record
shit.
his record is way better than Austin's, like way better,
Okay.
10 times better.
Really?
Look,
Yeah.
like I said, and like you guys have
Well,
convinced
what?
me, I'm
Like,
not
based on what?
qualified
I mean,
to
I
assess
don't know.
the
Isn't Lloyd
qualification.
Austin is a West Point graduate?
So are you going to
Or-
drop the topic forever now?
I don't.
You probably should.
Yeah, didn't Hegseth go to Yale?
He was a West Point guy.
West Point?
As far as
Oh,
I'm
look.
concerned, I'd rather have a fucking admiral in charge. Jesus.
And
Well,
by the way,
maybe.
just
Why?
because you go to West Point doesn't mean that you're Star Spangled Awesome as
He also went
a
to
military
Princeton.
leader.
Yeah,
Why
he
would-
went
why
to-
would you
I
rather
thought he
have
went
an
to
admiral?
a Ivy League school for something.
Because the
Yeah, he
people
went
you're
to
talking
Princeton.
about sound like bitches.
He did 4
Yeah,
years.
but
I'd
in
why
rather
is
West
have
Admiral?
Mattis back.
He graduated in
Mattis was a fucking
or
true
2023
hero.
or 2003.
What,
God,
what
I
was
can't.
Mattis'
I don't know.
rank?
He sounds a little bloodthirsty to me. Seemed a little
Well,
weird.
What was Mattis'
Lloyd.
rank?
Fucking
Mattis
general,
was a
baby.
Marine,
Mad Dog
man.
Mattis, patron of chaos.
You
a
can't go
general?
wrong with a fucking Marine.
Well, yeah, but what
You're
goes?
right.
I mean, what really, guys? What's better about a general?
A Marine general.
Experience. Ultimately,
Experience,
time and
right?
service.
Right. So he's more experienced, right? Okay.
Yeah, way more experience. Actually, was commanding troops in Grenada.
It's a
There's
PC,
a lot
if
of
you're
shit.
talking to
Yeah.
different people now, not
By the
the
way,
Yeah,
Norm,
I know.
debating
But
for
this,
the past
this is
hour.
like for everyone in the
Just
chat.
throwing
Like
that out
this
there.
is the point I've been making the entire time. I don't know enough about Hegseth. Like I'm not a military guy. I'm not going to say like, oh, you know, Hegseth is. You guys have convinced me I shouldn't say he's unqualified, but I have a hard time believing that the best guy for the job was a major in the National Guard, when in the past the Secretary of Defenses have traditionally been very high-ranking people like generals.
So-
or
that's
So
that's
does
actually
the
that's not true.
familiarity-
I literally
Does
gave you
the
examples
familiarity with
of
what your
people that were
typical
SecDef
infantryman
that had
does, does
no
that mean nothing to
military
you?
experience.
yeah, civilians, as the position is supposed to be, as I brought up originally.
Sure, but also does the familiarity that a major, and again, I'm not really familiar either, but does the closeness to that ground, like the people, sorry, the ground troops, right? Does that familiarity not resonate with you at all? Not even a little.
I don't know
Yeah,
what
and
you're
like-
not
like I
understanding, Skybox. A major
like-
is not that. Major is a high rank, but he's not that high of rank.
Yeah,
he's not a
From what I,
general.
but
And
what,
that-
from
that's
what
the
I
entire-
understand of Pete
Skybox,
Hegseth, to
Skybox.
clarify,
Skybox.
to-
This is the entire fucking point that I've been making.
Hold
like,
on,
the
let me
entire
just
time.
finish
No,
my
no,
thought.
dude, like, not hold on. What I've been saying the entire time is that okay, Hegseth is probably not the most qualified guy for the position. There are definitely people that are more experienced, and Hegseth was
And-
picked because he will be loyal. And I don't think that's
and
good.
therefore that makes him more qualified. You don't want someone that's more qualified, but they're going to challenge Trump at every turn. You want someone that's qualified and he agrees with Trump on all these different
That's
things.
not true
It's not
because he's a
blind
civilian
trust, by
leader.
the
He's
way.
not military.
They're just aligned politically.
When it comes to military stuff, he goes to his advisors.
Yeah, I look at like
We got
Donald
so far from the
Rumsfeld was a
original
captain.
argument.
Like the highest rank Rumsfeld achieved was captain. That's below major, and he was the SecDef under Bush for 8 years.
Right.
Yeah, it sounds like the guy was underqualified.
Yeah.
According to
I'd rather have a
to-
general.
Oh man, you
according
fucking
to
got me.
PCF,
Hey,
like,
Dipshit,
it was
you just
underqualified.
said that you shouldn't say that, and you said it again.
So
Yeah.
really quick.
Also,
I said
earlier you
really
guys
quick,
you guys
really
talked about the
quick.
shit about the Trump made the deal
Can
with the Taliban without the fucking Afghanistani people. That was fucked up already.
Can I ask
And
you
he
guys-
got rid of all the troops. So by the time Biden took over America, there was 2,000 fucking soldiers in Afghanistan. So yes,
Yeah.
this was all fucking Trump's
That's all
plan.
it-
So
that's
stop
all it took
fucking
to
saying
hold
that
on.
you stop blaming
No, it's
Biden
not.
for fucking the
It's
pullout.
not.
Oh, it is
It's
though.
not.
It
Also,
is.
No,
you
it's
don't.
not.
You
It's
also
not.
don't
It is.
need that many troops to hold down
Maybe put down the
Afghanistan.
liquor down.
2002
We got
was
rid
a
of five. We got rid of five.
So really
five
quick,
bases.
have you
Five bases.
Democrat dude and the Canadian guy? Have you guys seen Band of Brothers before?
Of course.
Canada, Canada. Did you ever see it?
Yeah.
Major
Okay, so-
winners.
So just to put into major winners. This guy started off
As a second lieutenant, yeah.
right? And the guy by the end of World War II leaves active duty as a major, same exact rank as Hegseth.
Now he's qualified.
Well,
No,
but,
I mean,
but,
but this
here,
is part of
but
my-
the point is that
Go ahead.
the good thing about guys, right, that get that experience on the front line, it absolutely translates to the type of leadership that you want up at the top. Why? Because guys that have been through the meat grinder, they don't lead like a dude who went in as an officer, right? One of the famous episodes, right? The attack on Foy, Norman Dyke, real guy, Norman Dyke, West Point graduate, went in
was a
as
piece
an
of shit.
officer. Right, but what happened?
He
They put
froze
him in
up.
there as a political appointment. It was a political appointment. He was a West Point dude. He had big politicians that liked him, that liked his dad. So they wanted him to get a little bit of combat experience and not get him killed. He ended up getting a lot of dudes killed because this guy just did not have the mind for it. And he didn't start off out on the front lines, and he just didn't know how to lead people in combat. And so, anyways, that's the point, is that when you're a major or below, you have some of that gritty experience, not like dudes that just come out of, and I'm not saying all West Point guys are bad. There are some amazing West Point guys that went in as officers, but it's just the standard of just looking at a book, like most things, don't always judge the book by its cover. You got to look a little bit
I mean,
deeper.
you're missing out. You're missing Lipton too.
I mean,
Man.
I
Fucking
just-
Lipton
I've
became an
been
officer too.
Crash. But I feel like you made this
Most of
exact
them
point
were
earlier, and
not
I said,
generals.
like, I agree.
Like
Like,
Donald Rumsfeld was a captain. Robert Gates was a first lieutenant. Like it's actually very abnormal to have a general as Secretary of Defense. It's super abnormal.
As a matter of fact, I would say, other than General Mattis, I would more often than not prefer a guy that was not a general. I would prefer a guy way lower, that's like around major or lower, because these are guys that go through the
colonel would be
meat
good.
grinder, that get real experience of calling assets on target,
Robert Gates
being on the
was
front
a
lines.
first
Those are the guys I
lieutenant.
want to make policy from the top, because they're not going to do it politically. They're going to do it about what's efficient for our guys on the battlefield.
And like most of the time, one of the generals that led the attack after 9/11 with his special forces, he became a Secretary of Defense. Not only that, because of his
Which guy?
capability of getting shit done. I forget his fucking name. He was in charge of Green Berets. They did a movie after. They went in it. They were like the first
Wait a
in
minute. First you
Afghanistan.
said Navy SEAL, then you said Green Beret.
No, Special Forces. He was in
Warcraft?
charge of Special Forces altogether.
That's
But he was in charge. He was actually he was Army.
Every branch has their own special forces.
Yes,
like
I know, but he
Navy
was a
SEAL
part
is-
of the Special Forces Command.
Oh, I see.
So he was Army. He was Green Beret, but he was in charge of Special Forces Command. I forget his name, but he led him in to Afghanistan. They made a movie after it, fucking one of the Helmsworth.
Oh,
he
where
was
they went
one
in
of
on
the,
horseback or whatever.
Yeah, he was like one of the. He was like almost to become Secretary of Defense. Like I would have him in charge of Special Forces. Yeah, why not? He knows his shit.
Well, and especially something like Special Forces Command or like JSOC, like especially if you actually move your way up from being in one of those units, like whether you're a SEAL, whether you're a Green Beret, Ranger, any of those, and then you move your way into JSOC, like Joint Special Operations Command, that is like very special.
Was it Mitch Nelson?
I'm not sure.
I would get Mattis would be considered Special Forces because he was Marine Recon and Sniper as well.
Right, but when you're JSOC, that's when you're working.
Marine Recon or
alongside of
Special
all the
Forces,
other
my dude.
branches.
I wouldn't fuck with them.
Yeah, Marine Force
qualify as-
Recon. That is the Marine Corps Special Forces. unit.
Yeah, you just don't
Force
fuck with
Recon.
them, dude. They fuck shit up.
So, what do you guys think of using military action in Mexico to combat
Send 'em.
the cartels?
Send them. They need experience. Our military needs experience.
It's gonna be.
That's actually a fair point. I didn't think about
What
that.
degree should we? At what degree should we do it? Should
I
we
mean,
send
so
them to the
long as
ground?
Cartel
Mexico
or
agrees-
armed like the military, so we got to
so
combat.
long as Mexico
their
is
shit.
involved in the operations, then do whatever you want.
Mexico can't be trusted, dude. Their people are bought up by the cartel.
I think they're still a sovereign country, dude. You can't just fucking. I mean,
No,
we
dude, they're
did it
dude,
once.
what do you-
We
dude,
did it
look at
once
the-
with Bin Laden in Pakistan, and I don't think we're ever gonna do that again.
Well,
Yeah, I
look
think
at the
lateral action
you know the
yeah.
tariffs on Mexico. This is all part of what he's doing, right? Remember how they paused the tariffs on Mexico? Like they paused the tariffs because, and again, this is not in the media, but I guarantee that part of the reason why he paused the tariffs on Mexico is number one, the president of Mexico made a bunch of concessions publicly to Trump about things like, all right, we're going to stop people at the border. We'll put our military on the line. And literally, like Mexico's military was stopping people on their side of the fence from trying to cross over the border illegally. So that's a public facing one. I guarantee you. And we know this for a fact too. I guarantee they made a concession for United States military surveillance to begin on cartels because it was already coming out. Exactly. They were already doing high altitude reconnaissance with drones. So they're definitely prepping for military action. I'm just really torn about whether or not we should be doing it or not.
I say send them in. Send the Marines. Let them do fuck up some shit.
Hey, as a former Marine, you don't want us in there. We have zero. We have too much discretion, and it'll be a bloodbath. And you don't want a bunch of fucking 18, 19-year-olds going through Tijuana, just shooting everything up, and causing a bunch of war crimes because that's exactly what's going to happen.
I don't think Tijuana.
That's not what I don't think they're going to do. That.
Follow orders, dude.
I guarantee you, what's going to happen right now is that they're going to get ready to unleash tier one assets.
It's going to be very tight ROE. It's going to be
Yes.
more precision stuff.
It's gonna be tier one groups. It's not gonna be Marines. It's gonna be like MARSOC.
It's not gonna be the
JSOC
E4
operation.
Mafia. Yeah,
It's gonna be Green Berets and type shit, Navy SEALs.
As a matter of fact, Green Berets are already in, from what
Yes,
I've been
Green
hearing
Berets.
chatter from some people. Green Berets are already in country.
Yeah. Green Berets
I
in
have a
there.
question about
Drone
this.
strikes
I have a
cannot
question.
happen. Drone strikes are too sloppy. They make one mistake and you blow up.
You know who
one
are fucking
house.
sloppy are the SEAls compared to the Berets.
Well, I don't have a problem with drone strikes on vehicles.
Well, they do. They
That's-
don't. They
that's
don't
a
do the
different
same
story.
things.
Yeah,
I
I mean, we're
disagree.
talking about,
Drone strikes are extremely fucking good. Extremely.
I mean,
precise.
we killed
John,
Qasem
you're extremely
Soleimani with a
fucking good.
fucking non-explosive drone strike. I mean,
What about the threat of an insurgency? A
they're
Mexican
already,
cavalry.
they're already an insurgency.
That's why.
Huh?
That's why they have. That's why they're. That's
Cartels
why
are already an
this
insurgency.
this is a
No,
tailor-made
the civilian
situation.
populace can become an insurgency. That's
But
that's
I
the worst
mean,
part.
Cartel are armed like
No,
fucking
I
terrorists,
don't
dude.
think so,
Occupying the
because
country. You're
the
talking
reason
about
that happened in the
bilateral
Middle East was because of
military action.
religious reasons. I don't think you're going to get the average Mexican citizen to.
Dude, Mexico and Mexicans are cool as shit, dude, and we share an ideological bond with them on religious
But
grounds.
they
Like, the
can't take
majority
care of
them-
their cartel
Dude,
inside.
the majority of them are Catholic, dude. So like, there is a bit of a ideological, a way closer ideological relationship to them than what
When
we
you
had
leave
in
a bunch of
Afghanistan.
cartels in charge of your own damn country and you can't do anything about it, that's an issue.
Yep.
Yes.
But also, those
if they can't take care of their
civilian-
own ship, someone else is going to become captain.
Right,
Yeah,
but
the
I
thing
don't
is,
want
it
us
doesn't
to
matter.
go
You get rid of the cartel, there's going to be another. Like the problem is per se is that Americans we love drugs and we need to stop that because there's always going to be drugs coming in here because we're the #1 market.
This is why they're
That's
using.
fine. I mean,
this
I
is
mean,
why
we
they're
went-
using
we went
Green
into
Berets.
Colombia
This
and
is
we
a
kicked the Medellin
tailor-made
out, right?
situation.
And
Yeah,
Colombia
there's too
is
much
nowhere near as
corruption.
big of a problem as it
There's
was
too
back
much
in the 80s and
corruption.
90s.
This is
I do understand your point about how it's always going to be
Like,
coming in
we've
here,
already
but
done
like,
special
but does it
forces
actually have to be
for
that way?
cartels.
You know, like, if we actually,
well, Trump just pardoned the biggest drug dealer for like 2 years, that Ross Ulbricht. So yeah, people like that are going to be out there always.
Yeah,
Ross Ulbricht didn't deal any drugs, dude.
Yes, he did.
yeah,
he ran the website that
No, he
all the
didn't.
drugs and he got a cut of it. That's literally yes.
That motherfucker
Line them up,
dirty as fuck. Are you
politicians
kidding
and
me?
fucking,
No,
and
dude,
fucking
Ross
cartel.
Ulbricht
Line
did
them
not
up and
deal
have
a
a shot.
single drug. I
Yeah,
don't think you know what running a website
Dog,
means.
dog, yes, he did. If I make a website,
didn't.
if Facebook starts allowing drug dealers to sell drugs on their fucking website openly, and they make a cut of it, are they not a part of it?
No.
Yes, they are.
Yes,
They're
they
not-
are.
they're not drug dealers.
Yes, they
Yes,
are.
they are. No.
Come
Yes,
on,
they are.
don't
dude.
be coy. Come
I know.
on,
Fuck, it's such
dude.
bad
That's how they're
faith.
getting their
No.
If
Bad
you do not
faith.
stop it, you are a part of it yourself.
He's making money off it
No,
too. He made fucking
That's so
$2.8
stupid
million
because
a
you're saying,
year.
like,
Guys,
if
if you
somebody
think
on
about it, Epstein
YouTube
was
defames
just-
somebody
I
else,
don't
then
even know what
YouTube
to
is
talk
under
about
and
now.
YouTube
You're
is
just a
part of
liar,
the
bad
defamation. That's
faith.
just ridiculous.
Okay,
You guys
this
don't know what
is
Section 203 is.
a totally
Dog,
different argument.
yes, it is.
Let's get back to Mexico. I have a question.
Oh my god.
I guess like what would you guys consider the cons of like a just like a like full blown like like we're doing this?
Insurgency. And let me just, because I already mentioned that once, and someone made a good point about religion in the Middle East. I get it. It is tribalism too. There's a bunch of different tribes and families in the Middle East. But in Mexico, I'm worried that the cartels, with how fractured they are, they will essentially hold the civilians hostage. And look, if we use American
Already
munitions,
happening.
inevitably, there will be fratricide. We will cause civilian casualties, and I'm afraid that the cartels will use that as ammunition towards the civilians to raise arms against
civilian
Americans.
casualties aren't fractured.
That's not going to happen.
That we can't. No, you cannot say it will not happen. It will happen. It will happen.
Again, I know you're saying that you're afraid of that. Then to make my claim more, I guess, reserved.
Since when are civilian
I think there are really good
fratricide?
reasons to think that that's not going to happen.
Isn't like the deal with the military that you take all like the worst possible situation into account as well as like 100 other possibilities?
Exactly.
And I don't know.
And then at worst,
Military is like your fucking pro chess masters, dude. They pre-think everything.
whether it's
I mean,
whether
maybe.
it's Mexican citizens across the
There's no
border
maybe
or
on it.
Americans
There's
who
definitely
are
yes.
aligned with the Mexicans, you're going to have terrorist attacks in the states. I mean, we're bringing the war that we had in the
No.
Middle East across. Oh, come on, bro, it would happen.
All right, if you
no,
terrorists
absolutely
attack our own
will.
country, I say we carpet bomb their whole
The
fucking
cartels
country, so
got
there's
their
nothing
terrorist
left.
attack.
If there's
Calm
nothing
down.
left, there's not an issue.
Jesus.
Calm
this is
down.
not-
We don't need
Calm
to
down.
fucking.
Mexico
We don't
is
need
You
to
not
attack mine,
Afghanistan,
we
bro.
attack yours tenfold. I call
We
that
don't-
fair.
If you think that's an impossibility or that universe doesn't exist, I don't know to tell you, bro. But that would
No,
happen.
dude,
Whether it's a
dude.
cartel-
I do think that's a
The only
possibility.
terrorist attacks that the United States are in danger of are probably majority of Middle Eastern populations that have been pouring across our southern border under our nose. If you look at the history of Mexico and cartels, not exactly the type of guys
Yeah,
that
there's not a
go
whole lot of
Allahu
scandal
Akbar
wars
and
to
like
suicide
clack off a
bombers.
vest in a mall. Like they don't.
They're not
It's not exactly
ideologically
how they
inclined.
roll.
Right. They
They're-
might
they-
not be ideological, but they can still plant a dirty bomb, and run away. And
No,
clack it
but
off
that's
someone
not,
else.
dude. That's not their style,
fuck-
dude. That's not
a
what they
dirty
do.
It
bomb.
could be their
That's-
style.
Dude, what fucking cartels have access to nuclear materials? What are you talking about?
Maybe not nuclear materials, but some kind of biological
I bet
material.
they do.
Who knows?
Dude,
All it takes
wow,
is
wow.
some TNT.
Bro, when have you ever seen a cartel do anything close to that? Never.
They have basically their own militaries. They have a lot of fucking gear. They
Okay,
have
so guess
reconnaissance.
what? So even
Conventional.
more, so
Look at
that
what-
actually backs up my point even more. They have all this shit,
Look at
they've got all
Tom
this
Clancy
money,
novels.
and you've never seen any cartel from Mexico operate that way. And there's a reason.
Okay, but yes, and what's that reason? I mean,
yeah,
come
because
on.
they're not, dude.
No,
They're
'cause
not
they're in bed with
religiously
them.
motivated fanatics,
No,
dude.
because our
That's
politics have been in. No, they've been in bed with them, and they've never taken these actions. That's why you've never seen this. To his point about
Exactly.
what
It's
happened.
because the
not-
cartels
At
are
his
drug
point.
monkeys and they don't have
Yes,
any
it is.
accessible drugs.
That is absolutely the arms. The industrial complex are all in bed with them. Swear to God. I
the
mean,
industrial
absolutely.
complex is in bed with the cartels.
Money's money.
Money's money, baby. It talks loud.
No. Like
And they haven't needed to do anything crazy.
I'm sorry.
Also,
like,
aren't there like nukes that you can put in your pocket or
Are
something?
you saying that like Raytheon is in bed with the cartels?
Yeah, Skybox. What a reasonable suggestion. Let's use nukes, tactical nukes on the fucking cartels.
No. I'm saying like the what are they called? The carnivals can use those.
Carnivals? We'll just go buy some tickets, go ride the
cartels, my
fucking
bad, I'm
merry-go-round,
He's
you know?
just making up shit. It's just conspiracy.
No, I'm not.
Let's go ride a fucking merry-go-round of happiness.
I do not think it's an impossible situation where that happens.
It's highly unlikely.
It's just a button press.
No, I mean I do agree with you. I think there is a chance it happens, but
And
I
as
still
Americans,
think
we're gonna
the
have to
pros-
accept that we may
I
face
still think the
repercussions.
pros outweigh that con. But it just depends how bad it could be.
It just depends how bad it
I'm
could
a
be.
little
I
worried that it
hope
could
it
be
does
like
not
a.
escalate.
I agree, but there's so much upside to this.
I think
though.
what we
I
should do in
mean,
Mexico is the same thing we did in Afghanistan, where we have like a kill list, like 15 to 30 people.
Yes.
Who have to be killed, and that's it. Right. That's how
I
you started off.
actually the reason why
20
I'm
years, and
hesitant.
we still lost that bitch.
The reason why I'm hesitant to want
we held
military
Afghanistan.
action in Mexico is because
The Mexico
I actually
government won't
think
do
I like
shit.
the way. I actually think I would probably prefer the way things kind of have been in Mexico over the last decade than with like this newfound American, control over Mexico. Like I actually like that you can go to Mexico and things are different down there. And I would hate to see Mexican police become more Americanized. I actually like the way it is down there. I think it actually helps the people. It's helpful. Like you know
So
how badly
you
we
like
get screwed
being
over
able
by
to
cops that you
bribe
can't
cops?
pay off. I prefer cops you can pay off. I'll just say it. I
What
do.
the fuck?
Dude,
I know,
you're in
it's
Mexico
corruption.
and like here's $20 to go away.
Then
I
I
prefer
know.
that, dude. The
And then
cops
you're gonna
here
talk
are
shit
like,
about being
no,
corrupt.
you owe
How can you say
$1,000
that? You say you're
and
against
parking
corruption.
tickets.
Guys,
We're
guys,
taking you to
there.
jail. Like
Oh,
fuck.
guys,
You just
his
nuke
point
yourself,
is-
dude.
His point is he likes to be able to go there and do that. He doesn't want to live there. That's where your guys are getting confused here.
But then
He wants to
the
go
point
do
is
it
the point is
time to time.
you're saying you're a fan of corruption. So then whenever you
No,
talk shit about
no,
corruption,
I mean,
that is
no, I'm
corruption.
not saying
You know what?
Bobby, I know you're defending him, but he was just about to correct you that he probably wanted to hear too, dude.
Okay, sure, go ahead. I'm sorry, I could be wrong in this.
Look, what I'm saying is that there's varying degrees, and right now I would not call Mexico a police state in the same way that I would the United States, and I'm not a fan of a
I
police
wouldn't
state.
even call it a fucking
Just
state.
to be
It's a
clear,
shithole.
just to be clear, Crash, would you like this domestically too?
What?
The notion that you could just pay off a cop?
Maybe that's a bad example. What I'm really trying to say, dude, is that cops down there don't get up in your grill about stupid shit.
Yeah.
Like you gotta really
Because
be
you're
shut
not
up.
cops because
Yo,
you're fake
yo,
down
what
there, dude.
about what?
Well, it's
What you
because
doing
they
down
have
there?
more or less better things to do.
Right, so
Really
dude,
good
so what?
football.
And dude, there's more. It saddens me as an American that I can say in Mexico, I have more freedom there, infinitely more freedom in Mexico
Because
than I do
law
here in the United
enforcement
States.
actually does their job here.
I know, right?
Yeah.
There's checks and balances.
Like, what are you
Wow,
talking
who'da
about?
thought?
Yeah.
No, dude, I'm not talking about freedom to
I
like.
would not
with
say
you.
you have the same
Dude,
freedom. I
ECF,
think that
dude,
they're
you
more-
know what? I'm
let
sorry
me
for
give you an
everything.
example, dude. Like for me to go
Okay.
just like light off fireworks, man. Like you got to go out to an Indian reservation near where I live, dude. You have to go out to a
Dude,
sovereign
move the fuck in
land.
Mexico.
Just to
I
go
thought you
have
like- I thought you like
time
saints
on
were
a
good.
Where
mountain.
like
the
Saints
fuck
Row.
are you? Where you can't light some
do
fireworks?
any of you disagree that we're
Complete
just?
schizo.
Do you guys think we're not overregulated?
No.
With
Well, yeah,
laws,
that's bull- that's
with
We're
rules,
perfectly
yeah,
Why is
we're
the
regulated.
regulations there in the
Yeah.
first place?
Yeah, but you're not
There's
talking
some
about
elements
regulation.
of
You're talking
overregulation,
about
but those can be
opposite of
reined
what
in
they
with
want.
Not even
MAGA.
that.
Like, what are you
There's a
talking
reason.
about?
Is there not a reason why? Like, did not somebody fuck up exactly why the regulation is put there in the first place? Like, did not
Yeah,
somebody
but guess
fuck up
what?
exactly
Right,
that
but
way?
if someone fucks up and is irresponsible,
Is that how
doesn't
we make
mean I'm
laws?
irresponsible.
That's how we make laws, right? Basically.
Okay, but
wait,
I agree. That's how we make
Crash.
laws, but that
Crash.
doesn't mean that we should.
Crash. I like how you're sitting here having like this half-hour fucking conversation how much you hate like cops in terms of not being like Mexico, and then you switch to do you guys not think we're overregulated? Do you think cops make laws?
No, of course not. They enforce
So,
law.
who do you really hate?
Well, of course, the legislature, but we also know
Then
that
why are we talking about cops?
Because they're the enforcers.
doing
What
their
do you, what do you
Because
mean,
they're the
dude?
enforcers ultimately
Yeah,
doing
and
it.
they're just
I
as
mean,
bad.
I do
Like,
see your
if you have
point.
cops that
I
are
see your
willing to
point,
enforce
but
unconstitutional
you're kind of
bullshit,
taking it
they're just as
pretty
bad.
literal.
No, I mean,
You're
if
taking it a
you're
little too
complaining
literal.
that we got too many regulations, it's not the cops' fault.
No, but I agree. The cops didn't make the law, but they still have a choice at the end of the day. And to say that
So-
they don't
And that
is
choice is helped by
dishonest
a
because
That-
$20
because
bill.
they're
Crash,
looking to do
really
it.
quick.
Hold on. We
I'm
have
actually gonna help you
sanctuary-
out if
Hold
you
on.
let
We
me.
have sanctuary cities
You don't want
where
Skywalker stuff.
police have just
Yeah, you do.
decided under the order of the governor, we're not going to enforce these laws. So they do it all the time selectively. Police all over the country are selective to a certain extent about what
And
they
it's
will
illegal.
and will
And
not
I'd
enforce.
love for us to crack down on it.
AI
So
can
Crash,
solve that.
really quick.
Yeah.
When
You're not
so
going to have an argument about that.
so Crash, you sound a little schizophrenic right now, but I think I understand what you're trying to go
Skybox,
for,
be
right?
quiet.
Yeah.
No, I'm gonna. Fair enough. So here's the thing, right? When you go down to Mexico, what is your how do you put this? What is your quality of life down there? Like the moment you go to Mexico, what are you doing that makes it more convenient for you?
Most
American.
of the time, I'm surfing, camping out at the beach,
Doing drugs.
stuff like
Coca
that.
leaf.
Cocaine and hook.
I actually don't do drugs.
I don't care. I was
So
just-
like,
Well, then
if
you're
that's
not
all you're
saying
doing,
Off the
then
cops.
What a
well, hold up. If
loser.
that's all you're doing, and
Yeah,
I'm not
I'm a
even
loser.
fishing for like what illegal activities you're doing, right? I'm genuinely not doing
I
that. But
am.
if that's all you're doing,
You're
then
having a good time.
what element of police needing to be paid off, like
Well,
where does that come into play?
Again.
the
What
reason why-
I'm saying is that I've been in situations where I give a federale $20 to send me on my way instead of like getting me wrapped up and having to go appear in court and pay like a $300 ticket. Like that's better for me. Like that's
what?
easier.
Like a
it's-
traffic
Yeah, that
thing?
motherfucker saw the gringo
Not
was
not
like, hey, I
only-
can get
but
20
again,
bucks off of
and,
it.
and look, maybe that's
Yeah,
maybe that's a
down
bad
there
example.
they
'cause
just want
the
to
overarching
get.
the overarching point I'm trying to make isn't necessarily about tickets like that. That was probably a bad example, but like I'll give you a real life example.
Well, you shouldn't have been
When you
breaking
go-
laws.
When you go to a
God
pharmacy,
forbid a man do
when you
anything.
go to a
Fuck.
pharmacy in
Don't live.
Mexico, you're going to find a line around the corner of white Americans and Canadians and people who have come from all over the place to get medical treatment and get prescriptions there because they're so dirt cheap and you don't need a prescription.
I wouldn't trust
Oh,
them because
yeah,
they're not
that's
regulated.
true.
Exactly.
Nah, dude, that's fucking sick.
That's true.
You
In
can
South
fucking die
America,
from that
there's
shit.
a-
dude.
Crash, you
I
do
don't
have a
want to go
point.
to some
That's
third
not
world
bad.
shithole.
All right, can we go back to the cartels?
Sure.
I don't know.
Believe
Like
me,
it's
the
a great
Latinos-
topic. I don't
the
know
Latinos
anything
anyone else
about it.
have-
cartel,
I mean,
we
does
would
anyone
be
else
very
have any
happy
other
if you get
cons
rid of if
besides-
you get rid of cartels.
Huh?
Why would you want to attack unless the Mexican army, let's say, or whatever is involved? Why would you ever
Mexican
want to attack
army's a
your?
joke. They don't do shit.
I know, but I'm saying, but why would you ever want to attack your ally? Why are we talking about attacking our ally? Mexico's our ally,
To
right?
be fair, we're not
not talking about
necessarily
attacking
talking about
Mexico
attacking
proper.
them.
Yeah, we're not attacking.
They're
the fucking
talking about
country.
military action against cartels, not Mexico proper.
But to be fair, the
But it
argument
would
he
be
could
in
put
their
forward
country,
is that
correct?
cartels are
would be
intertwined
in
with
their
their
country.
government.
Yeah,
Okay,
but,
so, I mean,
like,
they would have to be.
obviously they-
I'm saying if they let's
Believe
say
me-
they didn't want it to happen, are you going to do it without their consent?
I don't think
No,
they're gonna.
no,
have a
I
choice.
already told you
Okay,
that the
that's fine.
president
No,
more than
okay,
the
that's fine.
president
Okay,
the
we're good.
president of
that-
Mexico
as
gave
a-
consent.
Yep. Okay,
Yes,
we're good.
yeah,
Then.
that's
That's
what
all
I
I'm
was
asking
talking-
for. Okay.
As a Latino
Yeah, no, I just-
myself, I
I
can
don't think they're
say
gonna have a choice.
I can
No,
say that we
migra,
would be very
immigration.
happy. We would be very happy if you get rid of cartels.
Thank you, and I know.
Maybe go south so you don't get like caught up in the like hostage taking and stuff.
I actually live in a town, and my brother-in-law is Mexican, and I can get. My town is like half Mexicans, and I can guarantee they all are 100% like go for it. I shouldn't say all.
Yeah, the
but
I
individual
should
people
for
are
that
really,
place.
yes, I agree.
I should visit that town.
Because as a Latino, we are tired of cartels.
Well, then do something
every
about
time
it,
they go
man.
down-
Do
here's an
something.
example. Here's an
Make
example.
Mexico great again.
Okay, like
$5.
Make it a green hat.
I'm Caucasian, and like,
Everyone's bullying me today. I don't get it.
and like so is my sister,
Like my
and
behavior.
and he was gonna go down there to
I'm
see
just being
some
normal.
family, and he didn't want to take her because the cartels like prey on like blonde like white women.
No, they don't.
I swear to God, bro.
They
I
don't, bro,
swear
bro.
to God. I'm
Bro,
telling
I'm
you,
in
like,
Mexico. I'm in Mexico all the time. The last time Americans got
Dude, it all
attacked,
depends on
hold
where you're
let me-
at.
Let me just finish this.
it all
The
depends on
last
where you're
time-
at.
The last time Americans got attacked, okay, let me put it to you this way: the cartels actively want to avoid heat,
specifically from the United States. The last thing these dudes want
Everybody
is to
does.
fucking kidnap some popular blonde-haired, blue-eyed 20-year-old because that would bring down the fucking hammer on them.
We
And the
wouldn't
last
care.
time
Sir,
America,
we don't care
hold on,
about
let me tell
random
you this
people.
real story that happened. The last time Americans were accidentally shot up in a mistaken identity, they were riding in a vehicle that went through this part of town, and there was cartel dudes waiting to do a hit on some rival guys. They shot up a car full of Americans, right? I think one of them died, the rest were injured. Within 24 hours, every single one of those cartel dudes were gagged, hogtied, and dropped off to the police to turn the
fuck
to the
in.
Americans.
They were that's a true
Because you know
fucking
why?
story.
Because the cartel says, "Hey, if we give up these guys, they'll leave us a fuck alone."
Exactly.
Yes.
Exactly. That's the point, dude.
They fucked
I
up
guess
big
you're
time,
just,
dude.
like,
You
telling
fucked
me
up big time
all my
if you fuck with the
Mexican
United
friends are
States.
just lying to me. Like, I guess that's ultimately
No
what
one
you're
escapes
saying.
the wrath of the
Depends.
United
It
States.
depends on what state you're in, what
me the
cartel you're
Friends
fucking
can
with.
exaggerate.
And
I
not,
don't know,
not
dog.
only do they tell me the opposite, my experience in Mexico is the opposite. If you are a white
It all
gringo
depends where
and
you're
you're
at,
cruising around,
bro.
no, it depends on where you're at, but it also depends on what you're doing. If you're minding your own business, dude,
Yes, I agree.
they
They
are
can't go
not
out at
going to
night.
mess with you, man. They don't want to screw with Americans.
So
Period.
I have a cousin that goes down to Mexico a lot for vacation. He goes to Puerto Vallarta. Now Puerto Vallarta is a nice resort, right?
Yeah.
Who runs that Puerto Vallarta? Most likely it's the cartels. But they
Cartels,
keep
cartel.
that shit in line. They keep that shit good because they know tourists make them a lot of money, and they actually hold
in those
law and order in
areas,
that shithole.
Like, that is not where a majority of my town, like, they don't.
Like he told me, some
like,
guy was
live
drunk
in-
off the streets. A
in
bunch of guys threw him in a
high-populated
fucking
areas
vehicle.
down there. Like, they're like family or in smaller towns or like 10, 20,000. It's not like on the beach, like
Yes.
I mean, you like
Hey, I have to give it to them. Cartels do keep fucking law and order in a
Right,
shithole
but dude,
place.
there's a really hilarious video. If you guys haven't seen it,
And
even
they
if
keep a
you
good
go-
job of their running good shit.
dude,
tell you, down
even
there.
if you go out of the tourist zone and you go out into the mountains where they've got like grows and some of their warehouse operations and cooking operations, even then, there's a hilarious video of these two white gay dudes that are driving down this like lone dirt mountain
ARs and
road
shit, AK'd
to
at
go
'em.
bird watching, and they go past this like cartel grow, and a truck full of cartel dudes with AKs speeds by them and like points guns in their faces. The first thing that happens when they open the door, these two gay guys are like crying, like, "Oh my god, don't kill me, don't kill me, don't kill me!" And as soon as the cartel dude sees who they are, recognizes they're Americans, he turns around and he goes, "No, no, 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 mistake!" And these guys are like literally crying. He puts his gun down. He's rubbing this cartel dude. He's rubbing his
I've
back. He's like,
seen
"It's
this.
okay.
Yeah.
It's okay. It's okay, my friend. This mistake, but you can't go down here. But this is mistake." Like, and he was like patting. He's like, "You're not gonna kill us." And he's like, "No, no, no. It's okay. It's okay." And he's like patting him on the back. Like,
I mean, yeah, I
that's
believe
more
that-
reality of how things go down there.
Well, there's also
So
the
they
great
police their
example
own, but how will they
of the,
react when we start dropping cartel bodies? How are they going to react?
Oh, of course they're
Who?
going to fight back. But
Who?
they're gonna
Who are
be
you
fighting back
specifically
against
asking
tier one military
Fucking
assets.
federales, yeah.
And actually,
Federales.
I'll say there. What's probably going to happen is, again, the situation in Mexico is tailor made for Green Berets, right? The main purpose of what
Right,
Green
go on.
Berets do is they go behind enemy lines and
Big
they
ass take
train.
names.
No. Well, I mean, yeah, but the main way they do that is they embed with local fighters. They recruit local.
You know
indigenous
who were
forces
first
to
generation
go
Green
fight.
Berets, right? They're Maxi Sog.
Yeah, sure. Well, go on.
I'm just saying that more than likely they're going to be training up militias down there if we do get involved, and any involvement that we have are going to be very high level tier one assets, whether it's the Green Berets or JSOC. It's not going to be like Afghanistan.
They turn local
I get
assets
it.
into
I
friendlies.
understand,
That's what
and
they
I
do.
agree.
Do you think it's
It'll
going
be
to happen?
surgical. My
Probably.
concern is if it escalates, because it's always the what, then what, and then what.
Right.
So a Green Beret goes in there. He's embedded with, I don't know, a platoon of
Right.
Mexican Marines, right?
And he
One of them
trains
gets
them.
shot, injured, killed, and then what?
No,
What
no,
happens
and
from there?
I
You know,
agree. I told you I'm very torn. I'm very
the
torn
thing
about
is that-
military intervention in Mexico, and I lean towards probably let's just not. But I don't know.
If you attack, the thing is that if you attack on one country, what they also do, they just go to another country. For example, right now,
Right.
I'm originally, I was born in Ecuador. What happened is Ecuador was a very peaceful country for many years, And what happens now is that Mexican cartels are actually going to Ecuador.
Exactly.
Right
They'll go
now,
south.
and
They'll go take
they're
refuge in
destroying-
Honduras, Guatemala,
Yeah.
Ecuador,
So,
Colombia.
yeah, like for example, a lot of the gangs,
chasing them. I
a
mean,
lot of the gangs that were persecuted in in El Salvador, that they were totally get rid of the gang members in El Salvador. Now they went to Honduras or stuff like that. So that's what happens. Yeah.
So
And
the
I
US
agree with you.
and
That's
a
more than
good
likely
point.
what will happen.
Yes, that is a great point. But don't you think we will just keep going? Or like, if we're going to do it, and that sort of thing happens, like don't you think we're going to, like, just keep chasing them?
No.
No, you think we'll just be like,
The
all
only-
right, they're out of Mexico,
the
we're
only
good?
reason why
Getting boring
the only
now. I don't
reason
care
why
about this shit.
surveillance
It's
is
not-
even happening
shit
right
is not
now
gonna happen.
is because there's been some agreement between the president of Mexico and Donald Trump. That's the
I
only reason
agree.
why. And if there's military intervention, it will be because Mexico is on board. There is no way
Signed off on it,
we are going to incur into Guatemala, Honduras, El Salvador if we don't have an agreement with those countries. Like, this is not like,
Yeah, but
I mean,
like,
think
if
about
they-
it, dude. The last time we did that for like a HVT
Well,
was into Pakistan.
No, I get your point, but like I'm saying, I'm
Bin Laden.
assuming that like we talk to those countries and we get that.
Dude, I doubt that. I doubt they'll give it to us.
Really?
They could.
I feel like they have to.
But-
Like I just
I
feel
mean,
like
if you
the
if you
string-
hit
Have to,
it
or we
really
don't want to
hard,
take it. Either or, we get it.
huh?
if you hit it really hard, even at least on Mexico, it will diminish. It will at least bring down a lot of the crime.
Hey,
and all
Manos
that.
Arriba.
Yeah.
But also, you'd have to look at the economics, because part of the reason why he was able to twist Mexico's arm is because of the lopsided exports that come into the United States from Mexico. So if he was to use the same tactic, he would need to find a country that has equal or more exports
Well, no.
coming to the United States. But I already know the answer to that question. And there is no other South American country that exports more than Mexico.
Well, no,
in
like
terms
I,
of goods
like
and services.
it doesn't necessarily have to be exports. I couldn't tell you exactly, but I'm sure he has plenty of tactics to like for
Well,
each individual
There
country.
could be.
Like,
I'm just saying, if he was to use the same tactic, the reason why the
yeah,
tariffs
I get
on
that, but I don't
Mexico
think he
were so
like, I don't
heavy
think
is
he
because
would.
of how lopsided they
I agree.
export their stuff into Mexico. That was an easy pressure point to
Yeah.
apply to get them to tap out.
I totally agree, and I feel like he'll have that pressure point on any other country,
Maybe, but
or
what-
like at least that, like
but on
you know,
what
the
though?
smaller ones.
I feel like he has less of a
not
chance
all
because
the
we don't
countries
have.
depend totally
Just
like
let the
like
Chinese
Mexico.
government roll to South America.
We don't have an
Let's go
economic
tell.
relationship with any other South American country like we do with Mexico. They are by far our biggest trade partner in South
In
America.
drugs.
Asterisk.
So we just have less
Like I
But
said,
Colombia
dig a giant moat around the border and put hungry crocodiles in it.
I am for the landmine option, if that's me.
what option?
Landmine.
Landmines,
You guys
machine
are
guns,
so
pillbox,
silly.
and hungry crocodiles,
We
and
need to build a DMZ.
So
unorthodox
fucking
sharks.
Brutal.
So fucking.
I don't
dumb.
think
Yo,
it's
you
silly.
know what's brilliant, dude? I have such a I actually got a kick out of this. A couple of my border patrol buddies sent me a picture, and it was a waterproof case, like a if you know what Pelican cases are, they make like small ones, so they're like waterproof, dustproof, and it was like a series of pictures with the case closed, then with it open, and then a close up on the electronics that were inside of it. I don't know if any of you guys are familiar with LoRa protocol or like Meshtastic, but like the cartels, man, they're such smart dudes, man. Like
Drug submarines, dude.
Do you
well,
know?
yeah, but
do you know?
they've littered the mountains, dude, with LoRa nodes. And what they did was they're hooking ring cameras to them and like motion sensors. So when the motion sensors are tripped, it triggers LoRa to send out an alert. So like they've got this whole node of like basically like cell nodes where dudes can just be on their phone out in the middle of nowhere with no cell
Jesus
service.
Christ.
And they got their own sensor technology out in the mountains in like southern
that's what
Arizona and Texas.
Yeah,
talking about.
yes, because
Fighting against that would be fucking miserable. Fighting against
because
that
the
shit.
drug
would be miserable.
The drug gives them so much money
It
that
does.
they even have a disposable submarines.
Yeah.
You know that.
Oh, they
Yeah,
get caught, dude. Like they don't have the
build-
best navy in the world. We fucking do, so we just detect that shit.
And they're not exactly submarines. They're like kind of under the water.
It's like a midget sub, like a halfway boat, dude.
Yeah, I mean, it's,
Tries,
it's,
okay.
it's almost like it's homemade, kind of thing.
It is homemade. It is
Exactly. Yeah,
it's kinda
exactly. Yeah.
ratchet. But
Yeah,
the
because
point
they
is
don't have
that they're
to make them
very
last.
This is
they're
boring as
they're
shit. I
they're,
hope
they're
we get to a
resilient,
new
and this is
topic where I can argue
part of the
about
big reason too is why they're so successful on the border more than like our border patrol is because I always think of the analogy of like remember how armies used to fight where like the British would like line up, and they had this very strict regimented military doctrine where nope, we all line up shoulder to shoulder, nobody move, and we're just gonna like send volleys back and forth.
Oh, if a cannon hits you in the head, not my problem.
The cartels are free to think. They're free to act on their
Asymmetric
feet, and you
warfare,
see
baby.
that. Like right now, if you talk to any border patrol guy, they're not exactly allowed to just put their own sensor technology out there. Now, I've been to the border. I've put my own sensors on the border. As a matter of fact, in some of the work that I was doing, I've used my own trail cameras and used the data to trade information with some of my sources from ICE, Border Patrol, because they're not allowed to do that.
What do you do for work?
I used to work for an organization called Project Veritas. And so I spent most of my time out on the border and in Mexico.
Yeah, Project Veritas. Yeah, really good.
Yeah. And then I used to work. I helped James start his new thing too. But now I just work at a law office as of like a year ago.
Who the fuck is James?
James O'Keefe.
Never heard of him.
It's okay.
Wow.
A lot of people haven't.
I have.
But,
Project Veritas. It's kind of big, Uncle.
But anyways, yeah. So I put my own cameras out, dude, and like I would catch the cartel dudes like every day on camera, like moving bodies in, and then I'd show some border patrol sources. And they're like, "Where's your?" They want to know where the coordinates are because they want to know where the stuff is at. But they're not free to do that. So it's like the cartel, man. They are so crafty because they don't have any strict doctrine or rules or policies that they have to adhere
Exactly.
to. So,
And
like,
that's what worries me about fighting them. That's
They're
exactly
like the
it.
pirates.
It's hard.
They're like the
Hard to
pirates
fight
of today.
Exactly. That's why it's hard to fight them because they're ghosts, man. They're just
exactly.
They are free to just think on their
I
feet.
agree with that. But I
their
still
their main goal is
Yeah.
win, and Border Patrol's main goal is adhere to policy. and you're
that's
not
on
going to
their
win
turn.
against
And
that.
And that's why, if we openly fought against them, what would stop them from doing all that sneaky shit on our side of the border?
Well,
if we're going to commit to that,
see,
we're committing our families, our livelihood, everything to maybe attacks. That's what worries me.
I don't.
Yeah, but I think that's why you crack down on.
We just need to put
border
fucking
patrol.
Marines on the border and tell them no one crosses. How about that?
So actually, the worst cartel
Yeah,
attack that
that's
ever
why you do that
happened
first.
was actually associated with the United States government, and there's a cartel in Mexico. I forget their name. Made up of train.
Zetas or
It might be the Zeta. So basically, what happened is back in the 80s or 90s, someone got a brilliant idea and was like, "Oh, we know what we should do. Let's grab a bunch of these cartel dudes and let's have them go train with our special forces, and then we'll like put them back into Mexico and have them like go to war with the other cartels." Well, what those dudes did was started their own cartel, and they were absolutely brutal. And yeah, the Los Zetas and the Cartel Jalisco Nueva Generacion.
This is why you don't train your enemy.
So these dudes, man, were freaking. They were absolutely brutal, and there was a big shooting where a bunch of civilians died, but it wasn't. I don't believe it was like intended to kill a bunch of civilians, but a bunch of civilians were killed in the crossfire when they did a hit on this other cartel dude. So it's possible, but again, man, most of it is going to be our tier 1 assets, if anything at all. So I don't know. We'll see how it
hearts
plays
and
out.
minds is turning the Mexican populace against the cartels, but that's not going to happen when we start dropping civilian bodies by accident.
Well, the reason why look, a lot of the
I
civilians
can-
don't like them, but many of the civilians go to the cartels because there's they can't make the same amount of money anywhere
I
else.
can tell you the
Mine
problem
sucks down there.
The problem with the Latin American people actually trying to go against the cartels is they don't have enough support, enough power,
Right.
and they are experts at extortions.
Right.
They go and they threaten them with their families. their business, everything, and then many of them die, and they are put, as an example of what is going to happen to you if you try to go against them and stuff like that. And then a lot of people, they just don't do it because of fear.
Yeah, they don't want to end up in a
that's-
chainsaw video like those two guys.
Chainsaw video. Chainsaw Massacre.
Dude, these
times
guys,
4.
crossed the
So
wrong
it's not like
cartel,
the people
and
don't
they literally
want
cut their
to
heads
get
off
rid
with
of
a
them.
chainsaw on video.
It's not like the people don't want to get rid of them; they just don't know how
can't.
to get rid of them.
Right.
And
Whi-
and those people
which
also
is-
have so much
Right.
so much money, so much power that they can buy the
Yeah.
authorities. They can buy
And this is-
others.
And by the way, this
Yeah.
is part of the reason why I don't know that I support military intervention, because if we think things are bad now, it's not that I think there's going to be this like wicked insurgency, but look, people will get caught in the crossfire. There's no doubt about that. The cartel's not just going to lay down, and in order to be successful against them is going to take a sustained military campaign and intervention that's going to pretty much come out of the
And you
tax
have to make
dollars,
sure that the
taxpayer's
people that you
pocket.
put there don't get corrupted easily.
Well, and that's not easy to do, bro. Like, you guys have no, like, I wish normal people, I think everyone should go down to the border and just like take a look to see the situation, because it's wild, bro. I was out there one night, and I had been camped out along the border for like a week. And one of the nights that I was out there just watching the line, I watched a border patrol truck drive up. I'm up on top of this mountain. He doesn't know I'm there. He drives under, like, down below me, and I'm watching him the whole time. And he aims his truck at the fence, right? And then turns his lights off, and then flashes his lights 3 times, and then dips. And I'm like, what the fuck was that? And that was a border
was
patrol truck. Like, what the fuck was that? Right?
Signaling.
About 30 minutes go by, and a group of bodies starts moving through underneath.
You should have videotaped his ass and reported him, dude.
I did.
Trump,
I
you would have
know.
gotten a promotion.
Oh, dude, it was. But there is so much. They pay off so many people. It's insane. But as a matter of fact, just a week ago, one of my border patrol buddies, they literally cut the a guy got arrested during muster for being paid off by the cartels, and they literally took out the shears, cut his uniform off, and arrested the guy. Happens all the time. All the time.
So we need pro Americans don't give a shit. We need pro Americans that don't give a shit.
Well, it's a
no payoff, no nothing.
Complicated situation.
You know what? Put fucking Russians or Ukrainians on the border. They don't like Mexicans.
That's wild.
Sorry, I don't speak
now let's
Spanish
talk
yet.
about
Go
why
back.
Pete Hegseth isn't qualified to be Secretary of Defense.
I say put
Yeah, it's
landmines.
very complicated.
Landmines. Let them come across.
And
The
those-
fucking
Hey,
landmine will get them.
Here, don't you have like a wife or something?
Huh?
Who?
What? Not you, Horchata. Don't worry about it. I'm being bad faith. My bad.
Yeah, Jorge.
What do you guys think of the tariffs on Canada?
I actually don't have an opinion. I'm not smart like that.
They're bad, I would say, but they're going to disagree. So
And
Yeah,
they,
no,
for
I'm just
example,
curious.
those cartels and gangs, they also take advantage in Latin America. They take advantage of the difficulty of people trying to find jobs. So you need to realize in Latin America, there is no such thing as GED or anything like that, like over here. They make it so uncomplicated here in America to be able to work. Here, many people have it. Even the degrees are basically optional, whereas in other countries, there's the difference between starving and having a decent living. So,
Well, if you get a
many
degree
people do-
out of this country,
Yeah.
basically your degree is void, dude. So, like, no habla.
Yeah. So, but
Poquito
that's
habla.
the thing.
Poquito habla español. And
we take like
Indian.
Oxford people from England and shit. We take other countries. It's gotta be smart.
Yeah, but over there, the thing is that they have those difficulties, and that's what actually these people use. They say, "Oh, don't come to work with us," and then they don't require anything. They offer them even more money, and then they take advantage of that. because here in this country many people work even without papers and stuff like that. Whereas over
country?
there,
What country is this
with
country
all the
you're talking
papers,
about?
degrees and stuff, they cannot find jobs.
What do you mean this country? Like what country are you
Latin
from?
America, he was talking about.
Oh, okay. Just making sure.
Habla America.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure we're all on the same page.
Can I ask you guys a question? Why are you guys so concerned with like the border and like what's going on in other countries?
Because that's
Like,
what's fucking our issue right now, dude. We need to stop giving a shit what's going on in other countries. Give a shit what's going on in our own.
Yeah,
that's what I'm asking. Like why not be concerned about the inflation, housing, and more important things that
Hell
that
yeah!
are,
Now we're talking, baby.
so
inflation's high
so
right
why be concerned? Well, why is it still high?
Because of tariffs.
Didn't
People,
No,
the,
it's
the, world's
not
getting,
just
the,
the
world's
tariffs.
getting, the world's getting ready for tariffs. They're already.
It was
they're already
horrible
planning.
even before that.
No, it wasn't.
But
Tariffs
didn't-
were at
I
was
mean,
at
they're ready,
3%
ready.
every month. Every month.
But we need to
Trump
stop
said
doing
he's
fucking
about to
tariffs,
go
dude.
down,
Tariffs
baby.
don't do
I
nothing.
can show you because
Trump
I
said
they
he was gonna
ruin
get rid of
everybody's
them.
life.
times.
All right.
I think the tariffs might do something, guys.
It's gonna piss a lot of people off, dude. No one won't be able to afford nothing.
Exactly. Hold on.
Trump said he was going to get rid of the inflation from day one.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, and just add on to it.
Inflation in
Prick.
2024 was
Listen,
2.9%.
It's only
so-
been 3 weeks. No, but for real, it's only been 3 weeks.
I know.
Okay.
I understand that, but that's not.
It's only
That's
been
not,
3
Chill
weeks.
the fuck
goddamn,
out,
could've
old
fooled
man.
me.
that's not what he said. He legit
Who
said day
cares,
one
dude?
he's going to fix
Who cares?
everything.
I mean, watch the action. Actions speak louder than the words, right?
There has been no action. That's my point.
That's the point.
What do you mean, no action?
Well, he has been doing what he promised.
He has been
so
doing
far.
everything
right.
buddy promised.
Can't
He
argue
renamed the
Gulf?
border. He renamed the Gulf of America. Like what is that? Like what does that
Who
have to
gives
do
a
with
shit
it?
about
That's
a
kind
name,
of some
dude?
petty shit, though.
That is
That's
petty.
some petty shit. Let's be real.
But
It
my
is.
point is that he did nothing. He's doing nothing for us.
Mhm.
That's my whole point.
You might also go live in Vietnam with old Uncle Ho, and he can give you a water buffalo.
Uh-huh.
Exactly.
So
That's-
yeah,
that's-
don't attack.
yep.
Yeah, exactly.
You can be friends with Uncle Ho, give you a water buffalo. You can go sit in some ice bath, eat shit in.
Why did inflation go up higher than they expected? Like there was what they thought inflation was going to be for January and February, and that's higher. Why is that?
Because fucking companies are crooks and assholes, dude. They don't give a shit.
Companies are crooks and assholes.
It couldn't have been the threats of tariffs that are
Right.
changing.
But you
companies'
guys blame
decision
but you guys blame Biden for every fucking problem. So why don't you keep that same energy now?
I'm not blaming Biden. I'm
Not you.
blaming Trump.
No,
'cause
not
he
you.
said
No,
he
no,
was
not
gonna get
you.
rid of
Not
it.
you personally. I'm talking about Republicans in general. Republicans in general blame Biden for all the inflation, even though it was mostly caused because of fucking COVID and all the shit, because it was the whole world problem. But yet now, when there's other problems, you're gonna blame like the egg price going up on chickens being dead. Why are you guys having nuanced conversations now when you couldn't have them last year, 2 years ago?
Well,
by the way,
Trump tried to not allow the economy to crash when he was in power.
I
the
personally don't
last
blame
time.
him. I personally don't blame him. But I'm saying you guys blame Biden for the inflation when it wasn't him or in his policies. It was the COVID
Well,
shut
he
down
made
the whole
it
world.
way- he made it way worse than
No, he didn't.
than
We had
what
the
it
best
could be.
recovery out of anybody in the world.
But by the way, we don't need to go back to Mexico, but I did drop a couple of things in the chat if you guys want to look at them. This is one of the last time. Well, this is one of the last times I was down on the border. It was like 2021 or 2022, but you can see like I put in a couple screenshots. One from my GPS that shows like everywhere I was at with my team on foot. The other image with all the like photo markers along that yellow line, that's the border, the fence, and every single one of those like icons represents a hole, like a gigantic gaping hole in the fence. And then those videos were from a couple of my own trail cams that I put out. I had a lot more though. I put out so many freaking cameras, it was stupid. So I was like tracking cartel dudes on this side of the fence and in Mexico, like all up and down, like southern Arizona, Texas, Juarez, Nuevo Laredo, like
Man, this is
everywhere.
wild.
It was a wild, dude. It was a wild time, man.
So Dan sided, are you Democrat? Are you a
Me?
Democrat?
I would say
Me?
I lean
No,
Democrat.
oh,
I'm not a blind allegiance. So like there's things that you can fucking push me on and I will not agree with. So yeah, but in general, yes.
I see.
But like I said, I'm not like people trying to bring up like BLM shit. Like, yeah, that was stupid. They shouldn't have fucking burned nothing down. Like that's stupid. Like I will agree when they're right, or like even like Kyle Rittenhouse. You know, like the left is stupid. They try to say he killed that dude. No, he fucking didn't. You know, like I could see the nuance in arguments. But like I said, my problem is that when I can see nuance in arguments, when I try to point to nuance on my side, you guys will never reciprocate the nuance. You just go, nope, it was all his fault. Do you see where my problem is?
What?
It was not all his fault, but he made it
careful with the
really way worse than what it
What do you
should
do?
have been.
I mean, I could show. I put it in the chat. I put the inflation since 2000 or whatever it was. When he signed the Inflation Reduction Act, which is exactly on August of 2022, you can see that number of inflation every month literally go down to literally 2.9%, which is normal inflation. So
it was not the Inflation Reduction Act. That was actually a spending bill. It was more so the Fed's responsibility to reduce interest rates or increase interest rates per the economy.
sure, I mean, even if that is the case, it might be a correlation cause either way. This happened on this day, and from that day, inflation went down. Like that is a fact.
There was also an aggressive reining in of stagflation, and that's the reason why you see in this chart, inflation hit 7 or 6.5%.
It was 8.8%, I think, at one point.
Well, that's what it was on paper because they had to recalculate inflation twice over those 2 years.
Actually, June it got to 9.1 for the month of June. That was the highest.
Okay, yeah, I'm also arguing it was probably higher. Like realistically, if you look at food prices, they went up 40 or 50% in 4 years. That doesn't happen.
Yes, you want to know what? I can show you because literally you can watch. If you have 7 this month, 7, it adds. So if you have 7 for 10 months, that's 70%. Yes, it makes total sense. Yes.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it multiplies, so it would be 1.07 to the power of however.
Yeah, I'm just saying, but like I'm saying, if it goes up 7% for, like I said, it was 7% for like basically the whole year, 11 months straight, that whole 2020, 2022 when it was really horrible. That whole time, yeah, that year it went up probably 70, 80%. Yeah, it sucked for us. So I get it, but like you guys are gonna blame Biden specifically, even though he signed his shit in August when it was 8.3, and you could see it drops from 8 to all the way down to 5 to 4. Now it's down to 2%. We're at 2% when he left. 2.9%.
If we're going to split it right down the middle, regardless of who was president, inflation would have been almost the exact same because it would have been Powell and the Fed.
I agree with you, but how many Republican people will say that? How many Republican people go, it was all Biden's fault?
You just got to drill down and see, like...
I wouldn't say it was all Biden's fault, but
maybe not you, and I
wouldn't
agree.
say he didn't have anything to do with it.
Like I said,
my problem comes from...
Isn't it nice?
No, anyway, that's fine.
But even that being said, like what's gonna happen going forward? Like all the quote unquote money Elon Musk is quote unquote slashing and saving the many people. It's like pennies compared to the actual number.
Yes,
he's just going on
somewhere.
Yeah,
Well,
but
I mean,
that's
what do
not
you
the
guys
point.
think of the projection thing that they brought up earlier about how the projected inflation is lower than what was in reality in the first month of his presidency?
Oh, yeah, that was something I wanted to bring out. So they had to recalculate inflation twice over 2 years. Originally, inflation was supposed to have, it's a basket of, goods. They took out food and energy for the first calculation over 2 years. And then the second recalculation, they made it so that they only calculate year-over-year inflation to make it look better.
Did you look at my graph in the chat? I put it in the chat.
Yeah.
It's a pretty
I
graph.
did. Have you ever heard of shadow stats?
Shadow stats? I mean,
The
if
website?
you showed me them, I have to look at them. So, I mean, if you bring...
No. It's just a website. But it shows that based off the original calculation of inflation, the 60s, 70s, and 80s, inflation was probably anywhere between 12 to 15% in those highest years.
Yeah, those highest years, yeah. Inflation in general, it tends to be like 3 to 4% a month for the year. Like that's the goal, like per se.
Sure.
But do you think tariffs is going to help
I don't
this?
know about you, but You know,
If
you could
they're-
say that the charts show that inflation has come down, but regular people don't feel like it really has.
Correct.
You know,
I
like
understand. Because inflation is a measure
everything
of
is
rate of
actually
change. It doesn't matter
harder and
how-
harder to
Yes, you are
afford.
correct. I'm not arguing with that. You are correct. It feels harder for us because again, it's not just it is going down, but again, all these numbers are added cumulatively. So obviously, it's same as like when Trump kept promising all the prices are going down. They're never going down because prices have never gone. They don't go down. They just either at best they stay stagnant, and hopefully wages raise with it.
Yeah.
That's the best you can hope for. And like I said, if you look at this graph, the last person to have hit negative was Obama in 2009. That was the last time we had negative inflation. And again, you guys would talk shit about him, but he had negative inflation that year. So I mean, like
to be fair, I mean the deflation's bad, but obviously that was just financial crisis.
correct.
Yeah.
I know. I'm just saying, but like
It was.
correct.
subprime
Oh, yeah, I
loans
know you
with
know. I'm just
market.
I know. Appreciate it.
No, the tariffs are retarded. And they didn't. They weren't really talking about the Canada tariffs earlier, but the tariffs on Canada are just fucking retarded, dude. Like, and it's
been
undermined
paused.
investor confidence.
Other than the
even
tariffs
without
on
them actually
steel and
having it.
aluminum, they've been paused for 30 days.
It has been, but it's
The-
it's the threat of it. So I'm saying
It
the
doesn't
markets
matter,
already know about it.
Dude, it
The
literally
reason
doesn't
why
matter what so
why
fucking
the people had so much
does
hope
matter.
is because of
No,
the last
no.
time he was on power. I remember I was able to afford a lot of stuff,
Yeah,
and it was way more affordable and cheaper.
correct. But
And
also,
at least we see an effort that he's trying to find out
Mhm.
where all the money is going. You know,
Well, I mean,
and
if we're talking about
why
tariffs,
we are
there's
wasting so
inflation.
much money on stuff that we
Sure.
don't need to.
but I mean, you could.
But he was already in power when
But I'm
he was
saying-
already in power.
My thing is, you could
I lo-
look at Obama's numbers from 08 to 15. You could see how these numbers were really fucking good. Like Trump just did the same exact. Like he basically he ran Obama's fucking economy for 4 years. Cool, like true, and it was good. But this time he's about to do different. Like, oh, not really different. Only thing he did was a tax cut. So that was the only thing he did for average people. That was like affects your money. Besides that, and
He
tariffs.
didn't do that for average people. That was for the rich people.
I remember
understand.
when he sent. I remember when he sent hundreds of thousands of dollars to Ecuador for promoting
For sure, that's U.S. aid.
transgender dances and stuff like that down there. Where there's-
Okay, that's
just wasting
that's
money.
congressionally approved. So you're gonna blame Congress or him or whoever? You're gonna blame the president. Or you're gonna blame Congress. Congress is the one that passed it.
To be fair, it wasn't even like Congress allocated the money to USAID, and then people at
yeah.
USAID that would have spent that money.
I guess,
Way.
yeah. Either way, I mean,
But
like,
even
It's
then, a
just
lot
kinda
of
half
these
and half there.
the thing is
a
also
lot of
we're,
these
we're
programs are gonna be.
America in general is supposed to be a world leader. Like you don't want to you don't want to let a China or a Russia or whoever start like helping these other countries out, and now they're influenced by them, and therefore like get more influence around the world. Like, don't you like?
Oh
the,
no,
the-
dude, Trump's
Hey,
foreign policy has been
China
fucking
is already
atrocious.
helping a lot of countries. I don't know if
Who?
you have noticed that.
China?
China.
Yeah, they do help countries. I'm not saying, but I'm saying, okay, if we were to stop giving aid to these people, it's like anything power vacuum. China and Russia or all these countries are going to do that, and then they're going to have more influence, and then therefore, like the dollar could fall more. There's a lot of things that could actually affect it.
I agree that China, that's what China is trying to do. They're trying to make every other country depend on them.
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, I don't know for how long U.S. can keep up, being the police of the world and take care of everybody else's more than what is in here first.
We could do it for a long time if we have a smart budget, taxing the rich and taxing corporations. Simple as that.
We already do that.
No,
We do not do that.
No, we don't.
Yes,
How about
we do.
I just read I just read this the other day. A person making $650,000 a year in America gets taxed 37%, and the person that makes like $100 million this year is getting taxed the same amount of percentage. They are not being taxed more. They're being exactly taxed the same amount as a normalish rich person versus like the mega rich person.
Okay,
That's
you
what
want
we're
them
talking
taxed
about.
more? They already pay more. Do you know like the highest tax brackets pay something like 65?
No, I just told you it's 37%. I just read it like not too long ago. I can link it.
So you want it 37.5 and you'll be happy?
No, I want like I want the guy paid $100 million to probably pay like 45%.
So none of us here are multi-billionaires.
Let's
assume none of us here.
90%. Do you think that would fix our deficit?
Yeah,
probably.
Yeah,
it'll give us healthcare. That's what I really care about, is healthcare.
Taxing billionaires is not going to give us cheaper healthcare.
So my question is, why are you against taxing billionaires? Like, are you a billionaire? Like, does it make sense?
No, just think about it realistically. What do you think these billionaires are going to do if we make the corporate tax rate too high? They're going to flee to other countries.
I'm not talking about corporate tax
money
rate.
here.
I'm talking about individual. I'm talking about individuals.
Yeah, but then individuals don't get paid for one country.
No, I'm talking about like if when Elon Musk makes $100 billion this year, you should probably take about 45% of that as tax.
Gotcha. So does he employ people? Is he a business owner?
Yeah, I'm talking about personal income. I'm not talking about the business again. Are you listening to me?
He doesn't earn that. You're talking about he
does earn that, bro. He just earned.
He doesn't. No, he doesn't.
Yes, he does.
No, he doesn't. Wealth is
His
not
company
liquid
gains
cash.
that in value, right? And he owns the company, but he doesn't have cash in this. He doesn't make money.
These are
What you're proposing is taxing
so
wealth.
when they say he's
Retarded.
worth when he say he's worth $200 billion, he just has like nothing. What do you think he has? What do you think he has cash on hand? What do you think he has? What do you think $200 billion people have on cash?
The problem is you're like demonstrating a fundamental misunderstanding of how rich people operate with their money.
I'm saying, if Elon Musk needed to fucking pull out cash from his bank today, how much money do you think he could pull out?
Probably 50 million. That's
Maybe a
probably
few million, yeah.
Right, but what's it for? Like, if he wants to buy a company, he can lean it against what he has already and do like 100,000, like 100 times that.
People who are that rich leverage debt.
But they don't make money.
The
Right?
debt you're claiming that his debt is the 400 billion.
If-
You guys
if
say
Elon
you're saying
Musk-
out of 400 billion that he's worth, or 350 billion, whatever he's worth now, you're saying he only has $50 million cash. So the rest of it you're saying is obviously already debt to own the country or own companies,
should I
whatever,
find the
right?
figure and then
That's what he
No,
owns.
I'm
So
saying,
why are you guys talking about more
Elon
debt?
Doesn't make money to buy things, right? Instead,
Here,
his
I-
company grows in value and he sells bits of it. So it's like you're kind of missing the point. You can't tax their income. It doesn't work.
Here, I'll tell you the following, right? My parents work, right? My parents also own a house. Their net worth is way higher.
Yeah, I'm not
than
talking
what my
about net
dad
worth,
earns.
bro. I understand. I'm not talking about
But
net
that's
worth.
what Elon Musk
I'm talking about
has.
every
He
year.
has net
How much
worth.
in his dividends, in his stocks every year? How much money do you think he makes a year? Just in his dividends. Just
Not
Tesla
a billion.
alone. I'm about
Less
to
than a
look it up.
billion.
All right,
by a lot.
I'm about to look it up because I guarantee you, I gotta see what their dividends like. Whatever.
I
That's the
don't.
key.
I totally understand the perspective of like viewing billionaires as dragons hoarding gold for nobody else to have. However,
Somewhat, not all the way.
if
No.
they're if they're singular individuals who choose not to reinvest that money or build companies, then I have a problem with that. However,
Yeah,
a lot
and
of
here's
people
the-
at that status do that. So if it's just like Warren Buffett and he's just like accumulating money like a black hole, then yeah.
Well,
like,
he's
I
not.
don't
He's investing in companies. He's doing the
Sure,
smart.
Yeah,
I'm
thing.
just making an
that's
analogy.
exactly the point, right? It's like none of these like Elon Musk, when you see that he's worth now like $300 billion more or something stupid. I don't even fucking know what the scale on this is, right? That's not him making that money. What that is his company's grown and/or like he's created new companies that do other things, and so it's like Amazon. No, it's very complicated, but it doesn't mean that like they actually have that money and they're hoarding it and they're not using it. It's going back into everything.
You won't be even a millionaire if you just sit and maybe like a millionaire as in you have like $1 million, but you won't make any more than that if you just sit and hoard your money.
And
You
this
always
is not
have to
even to
reinvest.
mention.
Yeah, but they buy stocks.
This is not
like you
even.
said, like
This
they
is
buy
not even
stocks that pay
this is-
dividends, right?
This is like not even to mention the whole thing. Where
Yeah,
it's like
but
we're
they
probably
still
better
buy
off if these
stocks.
types of people exist, right?
What?
They participate in the economy. That
that is good. I'm not saying that, but I'm saying, but you guys are acting like he
No,
makes
I'm talking to the other
no
guy.
money, or like you're like he makes no money every year. He just fucking lives off fucking nothing.
Yeah,
And
but when you say the tax percent instead of the flat 30,
Yeah, no, but
It's
he
like,
doesn't
that
make
already
the
doesn't
amount of
work,
money you
right?
think. Not even close to the amount of
it's
money.
like he doesn't have income. This is the problem with how people
With
think
Elon
about it,
Musk
right? They don't
specifically-
understand what's actually happening, and they say just tax them more.
With Elon Musk specifically, he actually really doesn't have that much income. He doesn't take income. He takes shares. Mainly.
So here's realistically just like a sobering fact. There's 550 roughly U.S. billionaires.
Dude, he made
as of
he made
2019.
56
Hold
million.
on.
Yeah.
Listen, I'm making a point. If we took 100% of all the money that 550 billionaires had as of 2019, there's more now. I think there's about 700. Regardless,
700,
we
yeah.
confiscated 100% of their wealth. We would only raise enough for the federal government to run for 8 months. And then, what do you think those people do? They have nothing left.
Dude, the
They
top 10
can't
people
invest
in America is like $4.4
can you
trillion
just think of
dollars.
this- No, can you just listen and can you just think longitudinally for like 1 or 2 years afterwards? If we took all of their money and they were not able to invest into the American economy, don't you think the consequences to the economy would be worth more than the 2.5 trillion that we took? And we would spend that in 8 months.
Do you think that if like Jeff Bezos left motherfucking Amazon tomorrow, you think Amazon's going under? Like the company can't run on its own?
Nobody's.
No, I'm saying like
said that.
I'm saying that you saying that like the new CEO, whoever, couldn't fucking invest in the company and do shit, whatever.
Well,
So,
not
hold on,
with
I'm trying to
money
get, like,
because he
a-
doesn't
But,
have
but
much
the,
money.
the problem is now you're shifting it. Jeff Bezos is only a problem in that situation because he owns all of the stock in Amazon, right?
I'm
You,
also
if you
not
if you do what
defending
you're saying, you just shift the problem to now you have like 100 people who all own all the stock in Amazon.
Okay,
right? It's the same problem.
If
You've
we
just
literally
diversified it
seized
into a group of
all the
people rather than
money-
one.
If we literally seized all the money that billionaires had, it wouldn't even fund the federal government for 1 year. And then what happens in the
think
next
that's
fiscal year?
bullshit.
They have no money to invest. Why? What do you mean it's bullshit?
I think
You
it's
can
like
just look at the math.
I did.
It's simple math.
It's like four. It's
No, you didn't.
if you take all the money.
You
out,
obviously
We were
didn't.
just talking about
The top
compounding
10 the
interest.
top 10 is
What
like
about
4.4
compound
trillion.
investment? We were just talking about compound interest. Can't you extrapolate this to compound investment over multiple years? If they have no money to invest into private industry or infrastructure or hiring or employment, then they don't sustain the economy. Like, these billionaires don't exist in a vacuum. They're not smog in a mountain on a mountain of gold. Like, some of these people actually invest in industry.
That there is no, not even some, all of them are.
course
Right?
there
There
are.
are
They're
no
all
billionaires who are
invested into
invested,
our
right?
economy.
The only
I'm being
billionaires who are
charitable by
invested
saying
heavily in
they're
the
invested
economy
in
are your oligarchs from
Nvidias
foreign
and
countries.
Googles and everything.
I'm at
Yeah, I
least
get it.
trying to be
Yeah.
charitable by saying some of them, and I'm trying to give you an absolutist view of what would happen if we seized all of their money, and it wouldn't do anything to help us.
I'm not
So if
saying
you
take
wanna
all their
raise the
money.
corporate tax-
Who's saying take
Okay.
all their money?
Okay, do you understand that I'm using a hypothetical?
Well,
to say
Yes,
that
I do.
You
Okay,
kind of
go on.
are. Hold up, really quick. You're kind of suggesting
I
take
said
all their money because
45% on
here's the
$100 million.
problem.
Yes, that's what I said.
What's the
think
difference
these are
between? Well,
rich
yeah.
people.
Well, what's the difference between 100 million versus like 4 billion? 20 billion.
A year
Right. Well, it's like,
or
well, we
your
can't have
life?
rich people, so let's increase the tax on them so that these rich people don't exist. Right. Well, then when that doesn't pay for
Do
the
you
government
think,
anyway,
do you think that
the
like
math
you
doesn't
think that
show it
like
does.
Jeff Bezos or whoever, right? If they pay let's say 5% more in taxes every year personally, do you think they're gonna make less money because like Americans are gonna stop buying their shit or whatever?
Yeah,
No.
they absolutely will make less
No,
money. and the
they'll
thing
make
is, it
less money
won't-
because
it
you're
won't help
stealing
the
their fucking
government-
money.
It
It's
won't
not
help the
stealing,
government
bro.
with their spending problem, anyways. Right?
That
It
also
will
means
not
the
affect
flow of
the deficit we have. It'll be
That also affects the
minuscule.
flow of
Why would
money,
it?
how
Why?
many people they can employ,
Well,
how
how
much
long?
they can
How long have you
expand.
guys been trying to do trickle down on economics since the '80s? Has it ever
I mean,
fucking worked ever?
No, it's
in
not
history?
trickle down economics.
It is. It's literally what you're talking about.
No.
We're not talking about that right
Basically,
now. I don't know why
you're
you're
saying that rich
really
people should be able
doesn't
to
have
hoard
much to
all the
do.
money, right? And
They don't hoard it
and they,
anyway.
and they
don't
invest,
hoard the
they
money.
invest in other companies. Yeah, they
no
invest
one,
in
no
other
one
companies.
has. Nobody has. Nobody
Yeah, they're
has
investing
a
in other
mountain
companies.
of
That's all
gold.
you're saying. Yeah, they hoard the money and invest in other companies. So I make
No,
$1 billion.
because they
I
don't
put
spend
100 million.
mountains
If
of gold.
I put,
But the problem is, if the government's taking it, then that money's not being reinvested into other companies.
why wouldn't it be?
Instead, the government gets to spend it on whatever the fuck they want to, and so
Why
far it seems
wouldn't
like
it
that's
get
not very
allocated
good.
to anything? Why would you
Because,
think
well,
that?
what does the government do with money? What's like your imagination here? Like, what's the government
Do you
doing
like
with
roads?
the taxpayer dollar?
How do you? How about this? How do you think the small hospitals in rural fucking bumfuck nowhere? How do you think they get hospitals there? How do you think they have cops there? Who pays for that shit? How do they get money?
Local governments. It's not the federal.
No,
government.
you're a fucking liar. No, it's probably state governments which rely
Yeah,
on the
state,
big
yeah.
and the big blue cities, not the fucking red ones. It's the big blue cities that pay for their shit. And who pay, and how do they get their money?
Republicans make more money than
No, they
Democrats
don't,
on
bro.
average.
Look at the stats.
They do.
Minneapolis
They
makes
do.
more than all the suburbs. Let's see here. California.
Minneapolis is not just Democrats, is it?
It's a blue city, correct?
Okay.
But blue cities are.
I'm
filled
talking
with
about the
fucking
cities, sir.
Republicans.
I'm talking about the cities. I said big blue cities pay for rural fucking places to have cops and hospitals and everything. Correct? Because it comes from this.
And I said,
where did that come from?
Republicans earn more than Democrats.
I don't care. I'm talking about
And I
cities.
said,
Okay.
Economic.
and I said Republicans earn more than Democrats. And you were
Okay.
like,
Is it
no,
a blue?
no, they don't.
Do Republicans live in blue cities? Sure.
Yes,
But-
a
okay.
lot of them do.
Okay.
Like
but
California is a
and again-
massively blue state. Tons
Okay.
of Republicans
And
live
again,
there.
who pays for those? Who pays for those little cities to have shit running?
What is this argument? Why are we even here?
Because you guys say the government does nothing with taxes. So I'm saying literally the taxes
No, we're
pay
saying
for
they
fucking
spend
small.
it inefficiently.
Well, the problem is, yes, it obviously there's shit that they do, but the point I'm making is like, if you're gonna take all this shit out of the private sector and the economy, right? What's the government going to do that's going to be better?
I'm trying to get
worthwhile
health
spend?
care as a fucking human right. That's what it should be.
Well,
Okay, well,
healthcare
we
is not
fundamentally
a
don't
right.
agree with
I
you.
understand, but guess what? When it says life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, what's the first word?
Healthcare can't be a right as for
Yeah,
as long as we don't have.
it's not
robot
even worth arguing with this guy. Like that's just a
Again,
values
rights
thing, right?
aren't-
Obviously, we don't think
You-
healthcare is
you
a
have
right.
you have a right
whatever.
to human labor. You have a right to human labor, so you force a doctor to treat you. At
Yeah,
any time of night.
like I said, it's not even worth arguing with this guy. It's a fundamental difference of value, right? Like there's nothing to make. There's no argument you can make here.
He doesn't understand the concept
in
of rights to
terms of
begin
whether or
with.
not.
Oh, I bet not.
What about the life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness of the doctor that you're compelling governmentally to treat you at any time?
What do you mean? So hospitals right now just shut down when you fucking need something?
No.
Right now?
No, you're
they
being a little
don't.
hyperbolic.
If you
Why
make
not?
healthcare, this is
Why
the
not?
problem, though. If you make healthcare
Why not?
free,
Why?
who's
No,
paying
you
for
can't.
it?
You can't use some bullshit argument. And then fuck when I throw it right back in your fucking face and go, oh,
What bullshit argument?
because you said,
What
oh,
bullshit argument?
the fucking doctors, you're gonna force them to do it. Are you forcing
If-
them right
if
now?
health-
Are you forcing them right
if
now?
Healthcare is a right. That means it would be a
Are-
government compelled.
Are they forced to right now?
No, but
No,
the difference.
no.
Yeah, but
So-
we don't live in a government enforced.
Oh, so all
society
of a
where
sudden
the
it comes from the
government
government.
is
Now it's
enforcing healthcare.
horrible. Oh, I see. Of course.
No,
For no
okay,
reason.
if you
The government
define
can't
healthcare
compel
as a
you to
right,
do
how-
shit.
if
Compel you to
right,
get
how
fucking
do you
heart
define
surgery
how
if you
do
need heart
do
surgery,
that?
or compel you to fucking
Okay,
get
guys,
anything?
everyone in this call is making a
Seriously,
retarded
they're
argument
trying
here,
healthcare
right?
as
This
a
is
right.
not.
How do you
silly.
do that?
You
You,
guys,
you have he understands the consequences that the government pays for it, right? Like that's you can't say, oh, you're forcing compelled labor. It's like no shit, right? He's saying this is not an argument, right? Like he knows that.
yeah. I'm saying you guys are acting like we're forcing people, like it will all of a sudden just force people to fucking have doctors to fucking do stuff. What are they doing
I
now?
don't think you understand the
What do you-
consequences of that.
Of the
I mean,
consequences.
who do you think is paying? Who do you think is paying for that?
Who do you
free
think his
healthcare?
pain is irrelevant?
like
He understands
the
that the government
European
taxpayer is
nations-
paying for it,
Exactly.
The European nations, the reason they can fucking pay for it,
Why?
and
Why does
number
everyone
one,
else in the world, and they have better life expectancy than us too, right?
they go into
Oh,
number one, they go into lots of debt for it. Number two,
What are we?
even
What are
when
we?
they go into
What are
full
we?
debt,
Oh, what are we? Oh, okay. So a non sequitur. Okay, go on.
Again, can you let me finish my sentence
you
instead
really
of
comparing
pausing
us
like
to
a fucking
Ecuador?
retard?
Yeah, come on.
Anyways, as I was gonna say before you try to cut me off like a retard, we pay for their we pay for their defense budget basically. The American military secures Europe. Europeans don't have to worry about their fucking military because
What do you guys spend on defense in terms of percent of GDP?
In the U.S.
It's
In
like
the
our third
US?
highest thing. Healthcare is number one.
Yeah, but what's that
What?
as a percentage, right? Because we always talk.
Oh, I
for
can't remember. I looked at all
we
this
always
stuff
talk about
recently.
Hold on, percentage.
Oh,
of
paying into NATO is not just is not
paying into NATO. I'm talking about
paying into
what
NATO.
your
We pay
military-
like the 3.61% of our GDP.
Plays
Just into NATO.
There's no such thing as paying into NATO.
Yeah, that's not. Yeah,
Right.
Well, you know what I mean.
3.6%. Okay. Most NATO countries now are above 2%. Some are reaching 3-4%.
Only if you are above the threshold that they have to be.
Yeah, but what I'm saying
Romania, which is my country, Poland, which is my mom's country.
What I'm saying is that most countries are balancing high military spending and universal health care.
But they're not.
They're
not. They're not.
Like
they're not, and their military is not as effective or as large as the American military. Like for example, I'll give you an example. Who do you think guards Greenland shores?
On a yearly basis, these countries, I admittedly have only recently increased military spending, but on a yearly basis, recently they have been spending enough. And they also like Germany is hitting like 2.5% or like they're between 2 and 2.5, right? So
yeah, Germany just raised it.
Yeah, but they have.
Okay, Chinese healthcare shit. Really, you
want
to?
No, they don't have military. No, I thought you said military. Never mind, my bad.
No, China pays a shit ton to their military. Yeah.
Yes, that's what I was saying.
But they have a shit military too. They really don't have that.
Well, they're just starting, but yeah, I get what you're saying.
Yeah, but no, I'm saying the European countries, right? The European countries just started reinvesting into their military. Okay, so this is a very short-term thing. That you have only a short time sample.
Have a very skewed idea of European defense. You're right that the
US. I grew up in fucking Europe. What do you mean? I have a skewed up opinion?
Okay. Like, anyway, the US has definitely been like disproportionately contributing to European defense, but the idea that Europe is just like not contributing whatsoever, like they are contributing.
I didn't say they don't. But they rely heavily on the US.
You're like, oh well, since we we pay their defense, so that's why they're able to have free healthcare and all that. And
yes, because they heavily rely on the U.S. and the U.S. also guards every single choke point in the world, basically.
That's like pretty easy to see. It's pretty easy to extrapolate.
Like the U.S. is like a global superpower, but I'm saying like the issue with the U.S. when it comes to healthcare isn't really like that you guys can't afford it. It's that you just don't. Right? Countries have been able to balance high military spending and universal health care.
It's also that
European
they haven't really been able
in
to
the last
balance
like 2
it.
decades or 3 decades since the fall of the Soviet Union have been using that peace dividend to
they haven't really been able to balance it. Number one. Number two, not only have they not really been able to balance it, but European healthcare is good when it comes to especially let's go to Britain, right? Britain, Great American Ally. British healthcare is good when you focus in on like small stuff. If you have something small, like a broken arm, that's good. If you have cancer, you'd rather be in the U.S. That's why Canadians, for example, and British citizens come to the U.S. to get treated into their for their big illnesses.
So me as a Canadian, I can tell you that that's not how it fucking works. I've never heard of a single cancer patient going to the fucking United States to get cancer treatment. When my aunt was diagnosed with cancer, as soon as she was diagnosed, she instantly got like all the care she needed, because while our healthcare system has its issues with wait times and all that, like there are a lot of really bad flaws with it. It moves quickly when it needs to, and
it really doesn't.
This is also a consequence of population. Canada has 50 million. We have 350 plus.
Canada's
million.
population is also.
We also have more money here too, right?
And Canada's population not only is super concentrated, or at least the places that matter, but Canada's population is also far more homogenous than the United States population.
Okay, what's the difference?
Even though they're becoming more ideas.
Oh, you don't think that there's a benefit in any of that?
Making comparisons.
Is there no benefit with having different cultures too? What?
Homogenous?
No.
There's actually massive negatives.
Oh yeah, because like all of American history, I forgot about American history.
Happiest countries are the most
homogenous. You didn't let me forget. I'm not even talking about different cultures either.
Homogenous in what way?
Basically.
Homogenous in what way?
No, it's not actually what
culturally homogenous.
Basically.
No, the FN, like homogenous in what way? Canada's more homogenous in what way? That's what I'm asking.
In that their standards of living, cost of living, isn't that there's a guy who's living in bumfuck rural Alaska, right, making $12,000 a year, and he has no access to any of this healthcare shit. The vast majority of Canadians live in the pipeline that's just east of Michigan. The Montreal, Quebec, that area, like they all live in like one area. It's easy to have like a national healthcare system when you only have like 2 or 3 different places where the majority of the population
like a wildly
lives.
skewed version of like how our population is actually distributed. Our population is definitely like mostly in that
of your
like
population lives within 50 miles of the border, bro.
Yeah.
Most of the Canadian population lives southern of the northernmost part of the continental
US.
US.
Okay. So let me our population is mostly in that Windsor to Quebec City corridor. Like, yeah, that is a massive population center. But when you quote these stats like, most Canadians live within like 50 miles of the U.S. border, it's like you are talking about such a massive fucking country. You know the reason for that? It's because all of our prairies border all of your like flyover states. I don't know what other term you guys use.
Northern border.
But, like, our population is not fucking centralized at all.
Why are you bringing this up?
No. Because you guys are like, oh, it's so much easier to provide Canadian healthcare because you guys have like
you have a tenth of the population. They're far more homogenous and they're far more centralized in one
they're
area.
not. They're not. We have a tenth of the population, but we're also like poorer per capita. So really, per capita wealth is what you're looking at. Also,
poorer
the
per capita doesn't necessarily matter.
I mean,
you would just provide worse outcomes.
We are worse in purchase power parity, which is really what matters when we're talking about things like this, because purchase power parity.
But what does that have to do with anything I just said? You've been yapping for a really
you're
long
talking
time.
about you're like, Canadian healthcare cost is different. It's like, yeah, but by purchasing power parity adjusts for that. Like that is literally the purpose of the fucking metric. The purpose of the purchasing power parity metric is exactly what it sounds like. It's purchasing power parity. So it takes
You're just repeating yourself. I'm asking you to explain what you just said.
Okay, so take Mississippi. So Mississippi has a GDP per capita of like $50,000 American dollars, right? Something like that. Germany also has a nominal GDP per capita of about $50,000 American dollars. But I think it's reasonable to say that most Germans are probably better off than your average Mississippian. Anything wrong so far?
No.
So this is but what I'm getting at is purchasing power parity adjusts for this, right? Purchasing power
I have
parity
no idea what you even mean by that or how.
GDP PPP, it's a measure of economic like what do you mean?
I have no idea. All PPP is a way that you can get costs that line up based on standard of living, cost of living, and everything like that. It's not like a magic hand wave your wand and all of a sudden your problems are fixed. It's just a way to measure things. So when I'm asking you, can you explain what the fuck you mean by that?
Okay.
You're not actually explaining to me anything.
You don't listen.
Yeah.
You cut him off.
No, he actually hasn't said anything to back himself up at all.
Because you don't give him 2 seconds to explain his fucking point.
I've given him 2 minutes. I've given him 2 minutes to do it. And
You're literally like fucking Skybox.
Wait.
You are. You're a fucking faggot. Sorry.
That's funny.
FN. Okay.
Oh, cry me a river.
Right.
I thought you were asking me what GDP purchase power parity is. What are you asking me?
I don't even know what we're talking about at this point because apparently you didn't listen to what I said.
Because what I'm saying is that
You listen, we don't agree.
You said that Canada's population is more homogenous and it's easier to provide healthcare to that setup.
Absolutely. It's absolutely to have a government-run healthcare system when you have a fraction of the population. They're far more homogenous, and you're concentrating the population into select areas instead of having a federal government trying to institute a policy to, 30 different localities or 30 different types of people. I'm almost done. I almost got more than one sentence off.
Okay.
Right? Can I finish or no?
Go for it, yeah.
Okay, now I'm done.
Okay. So, what I'm saying is our population density is very similar to East Coast and Midwestern states. Also, if you're talking about the scale of the healthcare system, economies of scale always make things more efficient. So I would say it probably would be better to run it at a federal level for you guys. I think it would probably be better for like making prescription deals with prescription companies. And we can disagree on that, but it's all besides the point because our healthcare is provided at the provincial level, right? So our provinces are pretty similar sized to a lot of states, right? Ontario has.
Cool. Yeah, I'm not against states doing shit like that.
Yeah, but that's what I mean. Like that's how we do it, right? So the population of Ontario is like 16 million. Michigan, very similar, like state province, like very similar population distribution. Michigan has like 11 million. Very similar climates. Like all the conditions are very, very similar between Ontario and Michigan. I don't see how Michigan wouldn't be able to provide a system very similar to Ontario's. And the reason I brought up purchasing power parity is because you were saying it's a lot cheaper for Canada to do it with a smaller population.
Once, by the way.
Okay, well, you said less expensive.
I didn't say that either. I mentioned nothing about price actually.
Oh, well, then someone else did.
Maybe somebody else did. I said nothing about price.
I guess I
that's why I was like, why the fuck are you talking about PPP? I mentioned literally nothing about that topic whatsoever. Fundamentally, number one, I disagree with multiple of your assertions. I think when you have a very centralized population, and I don't mean centralized as in like all of your population's only in one area. I mean that the vast majority of Canada, I would say like 90% of it, has like 100 people living in it. Like you can completely disregard that when you're talking about healthcare, right? They just do what they want. Whereas the vast majority of it, I mean, Canada's population is in the same area of like is like Michigan, just spread out, right? And it's just in like 2 or 3 different areas. It's easy when you have a very homogenous population all living in basically city centers to do a policy like that. In the same way that it's a lot more effective for a single state to do it than, for example, one federal government to have one set of standards and everything like that and apply it to all the states. If a state wants to do healthcare and provide its citizens with free healthcare, go ahead and do it. I have no problem with it. But to say that we have to nationalize the healthcare industry or to provide a public option that is paid for by taxpayer money against your will, I think is insane. And to give the federal government that, the left loves to be like, look at what Trump is doing, right? Look at how much Trump is a fascist. He's a Nazi. He's going to take over the federal government and do all these things. He's taking all this power. Well, the only reason it's a problem is because the left has created this massive, massive federal government that has so much authority and power in so many different things.
Nope.
Well, I mean, I would question. You don't know how Canada's population is spread out because it isn't like that.
I know exactly how Canada's population is spread out.
You're right that like the vast majority
Brother,
of Canada is not populated.
Really easily.
But the thing is, like, if we're looking at like the prairie provinces and all that, a lot of these populations are spread out in similar ways to like Midwestern states, right? Like the population distribution doesn't just magically change once we like get north of the border, because these things are largely involved. Like these population distributions are caused by the geography of the area, right?
Okay, you've
the
already
reason
said this.
the
I
reason
just disagree.
Well, you're disagreeing with the reality of it. You're like, oh well, like you look at our territories and you're like, oh
Nothing
well,
you
but
said,
no one lives there.
Nothing you said either. Number one disproves me, and number two, you're just like I don't know. I don't know if you're like purposefully not listening to what I just said.
You said that most Canadians live in like 2 or 3 urban centers. Like we just don't.
No, I said 90% of Canadians.
First of all, I didn't say that. I don't know who said that. I don't know if you're not listening to what I'm saying. Okay.
Okay. Well, Talthor, like you mentioned the border thing about how we live within 100 kilometers or so of the border.
Yes.
How would that help us? How would that help us when we're spread out
put it a fact.
over
I
like
didn't say how it
attitudes from
helped.
west to east?
I don't know. You're the one who went on a tangent or side quest to talk with Globby about this.
Okay.
You're just literally, I don't know if you're intentionally strawmanning or you're just making shit up at this point, but you're not even addressing anything that I've said.
Are
And
you
you're just
upset
like
because
creating
I
your own
didn't
strawman and fighting it.
Dude,
Are you upset because I didn't post the actual population density? Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot there's a lot of people in Edmonton. There's a big red population center there. However, if you look at the actual...
Edmonton is like 2% of Canada. You're acting like it's some insignificant thing. Like it's... Edmonton's like the Edmonton metro area is like 2.5 million people, and you're just like, well, you know, most Canadians are in 2 or 3 urban centers. It's like, no, we're fucking not. Like,
my brother and Chris, my city has 1.5 million.
Factually, most Canadians are in actually 2 or 3 urban centers. Yes, you have the entire Toronto to fucking Quebec and Ottawa pipeline, right? Whatever you fucking call that.
Yeah,
that alone is like 60 to 70% of Canada's population, and that's in one condensed urban environment, right? So already with just one, the vast majority of Canada is in one urban environment.
Look at a fucking map and tell me that Windsor to Quebec City corridor is one urban area.
Okay, this
like,
is
are
a
you
fucking
serious?
semantic argument. Like
Are you
you're upset that I'm slightly off about the percentage of people within a certain range of the border.
I'm
Like,
sorry,
no,
you're upset about my
no.
definition of urban area.
But I'm saying that you guys
Also,
are implying that...
you're comparing it to
It's
the
a complete-
Midwestern states.
You
You're
understand
comparing
what
it
I'm
to the
saying.
Midwestern
You don't-
states.
You don't have to be
No, I
semantic
compared
about it.
our western provinces to the Midwestern
You
states.
compared your
I'm not comparing-
provinces to our fucking Midwestern states, but you're arguing for a national. You're arguing for a national
I mean,
healthcare
okay, I
system
think-
for
I
the
think-
U.S. That's different than a state one. And again,
Here-
we already said
here,
if you want to
literally
do it on a
said
state
state.
level and the state wants to do
I
it,
said do it at a
fine,
state level.
go ahead.
Here, go in the side
Said
chat.
do it
Go in
at
the
a
serious
state
debate
I
side
want it
chat.
nationally.
50% of Americans live below that line at
Yes.
the bottom.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Yeah, and
And
also, like, for example,
okay, what I'm
I
saying,
think
what
it's
I'm
like,
saying-
bro, relax. and like 60% of it live in that fucking corridor, right? 60 to 70%. So that just one area right there, they're all very, very, very similar.
Okay, that
and-
corridor that you're talking about
okay,
stretches from New Orleans to Washington D.C.
It's
That's
still
what I'm
very
saying.
small as an area. It's not that large, bro.
And it's
Hey,
very
yeah.
homogenous.
Homogenous.
Dude,
You keep
it's
acting
fucking-
like it's huge. Yes, the entirety of the area of Canada is large, but how many people are living above the Arctic Circle? Like, come on.
No, I'm not talking about that. I'm not talking about that. We are talking about the Windsor to Quebec City corridor, right? Like
Oh my
that
God, this is-
population
I'm-
area.
I'm
yes or
over
no?
this. I'm over
This
this.
is
Dude,
insane.
well, like you guys are telling me that my country's population is this super homogenized thing. It's like, yeah, most of the province or most of the population is in this eastern part of the country, but our population distribution is very similar to the United States.
No, it's not.
No, it's
It is.
not.
Look
80% of
fucking
Canada
lie.
is
Look at the
completely
picture right above.
unoccupied.
Look at the picture.
Yes,
and
and that's
shows
what I'm
the amount of
saying.
white. Look
Yeah.
at the amount of white in this area. There's red and there's white. There's population dense and there's population none.
Yeah. No, like 80% of Canada has like literally 0 people in it. Like 80% of America, it
There's
doesn't
more
have
polar
literally
bears in
0
some of those
people.
counties than
There's
there are
very few
people.
places in America where there's actually 0 people. You have massively different. You have like 1,000 population cities dotted all over the fucking country. Like if like Canada evenly distributed half of its population all the way up through, not half.
I
If Canada
can't
distributed
send-
15%.
is anyone-
I almost got more than one sentence off. And
No,
if
can
you
anyone
had
give me,
15%, if
rights
you had
to
15%, if you had 15% of Canada's population just evenly distributed in the rest of its northern territories, then I would say you have a point. But like 80% of Canada has 0 people in it. It's completely different to how the United States is.
Okay, so I don't even know how to respond to this, but I have a map to post
clear,
in
yeah.
chat. Does anyone want to post it? Who can I DM? Danka, I'm gonna give you a map.
All right, what up?
Just give me a second. I need to.
Anyway, this was stemmed off of fucking healthcare costs in Canada and how we subsidize the world
basically-
military and the reason why
We
they
also
were-
subsidize the Canadian military, basically.
And
the Canadian
hold on.
military is weak
as soon as you
fuck.
nationalize your fucking system, like all research shits the bed. The only reason these other countries with nationalized healthcare systems can actually like have medical research happen is because the United States basically they make profit in the United States where you can make profit, right? And so like if every system became nationalized, the fucking amount of medical research just fucking goes to shit. I mean, what you're gonna have the federal government just start dictating how research works and how to do it, and there's no profit incentive for any of it. Like to remove the profit incentive from healthcare is like an insanely anti-capitalistic thing to do, and it's the most retarded thing I think you could ever do.
I mean,
Yeah.
like we can debate the merits of a like nationalized healthcare system, but I mean, like I said, I think it would probably be run at a state level. Realistically, that's how a lot of places do it. That's how Canada does it. We run it at a
And
provincial
as soon as
level. I'm not-
as soon as these left wing states start doing it and they
Yeah,
start
dude,
failing, and
Colorado.
as soon as it, the reason that they want to do it at a national level is because they know it will not work on a state level, and it is embarrassing on a state level. There's only a handful of states that can actually have the high enough cost of living, and they have high enough money coming in from other places to where they can actually make it work,
It would
right?
be like New York and California. That's it.
And Maryland and
Okay,
anything in the
It would,
Northeast.
I'm
probably.
telling you right now, as somebody who lives in California, it would not work in California.
It wouldn't work in
There's way
California.
too many people that are illegal in this state. They'll just take advantage of it and
hold
won't
on, hold
pour
on.
money
We're-
in. And there's way too many homeless people.
I was
that'll
assuming
take
that
advantage of
illegals
it.
wouldn't be able to get health care, but that was my assumption. I just didn't say it out loud.
No,
No,
California
California will let illegals do take healthcare if they're doing it.
Yeah, it wouldn't work in California. It would mostly be in the Northeast, where it's cold enough to where the homeless people fucking leave and die out.
Yeah, no, I guess my main contention with what you guys were saying is that Canada like has a very favorable condition to have a healthcare system.
They do.
Like
Less population is easier to take care of, literally.
yeah, but we also like
We have
the less
7
population
times the
comes with less
population.
taxpayers, right? Like
We have
it's all
7
it's all
times
about
the
scale.
population,
right?
and we probably have 8 times the population if you include illegals.
Yeah. Okay. So 7 times the population, or 8 times the population. Yeah. You also have 7 times the income
And
associated with that population, right? Like these. Like you can say like, you only have 40 million people to take care of. It's like, well, yeah, but we also have 40 million people paying into
Didn't
that
someone
system.
literally talk about allocation of resources, and that's the whole reason why we have Doge right now in the first place? Like, hey, maybe we don't need to spend $2 trillion a year on literally nothing.
Maybe we don't need to maybe we don't need to
Nah,
destroy
yeah.
the entire.
Even if you
maybe
did,
we don't
okay,
need to
what are you gonna do with
nationalize
that
the
money?
entire system and turn it into shit, right? And just waste more of it. You think the federal government isn't gonna just keep paying out to big pharma with ridiculous contracts?
Well, I mean, what do you guys
right?
think of the fact that you guys are paying more per healthcare from the
anybody.
government right now than we are?
Exactly.
Like our healthcare system per capita costs us less than your system does, and you guys don't even have
That's
universal
because we
care.
invest a shitload of money into private industry and actually researching the drugs that the rest of the world
Medicare,
uses.
though.
Most of the research happens federally
also,
funded.
Also,
Yeah,
I understand.
Is that included in the Medicare cost?
Barely,
Medicare line item.
hold on, barely the most. We're talking like 51%. So 49% is privately funded, which is a massive amount, right?
What's a drug that was funded completely by private money?
Can you give me the name of a drug
No,
that was
they're-
completely
they're
funded by
usually government
100% public
subsidized.
money?
I knew it.
Insulin?
Can you give me the name of a drug that's 100% funded by public money?
Insulin?
Insulin is 100% funded by the public money.
Yeah,
I mean,
no,
all of
It was
insulin.
founded. It was discovered by
COVID.
University of Toronto.
Where the
Yeah.
fuck
Oh,
did COVID
okay.
come from?
No, I'm
Okay,
saying maybe
so-
the
COVID is not a medicine. COVID's
So
not
it wasn't
a
even America? Okay, nice try though. Nice try.
Insulin is a mix
matter
of
if it's
Romania, I believe,
American or not,
from
yeah.
Australia and fucking Canada.
So if you're going to
Not
ask
what
people
you-
hyper
Insulin is
specific
not even
questions that don't
American.
matter, you should at least be able to answer a hyper specific question that doesn't matter.
Are you talking to me? Because I wasn't.
No, I'm talking to the
you.
guy who
he's talking
says,
to me.
name one drug that blah blah blah. Like, bro, if you can't even answer a question
He
directed back
answered
at
the
you, don't
question.
ask it.
I did. I don't know why you're getting so butthurt about it.
He answered the
My only
question.
point is that
Insulin.
He was wrong.
No, he's not.
listen, you carry on. It doesn't matter.
Who?
Oh no, they're gonna start muting people.
Anyway,
as soon as
no.
we start getting right. Yeah, that's what you
Well,
guys.
I'm sorry.
There's
Which
not really
country
Indians who
invented
can mute
insulin?
anyway, so it doesn't matter.
Which
It
country
wasn't a
invented
single
insulin?
country,
People
it
got
was a
awarded
multiple
so it wasn't federally funded because it was funded by a completely different federal government. A completely
You
different
asked
government.
who invented it? Doesn't matter what country.
Wow,
See,
that's a
that's
really
what they
good
do.
argument, man.
Yeah, we're talking about the United States. Let me know when you catch on.
Bro's only argument is.
That's literally
I
all
have to
you're gonna
go.
say. Who
I have to go, but I have
invented
an
it?
easy
Multiple people.
solution. I have an easy solution. Canadians just don't discuss American politics.
True.
Easy.
I don't know. You
that's a
guys, you
great
guys seem to have a very
solution. That's gonna
skewed
be very productive.
We have a skewed view of what?
of how our healthcare system works. Like it's really.
You have a skewed view
Okay,
of how
hold on.
I think a lot of Americans have like a hard time understanding how other people's healthcare systems work, even in America.
The thing is in America,
healthcare, and it's because we subsidize everyone else's fucking military. Do I want it to be like that? No, but that's the reality we live in. So
I
you
also
can't-
want to say that it's not even that American healthcare is expensive. It's just that there's a lot of costs at end of life care that are incredibly expensive that America gets a fuck ton of. There's also a ton of costs that are basically massively inflated from Medicare and Medicaid, right? That are massively inflated. These two things are the vast majority of expenditures on healthcare, right? And this is all because of the public option, right? This is all basically just from that. Right.
You guys aren't using. You guys aren't using.
I
the
almost
scale of-
finished that thought real quick. Real quick.
Dude,
So the big expenditures come from that. If you are a healthy adult male, your expenditure on healthcare is like negligible, right? If you're like insured, your expenditures, even if you're unhealthy on healthcare, is negligible, close to none. If you have a good insurance plan, you're not spending any fucking money.
not
I
even
think
close.
No, so I'll tell
Have
you about
you-
my experience. You want to
have
hear about
you-
my experience?
have you
Are you
been
saying
to
that
the
this is
hospital
impossible?
Have you been to the hospital recently as American?
Yeah.
You're paying thousands upon thousands of dollars.
Right.
For what?
If you had to
For what?
order an ambulance, you're paying thousands
Like
upon
10 grand?
dollars.
Do you know what insurance is?
No, it's $1,000.
Yeah, I have insurance. Yes,
$1,000
and they still
So-
charge you for it.
Right.
If you
Why
get
didn't
a
your insurance pay
napkin-
for it?
If you get a napkin at the hospital,
Why didn't your insurance pay for it?
my insurance did, and there's still upcharges that come to that. You guys
Okay,
are
so how much?
fucking
So why
delusional.
didn't your insurance pay for the upcharges?
The insurance covers what they can cover, but it's not covering enough.
Okay, sounds like you picked a bad health insurer.
It sounds like I have Blue
Yeah,
Cross
what do you have,
Blue
Cobra?
Shield.
So do I.
Hold on.
I haven't had to pay
but why
for
should
a
we have?
single
Why should
ambulance
this even
visit.
be a problem? Why should we? Why is it a problem that what health insurance?
Why is
It's
it
not a
that
problem.
if we
It's
need
not a
to
problem.
Go to the fucking hospital, we have to pay anything.
It's not
Why
a
is
problem.
it if you
It
fall
is.
off
What?
a roof working
So
your
when
I'll
job,
tell you. I'll
have
tell
to
you
pay
exactly
an
why. But
amount.
this guy's clearly drunk and he's rambling.
Hold on.
Sure,
So if I go to
bud.
the grocery
Wait,
store,
you're
why do I have to
saying-
pay anything?
You're saying somebody in
Why isn't
serious
food a
debate
human
is
right?
drunk?
Hold on. So when I go to the grocery store, why do I have to pay anything? Isn't food a human right? I should just be able to take whatever I want.
True.
I mean,
You can't take
doesn't
whatever
the
you
government technically help
It's
homeless
conservative. What
homeless
the fuck
people
are
with
you
eating
talking
food? So
about?
technically, yeah, we do help that,
Yeah,
right?
and the government does help poor
If
people.
you don't
want
want to pay for anything, grow your own fucking food. There's a big
Oh,
difference.
gotcha. With all the land that I have, that's real easy.
Yeah, you have a backyard, dumbass. Grow food.
Do you know how much? Do you know how much acreage it takes in vegetables to sustain one human being?
Not that much. What
Oh.
are you talking about? You can have
No.
a small garden in your backyard.
How many
like
people?
2.5
How many
acres
people
or
in
something.
America have to decide between getting health care
grow
or
some
fucking
fruits
dying?
and
Bro, how many people in America
That's also
actually
just-
have access?
You know,
to
you,
small-
you
I
know,
don't
you
think
know,
so.
you know. There's a show
that's
called
not
Breaking
even-
Bad, literally based on the fucking idea that healthcare is so shitty that a guy fucking rather sell meth. Think
Did you
about
know
it.
that there's a show called
I had
Star
cancer.
Wars?
Are you for
Oh,
real,
okay.
bro?
Are we
Are you
gonna
using
base
Breaking
this
Bad
shit
as a
off
primary
fucking
source?
Did you
fiction
know there's a
movies?
show called
Okay.
Star Wars where the evil space empire utilizes the taxes from
Oh my
healthcare
God,
and uses
yeah,
it to
why-
blow up planets?
Why
Oh,
would
that's
you bring
crazy.
that up?
I'm gonna
That's
go
the
into my
funniest thing.
Fucking
spaceship right
retard.
now
I
and
bet.
go into fucking Star
I
Wars.
bet.
Bro,
You're
I'm telling
fucking
my friends
stupid.
about that.
You
That's like
guys
the
are going
funniest
to
thing.
base real life off
Uh-huh.
of fiction movies from 1978.
We're posting
You're fucking
hypotheticals. 'cause
dumb.
You're being
I know.
ridiculous.
And guess
about
what? You guys kicked me from this shit last time because you guys don't know what it's like to be
Bro,
wrong.
you're drunk
You
and you're just
guys are
rambling.
No, you're fucking stupid. You guys are fucking.
You sure about
Oh,
that, bro?
my
You sure about
favorite
that, bro?
thing
We
about
we were
you
having a
people is
perfectly
you guys
fine
don't want to be
conversation until you
sheep,
came in here.
but you
Jesus,
guys
just
follow
rant.
every
Watch your
word
mouth, Dad. Are you
that
going,
fuck.
Guys, cut it out.
Hey, I got a question. Real quick. Without
Can you take a
interrupting.
breather and relax so we can go back to the topic?
No, it's fine. I got a question really fast.
All right,
So
I'm
you
just
guys
going
hate-
to local mute this guy. I
No,
recommend everybody else here do the same.
You hate illegal.
He's clearly
immigrants,
drunk
right?
and he's rambling.
You hate illegal immigrants,
Hey,
right?
man, can you just be quiet?
No. You guys hate illegal immigrants,
I'm
right?
always local muting him. It's just
Okay.
derailing.
Anyway,
say it.
You answer the fucking question. You guys
so
can't
I,
answer
I,
the
I'm,
fucking
I'm,
question?
I'm going to say right now, the
See,
complaints
once
of the
again,
American healthcare system are
fucking
way
pussies.
overblown. Yeah, there are people who have
Oh, yeah.
bad outcomes and problems do happen with it.
Uh-huh.
But the fact of the matter is, for like 90% of people, it works completely fine.
Oh, you have to be
If you
slave
look-
to a
if you
job
look
you
at-
don't like. People should do that too, right?
What do you mean a job you don't like?
Why would
Because
you have to be a
because
slave?
you have good health care at some job, you might have to stay there because you don't want to quit, even though you fucking hate everything and
Oh,
everything
God
about
forbid
it.
you-
But you stay there because you have good health care,
I
right?
like your job.
And that's fine,
no,
right?
You have
oh,
have to
man, God
work
forbid
to
you
incur
don't like your job.
services.
No, you
Oh,
don't
no,
have
you
the
have to-
freedom
you have to
find
work.
Obviously,
new
you guys don't
jobs.
get the point.
You don't have the
I'm gonna ask
freedom
you
to
right
move
now,
to new
what-
jobs.
Could you imagine having to pay for things?
You don't
What
have the
would you do
freedom
if
to
you were
move
put-
to new jobs.
Yeah, you're
What
right,
would-
but nationalizing the system would be retarded. Instead, you can just
Again,
make it
yeah, you
illegal
guys
for
fucking
you.
can't
You
even
can
bring-
make
you
it.
guys
You
can't
can
even
make
laugh-
it.
you
You
guys
can make
laugh
it.
all
You
you want, but you guys
can
gotta
make
bring
it.
up
You
the
can make it.
point.
You can make it. You can make it. You can make it
Wow.
illegal for
Mhm.
employers to provide health insurance. If you make it illegal for health insurance or for employers to provide health insurance, boom, your problem solved, right?
Well, why would you care if somebody goes
Yeah,
to a job
and you,
they don't
and you
like?
want to
As
make
Alan
life worse,
Foley,
not
you
better,
define
right?
somebody
Correct,
who
right?
likes-
No, that would make life better. It would fix your
No,
problem.
no,
right?
I said not. That doesn't make it better. What, people not having health care, is that better?
So you like your jobs providing healthcare?
No, I want a fucking universal health care, you retard. Have you not been paying
That's
attention to this
not
whole
gonna
goddamn
happen,
conversation?
probably. It's
So
probably
I
not
thought
gonna
you
happen
said your
anytime
issue
soon.
was that you were a slave to your job.
And
I-
that
I
is a
gave you
part
a
of
solution
it.
to
That is a part of it. Do you
Okay.
not understand? There's
And-
there's in healthcare. There's probably like 50 fucking issues, right? right? Not just one, right? It's not so simple, right?
Okay, yeah, sure. And so I gave
Okay.
you a solution to one of the parts of it. What's your next problem?
I'm saying, does that make human happiness better or worse? Do you think that what your solution was?
Well,
Does that-
it would
does that
solve your
I don't give a
problem.
fuck about the single issue. Does that fix a whole problem or a part of a problem?
It would fix part of the problem.
Hey, if my house is building falling down and I need a fucking I nail one thing to the wall, does that fix the house?
No, but
No, it doesn't. Okay, so your point's irrelevant, you fucking dummy.
You don't. Just because I haven't
guys are-
just because I haven't perfectly fixed your problem doesn't mean we can't start talking about how.
No, because you're laughing about going.
So I'm asking you.
Why
I've
is it
already
when we
fixed. I've already
propose
fixed one of your problems.
No, you
Let's
haven't.
move on to another one of your problems. Yes,
You
I
haven't
did.
fixed anything,
you said,
bro.
You said
You
said
fixed
you were
things by
slave.
you fixed things by breaking them, bro.
You said you were a slave to your job, and we fixed that.
No, we didn't fix that problem because you want to fucking make people worse.
No, that would
Overall,
make people
yes,
better,
you-
according to
no.
If your employer isn't
Oh.
how you get your insurance, how do you get it then?
you just buy it privately.
Oh, and how much you're gonna add more money to your cost? Oh, okay. So you're making it worse again, like the whole
Well,
fucking point.
no. If everybody is buying it not through their employer but on their own, the market would accustomate to that.
You
exact
really
same
think so,
price.
huh?
But
Absolutely.
also,
That's
no,
how
it
the
would
free
not.
market works. You fucking retard.
No,
that
would
also
it?
implies that everyone's going to buy it, right?
Yeah,
And
exactly.
if people don't want to buy it, people don't want to buy it. That's fine.
But
Health
only sick
insurance
people will
companies-
buy it then, and it'll be
Exactly.
too late when you need it.
That's the point.
What's
What?
stopping sick people now from not buying it anyway?
Because they're poor.
People,
What is stopping?
you're dumb. Sick
Wait, what do you mean?
Sick people already have the option of not buying health insurance.
I'm talking about healthy people. Healthy
Yes,
people
so-
subsidize sick people.
Yes.
Yes,
That's the whole
so,
point.
so
That is
healthy
the point.
people, right? Healthy people right now can also choose not to buy health insurance.
That's true.
Yeah, but because you get it through your employer, it's like you don't have to do anything to get insurance when you have a job.
Except pay all the premiums, which is
Yeah, but you don't
paying
have
for
to.
health
You
insurance.
don't opt out of health insurance,
You can.
right? You can, but what person is going to be like?
I know,
"Oh, I have to like do all this paperwork to opt out of it when my job just does it for like it's instant when you get a job.
Are you employed in the United States?
Yeah.
You sign up for benefits. You're not just given benefits. You actually have to sign up for benefits.
Right.
It's
I
not
literally
just given
sent
to you.
one email to sign up for benefits.
No,
You're
maybe
right.
For you it
Hold-
is,
hold
it's
on.
not for me.
Yeah, no. You actually have to sign up and sign forms, and you have to sign up for your like. I have an HSA. I had to do a bunch of stuff to sign up for my health
And you
insurance.
have to specifically choose dental and which type of plan, and if you're going to have a high cost benefit or low cost benefit.
Yeah.
and then how much
So,
you wanna
so
take out
to
your
pretend that it's
paycheck.
like one email is number one a lie, and number two,
It ain't hard.
it could be as simple as sending one email to your new insurer.
Yeah, see, I didn't have to do any of that.
Yeah. So
We
all I'm
apparently-
saying
all I'm
is
trying to say-
all I'm telling you
my
is
only-
you're wrong.
Do you think it's better
Okay,
that people
okay.
make a choice
Sure,
between
go
living
ahead.
or not having insurance? Like, what are you talking about?
People already have a choice as to whether or not they want insurance.
So I was just looking into some numbers. So you guys spend $14,570 per person.
I know. You
And
guys spend like
Canada.
I didn't
Yeah,
hear what any
we
of you said because this guy was talking over you. Sorry.
So you guys spend about $15,000 per person on healthcare, and we spend about 9,000. So I don't think it's it's not a revenue issue. You guys could, your system's just shitty. Like you guys already are effectively paying for it. You're just not getting the benefit.
so
of
it's like
having
the
universal healthcare. You guys are
if you want
already paying for it.
healthcare, it's not about like, oh, we need to tax the rich to get more fucking money to do it. It's like we need to fix the problem.
Are you counting this in you do the Canadian numbers in Canadian dollars or US dollars?
This is U.S. dollars, all U.S. dollars. Because they're the source I'm using for the Canadian number is, I mean, even if that was the case, it would actually still be even less because the Canadian dollar is worth less. So 9,000 Canadian would be like way
By the way,
less American. It'd be like
Corley,
comparatively,
I
I think
have a
percentage
quick
of
question for you on this. Do you have wards in Canada, like hospital wards?
Yeah, we have. Yeah, I mean, I'm not too familiar with hospitals, but like, yeah, we have hospitals and we have wards.
No, do you have hospital wards?
Wards.
Ward.
Like,
W-A-R-D.
W-A-R-D.
Oh yeah, yeah, like different areas for different kind of like you have a cancer ward, you have a like that kind of thing.
Bro.
No, so,
I don't even know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I have no idea.
oh
I'm
my
sorry.
God.
Like
So the main difference between European and a lot of the socialized country healthcare and United States healthcare is we don't have hospital wards in the same way that you guys do.
So I
find
look
that
at
Also, I
hospital
want to
wards
say
are unacceptable.
Also, I want to say if you got rid of all the homeless population from both Canada and US, the US numbers get far closer to Canada. Also, if
Correct.
you get rid of the insane amount of Medicare and Medicaid, mostly Medicaid expenditures, and you equalize the end of life care to the same amount that
So you
Canadians
wanna
get,
kill old
the
people
numbers are
faster?
far more similar.
Right, right.
Well,
but my point
Americans
is you
we
guys are
provide
spending
we
this money.
provide in general far more for old people for end of life care than Canada does. Yes.
You're spending this money
I
and
don't
you're
believe
not
that.
getting the benefit. Like you can say
Well,
like,
you
oh,
Google
we
it.
can do
I don't
this,
know what to
that,
tell
and the
you.
other thing to the number and get it. It actually gets a lot closer to the Canadian number. But the fact is, you're still spending the Canadian number in that best case scenario, and you're not getting the service.
We have great service. What do you mean?
Not through the fucking government. We're talking about government
What?
expenditures.
Yeah,
The
I get it through the
government-
I get it through the private. I get it through
Yeah,
the private
yes,
industry,
yes.
and it's amazing.
You're paying twice for it though. You're paying through your taxes $15,000 a year in U.S. government expenditure
we're
on
paying for
healthcare,
other
and then you're
people,
also
not
paying for your
ourselves.
private insurance. Like you're paying twice. You're not only paying through your taxes.
I'm
gets spent on
sorry. I
healthcare,
think you're really
also paying
confused.
again.
The 14,500. What do you think that encompasses?
Oh, facts. Okay. No. You're right. You're right.
Okay,
Still.
stop talking out your ass. You're literally just making up and making numbers look like it's insane.
Okay. But the point is, you guys are still spending more. Like
Yes, and I
you're
literally
still
gave you
spending
multiple
more.
factors. Right, the United States has a far more higher amount of low end people who like abuse the healthcare system in the United States. This isn't this has nothing to do with our healthcare system. This has everything to do with our country is actually really, really warm, and homeless people can actually live here, and they won't freeze to death and die out in fucking Canada. There's only a handful of
Unfortunately, we
places.
have plenty of homeless people.
I know you have
Unfortunately,
quote unquote plenty of homeless people. The United States has far, far, far more as a ratio. Okay, it's not even just homeless people; it's just general shitheads who are abusing Medicare and Medicaid, right?
But also regarding homeless people,
real quick, I'm almost
people,
done.
bro.
I'm almost done. Right? The people abusing Medicaid, the people who are using ambulances as transportation to get from point A to point B, because here in the United States, you literally can't say no if they ask for one. Right? Is insane. These people are these people are a massive expenditure. I would say
how much? What fraction of?
I know.
Yeah, I was literally about to say that until you interrupted me. I would say that if you contributed the excess end of life care Americans are provided with, you look at the Medicaid amounts, and you look at all the abuses of the health insurance system from the homeless people, I would say that's like 20 to 25% of the cost.
Where is that from? And you're talking about abuse. You're mixing in a lot of different.
Well, yeah. So all of these have different separate numbers. This is from my recollection of all these numbers. If we want, we can look through it, and if you want a source, we can look through it. Yeah.
Okay, so
Yeah,
so
just send it in
25%
the
of the
chat.
expenditures, you've now gotten it down to $11,250. So you're only spending $2,250 more than us. Per
So,
person.
Globby, also keep in mind that we don't use hospital wards, right, in the same way that the Canadian, European healthcare systems. By the way, Talthor, you're breathing into your mic. So, like, Canada has an open ward type system. We have private rooms, right? Every person in the hospital is in a private room, or they're being moved into a private care room, right? We separate everything out.
See, when in my
And
experience,
a lot of the
anytime I've had a
problem, yeah.
family member that's been like long term in a hospital for some kind of health issue, like cancer or whatever else, they've always had a private room. So
Oh, everybody always has private rooms in the States.
Like, yeah, there's like literally no way that you can get around that. Like, there's no, oh yeah, you're in a big room with a bunch of people, unless you're in a triage facility.
Yeah, like an emergency triage.
So I mean, I
facility,
guess
like
I just
one
don't
after a
understand.
hurricane or something. Yeah.
Can you
But
explain
what
to
does
me
that have
you
to do
mean
with
by a
anything?
hospital world? I don't really understand what you're talking about.
It's because when you can jam 20 people in a single room versus you
And
have
yeah,
to have
I'm
20
saying
separate
we
rooms.
don't do that though. Like that is not what we're doing.
You and the majority of you and the majority of European countries do that. For basic
You're
care.
just
I have
saying that like
literally
that's
never-
where the difference of cost is though.
I've literally never seen that.
We're not saying it's all of it. We're saying
No, but like you're talking about how there's so much fraud, and then you're saying that it's because of people not being packed together at hospitals. But what fraction of the different? That's you're talking about for wards, right?
I am
Did you
kinda
not
confused.
listen to what Globby's statement was?
I don't know why
I don't know who
you're so
Globby is.
confused. We've already
I'm not-
explained this 3
Globby's
times. I don't know why
FM.
you're confused. Maybe listen instead of talking for a minute.
All right. No, you said. Did you not say that fraud, including using hospitals like ambulances like taxis, is one fraction of the extra cost that the U.S. incurs for healthcare?
Yes, I said that. Congratulations, you listened.
I mean, what
Hey,
is?
and then I was also just asking, what fraction of it is that?
What fraction of what is what?
What fraction is the difference of America's healthcare being more expensive is due to wards versus no wards and
wards versus no wards, people abusing the medical transport system, right? Which is considered as a cost.
We don't need to give you an exact percentage. Like this is not the argument or discussion. There's many reasons that the American healthcare system is quote unquote more expensive than the Canadian one, right? There's tons of reasons that have nothing to do with whether or not it's nationalized. Okay.
What about the fact that there's insurance is inherently a profit-driven thing, and so that's why costs are going to be more, because you have to feed, you have to
actually
like the middleman
that
has to
contributes to prices being lower. Actually,
no, you got to
if it's profit motivated, right? So there are problems with it. The problems with it actually come from government intervention, right? The government mandating that employers, the government mandating employers to provide health insurance is actually bad. The government should actually prevent employers from providing health insurance. The whole reason employers started, and I'll explain to you why. The entire reason that health insurers or employers started providing health insurance, right, is because it was a way to get around income tax, and it was a way to give your employees more benefits without it being taxed. Right, that was the original way. It was a way for businesses to avoid paying taxes. They provide you with, $10,000 worth of benefits, according to you, $14,000 on average worth of benefits, right? And then, whatever, right? Actually, it should be illegal. All that should be put back into the salaries of the employees, which it would be, basically capitalism. And then you would pick insurers based solely off of the free market instead of basically it not being a part of the free market. All these problems actually come from it not actually being a free market system because of direct government intervention forcing companies to provide insurance.
Why does every country around the world that has universal health care like it? Why does none of these countries talk shit about it?
I don't know. When your country's like 98% white people, it's easy to love your
What does race have anything to do with
it?
This is so some people do complain about it. I used to work in a hospital. I live in kind of the northern United States, and a bunch of Canadians would come down because they're like, "Yeah, I'd rather not wait." I should specify it was a specialty hospital that would do like knee surgeries, hip surgeries, shoulder stuff like that.
Yeah, that's where we struggle.
And they would rather come down here, get the surgery within a week of scheduling it than wait. Like one guy, he was getting a knee surgery, and he was, I think he had 16-month waiting time.
Yeah.
So, there's complaints about it.
I mean, I had knee surgery. It took me like 5-6 months. I mean, it's not that fast here either. Sometimes you gotta wait 2 here.
No,
I got a dislocated shoulder, and there was like a complication with it, and I had an X-ray same day. There was other problems with it because they think it hurt my neck, and I got an MRI right away after, same day. So it's just boom, 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 get it all done. I left that day.
That was not.
An individual enjoying or not enjoying their insurance is not the point,
I know,
right?
that's
We're not talking about individuals.
Yeah, I mean, obviously it's great that you got like quick service, but
it's personal conjecture. Yes, it is.
If we're looking at like a societal level
it's called an anecdote, fucking retard.
Okay, buddy boy.
If we're looking at like a society level, like looking at the outcomes produced by these systems, every country with a socialized healthcare system has better outcomes than the States, and you can see that just in life expectancy. Like,
where are the British GoFundMes?
True.
I mean, I have no problem if states want to do it, but there's a reason the lefty states don't really want to do it. They just want to force the federal government to do it.
Well, I mean, one thing with the federal government is that if you guys negotiate with that kind of scale with these drug companies, you can get your drugs a lot cheaper than you're.
You think they'll negotiate instead of getting handouts?
Dude, you're the fucking government. You can tell them to negotiate.
Right.
Yeah.
I don't think you understand the American government. I'm sorry.
Well, that's because, I mean, if you're just going to argue in bad faith, then there's no point, right?
That's not an argument in bad faith.
You're just saying it's everyone's corrupt. Everybody in the world, of course.
I didn't say everyone is corrupt. You fucking retard.
But one of the main benefits of like a public system is the scale that you can use and the negotiating power that gives you. Like you have
why do you think
much
pharmaceutical
leverage.
companies don't want Medicaid or Medicare to be negotiated?
Right.
You have so much leverage over these companies. You are literally the only fucking buyer, and they have to sell to you. Like, you can really like extract money out of these companies to get cheaper drugs, and it's not even like their production costs are that high. Like a lot of these drugs that are most commonly prescribed, like they're fucking dirt cheap to produce. They're just marked up, right? And nationally negotiating that kind of thing would give you the kind of leverage you would need to negotiate those prices down.
and we subsidize the world's medicine for that reason.
That's true. I mean, but you guys like, frankly, it's if you solved that problem, that money would start to come from elsewhere. You know what I mean? Like, people need healthcare research, and if you guys stopped doing that, then other countries that hole would be filled. Right? It's the same thing in Canada. We've had a lot of issues with
the hole's
our
going to be filled
international
completely
students.
differently when you remove the profit incentive from it.
Yeah, like maybe so, but what I'm
No,
saying
no,
is,
factually so. Like to deny that is to deny like free markets
okay.
exist.
So
Markets
anyway,
exist, period.
like I'm trying to say, in Canada we had a lot of issues with international students and our universities where, you know, the province of Ontario put in a domestic student tuition cap, right? So all these universities started having to run major budget deficits, and they made up that money with international students. And now international student visas are being reduced, and universities are fucking figuring it out, right? With research, I struggle to believe that like medical research would just stop.
No one's
right?
saying it
Like-
would just stop, but it would
like
be worse.
Like I'm saying that money.
Nearly
would
half of it
probably
comes from the private sector by itself, just in the United States.
I don't know. I mean, even with all that, you guys can still fund it at that level while negotiating your drug prices way down, and you would get better outcomes.
I also don't know where
I
you keep saying
disagree.
why you keep saying 50%. I sent 2 studies talking about the role of government funding in all drug approvals from 2010 to 2019.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which said what?
We publicly fund everything, like colleges.
Every
and shit.
drug since that time.
Yes, every
New
drug.
drug.
That's what I'm saying. People don't realize what they do.
Yeah, like it's great, right? Like that we have companies that do research, but the actual like nuts and bolts of finding new drugs is done by public research, and the reason is because it's really hard to make new drugs, right? Like from scratch. It's really
okay.
easy. It's really
according
easy
to Research America, the private sector continues to be our nation's largest investor in medical and health R&D.
In
accounting for
new
66
drugs.
Yeah, he's talking about brand
Accounting-
new ones. Brand new
new
ones.
drugs,
Brand new.
starting from scratch.
Okay, congratulations. When we hyper focus on a very specific type of R&D,
not
you're
hyper
right.
specific.
Hold
It's
on,
not
hold on,
hyper
hold on.
specific.
When we're talking about everything, I'm right. So that's what I'm obviously referring to. You fucking.
Every drug was a new drug at some point.
Yeah, exactly.
So 66% of
Okay,
it, the vast majority of it comes from the
one second,
private
one second, one
sector.
second. Let me talk for a
Yeah, but
second.
they all
Let me talk
started
for a
as
second.
government jobs or government pills. That's what they're all saying.
Yes. If the point is that
Yeah, I don't
once
know, you don't
public
get
funding goes down, then we're gonna have the companies are gonna like surge into like finding new drugs. The reason why public funding is super good is because so many like I don't know what, like 90, 60, 80% of drugs that are tried do not make it past the different levels of testing that are required. And so
Because of the government. Yeah.
and the government being hold on, you don't like it when people interrupt, so please
You
let me
interrupted
finish.
me already. What do you mean? You interrupted me to start talking just now. I'm not allowed to make a comment when you're factually wrong.
What is he wrong about?
All I'm trying to say is that
I brought up that the majority or nearly
but not
the
new
majority
drugs,
of
not new
private.
drugs.
I almost got.
Yeah, because
6
you're
words.
wrong now. Because we're cutting you off because you're factually wrong. He's talking about brand
What
new
did I say that
drugs.
was wrong? I didn't even say 6 words.
Yeah, because you keep bringing up 66% of drugs, whatever. He's talking about brand new
That's
funded
cool.
drugs.
I don't care what he's talking.
okay.
All drugs are brand new at one point, right?
second.
Which means
We
they're
all
all funded by the
agree.
government.
Okay. Anyway, the
We all
vast
agree that
majority of
private
funding,
funding
the
is
vast
important.
majority of funding for research and development for healthcare
But
comes
what
from the
is that
private
funding?
sector.
What is that funding of? What is that funding of?
Yeah, exactly.
I already said it 3 times. You want me to say it a 4th time?
Yes. Say it one more
Break it
time.
down. Yeah.
Medical and health research and development.
What is that medical
Is
and
that a
private
pill?
research?
It encompasses everything I just said. I don't know what you want me
Break
to
it
go into
down.
specifics. 3%
Yes,
here, 5% here. I don't know. This
yeah,
study
exactly.
doesn't say that.
Yes.
I never made the claim that a certain percentage is
Yeah,
from
but he's
something.
saying that
Because
all
the
pills
point
come from the
is
government.
the point is that it's really hard to make new drugs, right? And so I totally agree that the role of the private company is important in taking the drugs that we find and finding fast ways of synthesizing, efficient ways of synthesizing, making modifications on the initial compound to make it make bioavailability better, blah 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 blah. But the initial finding of new drugs is really hard and really expensive and extremely inefficient. And so public funding
Bioavailability pertains to vitamins, not to medications.
Okay, I understand that that's cool, but that has nothing to do with what I'm talking about. You interrupted me to say
No,
that I'm
the
wrong when I'm
point
actually
is
right,
that
and you're
if
taking
you're
one
not
hyper specific.
No,
You're
what I'm
taking one
trying
hyper
to say-
specific part.
Let me
You're
finish
taking
what I'm
one
trying to
hyper.
say. Let me
You
finish what I'm
stopped,
trying
so
to
I
say.
started talking.
I am
No.
trying
You
to say
stopped.
is that if you said that if public funding goes away, the funding of biomedical research will come from somewhere else. That hole will be filled.
I didn't say
But
anything
what,
like that.
What company wants to fill the hole of making new drugs from scratch?
I didn't say anything like that, number one. Number two, you didn't listen to what I said. Number three, I said a factually true statement. You said I was wrong, and then you said something that was wrong. Right? Number one, I said that the majority of funding comes from the private sector.
Not brand
I'm
new
right in
drugs.
that. It doesn't matter. I don't give a fuck about quote unquote.
But we
brand
do
new
because
drugs.
all the drugs that are who made Vicodin? It was the government. Who made all the pills? Who made polio disease? Who made fucking all the disease things?
Who makes the
All
profit?
was
Who
made
makes
by
the
the
profit?
government.
Not the American people.
Okay, that's a cool story. Can I finish with my point?
No, because you keep
because you're
lying.
just not listening.
Because you're not listening. Because that's
what you
the
said
whole
is
point.
irrelevant. It has nothing to
not
do with
irrelevant.
anything.
It's
Tell me
not
how it's relevant.
irrelevant.
What was my
Right.
point that makes it? What? Tell me what my point was. What was my overall point? Do you even know?
Go ahead.
No, you don't know. You interrupted me to say something completely irrelevant, and you don't even know what point I was making. Do you understand
ahead.
how insanely and retarded that is?
Go
I don't
ahead.
even know what my original point is. You interrupted
you don't
me.
even know.
You
I don't even
interrupted me.
know.
Yeah, you don't know. It's very clear you don't know. You interrupted me to say I was wrong about something I was 100% right about, and then you just kept derailing and refused to actually acknowledge that.
I acknowledge that 60% of total
66%.
biomedical research, 66% comes from private money.
Yeah, the vast
Are you happy?
majority comes from the private sector.
Okay,
Thank
what
you.
about new drugs?
Okay, great. Yes, okay, whatever. It doesn't matter.
It does.
Yeah,
though,
you're right. It doesn't matter. Thank you for that derail.
Because he doesn't fucking ever want to bite the bullet. Because we're talking about brand new drugs,
Bro, I hope you bite the bullet.
dude. You fucking because you're a piece of shit. Doesn't fucking know how to actually have a good faith conversation. I know, right?
I'm not the guy who interrupted somebody to say that they were wrong when they were.
You are wrong
100%
because we're
right.
talking about brand new drugs again. Because
I'm
you're not because you're not with
No,
the game.
he brought up a brand new.
We're
drugs
talking about
randomly
chess. And
right
you're playing
there.
checkers, dog. You're playing the wrong fucking game.
The whole point of what I'm trying to say is that taxpayers are pay for the development of new drugs, but who makes the profit?
Okay, what's your point? I guess.
Who makes the profit, Globby?
A lot of people make profit off of it.
Who makes the profit?
The American people profit off of it.
How?
By having these nice, great drugs
No,
being the
if
market
it's
and actually saving
publicly
lives.
funded, why are we paying so much for that drug?
For, like what one drug in particular? I don't know what you're asking.
Any drug.
Any drug? Who makes the profit from any drug?
Yes.
I don't know. Probably the company.
Yes. But who
So what?
discovered
Why are
the
you
drug?
saying this?
Lobby, who discovered the drug?
A guy. I guess a guy who discovered a drug.
Who funded that guy, Globby?
Oh
Who
my
funded
God,
the
bad
guy?
faith
The
as fuck.
taxpayer.
Yes.
There you
yes.
go.
So what?
why-
I guess I'm confused. Why are you bringing this up?
Because why are taxpayers paying something
Having
that
insurance
we pay for
isn't.
it?
I
The
didn't
whole
hear
point
what
that
either
were
of you
saying-
said because you both
Okay,
spoke at the same time.
The whole point that you were saying was that having insurance as the middleman is actually a good thing because of the whole employer thing that you were talking about. But what I'm trying to say is that having a middleman extracts the profit and making inherently making healthcare more expensive.
I disagree.
Okay, but you just said that the taxpayer funded the discovery of the drug, and then you
The
also
taxpayer
said
taxpayer funded one part
The
of the
discovery
Hold
of
on,
the
hold
drug.
on. I understand that, but you want to think of the discovery of the
Your-
drug as
your
the
internet's
only
cutting
thing.
out.
Yeah, the only
You're going
thing.
robot.
Okay, what you're saying is that the discovery of the drug is the only thing that's important.
You're going
That's
robot-y.
just-
I think it's
Hello?
you actually.
It's
It's
you.
me. Oh, okay. Sorry.
Okay. Anyway, what you're cutting it off at is you're like, discovery of the drug, boom, end of discussion, done. What you're not understanding is that simply, quote unquote, discovering a drug isn't the end all be all. Obviously, you already mentioned all these other things that have to go into manufacturing, creation, mass production, getting it to market, advertising for it.
And the
all these
government
other
can't do
things.
that?
All of these things, they shouldn't. All of these other things need to be
I
done.
agree.
Why
I
not?
agree,
Hold on.
yes.
Okay, let me finish. Okay, all of these other things have to be done, but you're completely ignoring the value that this provides. It is absolutely fair for a federal government to put put taxpayer money into a system that is mutually beneficial for everybody in the country, and it is also okay for these companies to look at what the federal government has researched, build on it, and then market these drugs to the population. Everything here is working great and is intended and fine. This actually has nothing to do with health insurance companies, mind you.
Okay, but the pharmaceutical companies are making the drugs expensive, and what are they called? Like pharmacy benefit managers make like disincentivize drugs from competing with each other, right?
What does that have to do with health insurers?
Because pharmacy benefit managers are healthcare insurance is like your insurance company is going to pay for the drugs, and so if the drugs are mega expensive, then your healthcare cost is also going to be mega expensive. Right?
Okay, so what?
Yeah, that's true.
Okay, so if there was actual competition between drugs and pharmaceutical companies, yeah,
or you cut out
like
the
that's not.
middleman.
I don't know. Yeah,
That's
Okay, sounds like you have a problem with PBMs, not with insurers.
No, I have a problem with the middleman. That's what he's getting at. Like, why would you have the
Yes,
middleman?
what
Why
I'm
don't you
trying to say
just
is
have the
there's so many-
government own it and fucking distribute it and cheaper?
Do you think these middlemen provide nothing of value?
No,
Yes.
they
Yes.
don't.
I inherently
why
they're there
do
for
they
profit
exist?
margin. That's it. That's the
because
only
if they
thing.
provided more value than they got, then that's not. They're not a
Dude, they
profitable
literally
company.
have to take a cut.
Hold on.
Hey, how does
think,
Amazon?
Hold on.
Who's the
Do
middleman in this
you think markets
How it
exist?
works.
Do you think markets exist?
Yes,
Do
markets.
the people that cut out the middleman make more money?
So do you think it's possible, right, for you to provide a benefit to other people, make profit, and everyone comes out ahead? Do you think that's possible?
No.
No.
Not
Who
with
is
healthcare.
coming
You
ahead?
don't think that's possible?
In theory,
that's-
yes,
that's
but
possible.
that is not what's
It
happening in
happens
America.
all the- Okay.
Yeah, that's
In
possible.
that healthcare, that is
I didn't
not
ask
happening.
you whether or not that was happening. I asked you as a concept. Do you think this is
Sure,
possible?
I
You
agree.
said
Yes,
no.
yes,
Okay,
I
okay.
agree.
So,
No,
so,
yes.
you,
want more
it, so it is
regulation
possible.
around it.
So you literally said word for word, well, that company's making profit, therefore they can't be providing a net.
No, we're saying
net
there's a middleman that's
positive.
making money.
I didn't ask you. I'm asking him. I asked you
I
whether
agree
or
with
not.
what he's saying, though. So
hold on,
you don't
hold
need
on,
to be
hold on,
mean.
hold on. I asked you directly. Are they providing nothing of value? And you said yes, inherently, because they are making a profit.
That's not what I said. No, I said they're not providing more value than they are than their profit. Yeah.
No, that's not what you said.
Yeah, he did. We're
That
talking about
is-
cutting out the
okay,
middleman.
fine.
You
But
said-
maybe
you
that's
said
not what
they
I
were
said.
literally
That's not-
making a
okay,
profit,
Listen.
therefore-
If that's
okay.
if that's what I said, then this is what I actually meant. They're not providing as much value as their profit is taking out. That's a straightforward.
How do
concept.
you substantiate that claim?
Yeah, that's a little hard to substantiate.
Okay, and I tried to ask, where was that 66? What?
That is a
I was
nearly
gonna say, you
impossible
could
claim
say-
for
you
you to
could say they're
substantiate
making way
because
more
you
money
because your
than what
argument because the argument is that this entire industry, right, could literally be taken out of the equation and it would just be better for everyone.
Yes,
So why
yes,
don't
it would
people
be. Yes.
so why don't
It would be.
people already just bypass that whole system?
Because we have politicians that are bribed by big
Hold on,
companies to fucking
but
make
also
money.
these things are being bypassed. What is GoFundMe? What is GoFundMe?
like Bernie Sanders.
Healthy people subsidizing sick people. GoFundMe is circumventing
I'm
healthcare insurance.
I'm talking about industry. I'm not talking one guy asking for donations.
It's not
And
one
if you're
guy.
Saying, if you're saying that the entire industry is a net negative,
No.
wouldn't you?
Yes.
Okay,
Sorry,
if
go
you're
ahead,
saying
go
that
ahead.
the entire industry is a net negative,
Mhm.
shouldn't there be a new industry that is a net positive coming along, and it would be better for everybody involved?
Who makes the pills though?
No,
Who makes
GoFundMe.
the drugs?
GoFundMe is that an industry?
Who makes
you don't
the
know
drugs?
You don't know what I mean by industry.
Who makes the drugs? And then who?
Okay, if
who
a
does the
company
government make a
comes out,
deal
dank
with?
side, please, dank side.
Because
Stop
I make
derailing,
sense.
please.
I know you don't like sense. It makes.
Bro, you're just a
You're a
drunk
dollar
rambler
bill.
like
You
that other
can't make
guy.
sense. I know. I understand, bro.
Okay. Anyway, the fact of the matter is,
Mhm.
when we look at it, if you're saying that an entire
Mhm.
industry is a net negative,
Mhm.
everybody would.
Mm-hmm. Bitch ass. Well, I was about to quit streaming anyways. Fuck 'em. Peace out.